Good morning. I'm David Wessel, Director of the Hutchins Center on Fiscal and Monetary Policy. Welcome to our almost all-day conference on Opportunity Zones, the Early Evidence. Opportunity Zones, as I suspect everybody who's dialed into this event knows, is a provision of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017 that provides capital gains incentives for people who invest under certain conditions in one of 8,766 designated opportunity zones. I've been interested in opportunity zones for quite a while. I'm finishing up a book on how they happen to come to be in this law and what the early anecdotal evidence is. And in the course of reporting this book, I found that there were a number of researchers, many of them academics, who've been working on the early evidence. And so the point of this conference today is not to deal too much with the politics of the opportunity zones, or despite some questions I've got, to give people investment advice. We'll do that in another forum. The point here is to bring together researchers who are doing rigorous research on trying to come up at this early stage with some kind of evaluation of how opportunity zones are working. One person sent me an email and said, "What do you mean by rigorous research?" I thought it was obvious, but what I mean is research that is not advocacy, research that looks at the data and tries to see what we can see so far, and importantly, I think gives us a template to evaluate opportunity zones as they mature, and particularly, I hope, as we get much more data on how they've worked. Hopefully we'll get more reporting requirements so that we can see a lot more. So we have a long day. But it's organized in various topics. And we're going to start with two opening presentations. And first, I'd like to introduce Ed Glazer, who is a distinguished economist at Harvard, who's done a lot of work on urban history and the urban economy, and has thought a lot about place-based policies. Ed's going to talk for about 15 minutes, then we'll have another presentation, and then we'll get into our academic presentation. So Ed, the floor or the screen is yours.
Thank you, David. I'm so glad that I'm not providing an academic presentation. So that's a key thing for this opening. I'm really delighted to be here. I'm really grateful for David for including me and for organizing this session. So I don't think of this conference as actually being about opportunity zones alone. I think that opportunity zones are an avenue, are a means for us to learn about place-based policies more generally. And that will become increasingly crucial, I think, in the years ahead, because I think it will be impossible for the Biden administration and for administrations to come not to have the urge to want to do something about the enormous differences in economic outcomes across the United States. Now, of course, America has always been a place of remarkable economic heterogeneity. In 1950, Mississippi was the poorest state in the Union, and there was not a single state. And there were 18 states that had per capita incomes that were double that of Mississippi. Today, those income differences differences have declined, and now there's not a single state with income that is double that in Mississippi. Mississippi is still the poorest state, but we've seen the rise of long-term mass non-employment for prime-age males, and that is a very spatially concentrated phenomenon. I think it's also arguably among America's largest unsolved social problems. So when I was born in 1967, roughly 5% of America's prime-age males were jobless. Now, 53 years later, pushing me to the edge of the prime-age definition, to which I strongly object. Now, for most of the past 10 years, more than 15% of prime-age males have been jobless. And of course, that is not a spatially neutral thing. There are pockets of America's eastern heartland, that swath of states that begins in Louisiana and Mississippi, runs up through Appalachia, and concludes in the north in America's Rust Belt cities, where 1 in 4 prime-age men are jobless, and you can really see these divergences. Now, of course, it's partially related to the decline of manufacturing, and this just shows where manufacturing employment was in 1980. But it's also True that it's abundant in the less skilled parts of the deep South where there wasn't manufacturing, and you also saw, of course, high levels of joblessness in the far west, in New Mexico and Arizona. This is what the geography looked like in 1980 using the same color scheme. It's a very different map. The same areas, Appalachia is still very high. Of course, Appalachia is where America's place-based policies begin with the Appalachian Regional Commission in the 1960s, and even then it was very high. But most of the Eastern Heartland is much lower. Because, of course, American joblessness was much lower as a whole. And of course, I emphasized men because non-employment, labor force participation typically means different things for men and for women. There are certainly women who have left the labor force, particularly over this past terrible year, in which they're leaving the labor force is at least as tragic, if not more so, than anything that's happened to men. But in many cases, it just means a different thing. And women who don't work often do things that are socially productive, like caring for children, caring for family members, and they're not miserable. Whereas men who don't work typically watch an extra, 3 hours of television a day and tend to be deeply unhappy. This just shows the very different spatial pattern. It's a much more north-south spatial pattern. Of course, the Eastern Heartland is also one of the centerpieces of America's opioid consumption, and you could see the sort of place-based area of where the opioid pandemic occurred. You can see the Eastern Heartland is also heavy in terms of government expenditures. And one of the reasons to worry about joblessness is, of course, there is an externality that was pointed out by Pigou himself over 100 years ago, that when people choose not to work, they impose costs on their fellow taxpayers. By acquiring government support and by not paying taxes. You can see also, of course, that there are high levels of government expenditure per capita in those states like North Dakota. They're very well endowed with senators per capita. So what are the arguments for place-based policies? I think there are really three, and they wax and wane in popularity. The first is that there is some form of a place-based externality, perhaps a human capital externality of getting more skilled people in the area, perhaps an agglomeration economy that creates the possibility of a virtuous circle, which if only we could get more people in West Virginia, more people would then come, and West Virginia would be fantastic. It is pretty fantastic as it is now, but its economics doldrums are more problematic. I think by most urbanists, we tend to accept the existence of agglomeration economies. Congestion economies are also quite real, pollution, traffic, etc. Human capital externalities are slightly more contentious, but I certainly basically believe the results of Enrico Moretti and others that, when the share of adults with a college degree in your area increases by 10%, your earnings go up by 10%, holding your years of schooling constant. These externalities seem to imply that a decentralized spatial equilibrium is unlikely to be a social optimum. But I'm skeptical about this justification because I don't think we know, and I don't think we're ever likely to know enough about the shape of those externality curves, the convexity or concavity of these things, which is what you need to move people around. Should we move New Yorkers to West Virginia, or should we move West Virginians to New York? It's unlikely that we currently are in the first best, but we're not even sure which way we want to move people. And I think the best form of identification strategies, like the $1 Million Plants or using soil attributes, seem unlikely to nail the full set of functional forms needed to implement this. Okay. Place-based argument number two is insurance or equity or tagging. And so the simplest way to think about this is in 1969, Detroit was slightly richer than Boston. Today, Boston's income is 40% higher, right? So surely insuring people against shocks to the local economy could be welfare improving, right? If you did it based on place of birth and changes in income after place of birth, that's pretty non-distortionary. It would probably achieve some equity gains, but place of birth is pretty inconceivable as a policy, right? And the big limitation is that if you did things on states only explain 1.2% of income variability across the US. Public use microsample areas, which are considerably smaller, explain 7.1%. But if you made any subsidy, any sort of aid contingent upon where you currently live, you will be moving people around to take advantage of these extra bonuses. And it is far from obvious that we think that artificially inducing people to locate to areas where economic productivity is lower, it's far from obvious that that's a desirable thing to do. Place-based policy number three, which is the different elasticities of different local conditions should mean different policies. So I have long thought that it is madness to have the same form of housing policies in a place like Texas, where housing supply is completely elastic, as in a place like California, where it's highly restricted, right? Different local economies call for different housing subsidies, right? Similarly, I mean, and technically, right, you want to subsidize more production in places like New York or Boston or California, where housing supply is highly restricted, and you want to perhaps use vouchers more in places like Texas, where supply is unrestricted. Similarly, if you've got a limited resource like the amount of cops, almost all of the research on policing tends to think that putting more cops in areas where there's more crime is an efficient use of those resources. Similarly, if you had a modest amount of money to use on dealing with the joblessness problem, it might make more sense to spend more of that money in areas where there were more joblessness. So the argument that we've made is that sort of this is with Ben Austin and Larry Summers, that in high employment markets, policies that deter employment may not make so much of a difference in Seattle, whereas in West Virginia it could be much worse. And I think certainly as we confront things like a $15 minimum wage, right, we have to ask ourselves, will that really have a non-effect in Eastern Kentucky, in Eastern Tennessee, the way that it seems to have done in Seattle? Okay, now let's pivot to opportunity zones versus empowerment zones. And this in some senses is sort of the critical thing for us to think about in terms of opportunity zones, at least from my perspective. Empowerment zones were very targeted towards hiring people, right? They were, you know, and I bolded the main part of it. It's a tax credit for up to $3,000 per year for each of its employees who reside in the empowerment zone. So this was our strategy. It was very oriented towards work. And that indeed was where I would have started, given my focus on joblessness as being this sort of huge spatial problem. Opportunity zones, this is just from the IRS page. I think David said the key features better than I did. This is basically a subsidy to capital investment. It is not at all tied to the number of workers that you hire or anything else that you're doing in the area. So conceptually, right, you really got to think that there's a very strong complementarity between capital and labor if you think the point of this is to lead to employment. Now, maybe the point of it isn't to lead to employment. Maybe you think that there are externalities from a failure to maintain decaying structures in these declining areas. Maybe that's what you're after. But at least we should be very clear about what we think is going to happen, right? One of the great tragedies of place-based policy over the past 50 years is the use of place-based arguments to justify all sorts of things, like, for example, a monorail in Detroit, which really had no business being justified as a place-based policy. Rails, like most other forms of transportation, are best evaluated as whether or not they are delivering enough value to their users to actually get people to move around. So the question is whether or not subsidizing capital investment is actually the right response to America's geographic sclerosis, and I look forward to learning this. Now, over the past 20 years, I have become, particularly over the past 5 years, I've become friendlier to the possibility, at the very least, of place-based targeting, which is having policies that are targeted to particular areas, and perhaps even place-based policies more generally. And part of that is that America has changed. We have become a place with far more geographic sclerosis than we had in the past. So this is seen in the decline in migration, and I think of this as being the work of Raven Sachs-Malloy and Abby Wozniak. And you can see this in intra-county migration and inter-county migration. A related issue is, of course, the decline in business dynamism, which has been widely studied and widely discussed, but we are much less a place on the move. So whereas 30 years ago, it was possible to say, well, people left Oklahoma to move to San Francisco, to move to California in the 20s and 30s. People left the scrubby farmland of New England to move to the Ohio River Basin in the 1830s. America has always been a nation on the move, so why should we try to bail up declining places rather than allowing people to move? That movement becomes less attractive and less plausible. Second, when we do see movement, it is the skilled who move out. Okay, this shows the college graduation rate across areas of non-migrants on the college graduation rate of migrants. And you see a huge gap between the 45-degree line, which tells you that the out migrants are just moving out a lot more. The college graduates are moving out much more than the non-college graduates. So as this migration process occurs, what they're leaving behind is an area that is denuded of its human capital that provides typically the anchor and the bedrock for local success. Added changes. Migration, especially migration of the less skilled, is not directed towards high-wage areas. That's the work of Ganong and Shoag. Successful areas make it increasingly difficult to build low-cost housing, which leads to a spatial mismatch between where people live and where productivity is. The change in the share with college degrees is very strongly positively associated with the initial share of the population with the college degree. So we're seeing increasing divergence of skills across place. Income convergence across metropolitan areas, which was a feature of America for 130 years, particularly documented in a Brookings paper by Robert Barrow and Javi Martin 30 years ago. that basically disappeared at exactly the moment where Barrow and Sally Martin documented it. And over the past 30 years, we really have not seen poor areas catching up with Mississippi caught up between 1950 and today. This is the stalling of income convergence, right? So it's a very weak effect, and the incredible permanence of not working rates. So this is at the state level and this is at the Puma level. So this just shows the extent to which if you had a higher rate of not working, prime age men not working in 1980, you had a higher rate of not working today. So America's move less. We don't move in a directed way, partially because high housing costs in places like San Francisco make it difficult to move, and our not working rates are really permanent. So we're looking at places that have sort of permanent joblessness. And perhaps that does call for a bit more place-based policies. So let's run through our counter arguments for place-based policies and think about why these things relate. So counter argument number one: subsidizing declining places keeps people in dysfunctional local economies. That's less important with a lower migration rate. Counter argument number two: subsidizing any place leads to capitalization in local housing prices. The poor tenement who doesn't like contemporary art may well be hurt by Guggenheim Bilbao. Again, less mobility means that fewer people are going to be around to bid up those rents. So the relative importance of capitalization versus distorted migration depends on housing supply elasticity. So if the housing supply is fixed and people are going to be occupying those houses, you're not going to be changing the number of people who live areas, but you are going to be changing the prices. And if housing supply is more flexible, then you're going to be changing people more. Counter argument number three: some place-based policies can create pockets of unemployment and low human capital. So there you really have to ask yourself what you're doing with your place-based policy. So are you doing so in a way that's going to particularly attract less skilled people or more skilled people? And counter argument number four is that infrastructure-based policies, and there is a sense in which opportunity zones are about private infrastructure, right? I mean, a lot of it is about structures. They certainly can lead to monumental waste of building in places that are, very far from where the people are who need that infrastructure. And I think as we watch the Biden administration's enthusiasm for infrastructure, we're going to have to be careful lest it, try to be used for these economic goals, which have often led to things like this, of course, Detroit's People Mover monorail, which glides in majestic silence over near empty streets, right? And is a classic example of a white elephant project. Just end on sort of two examples of things that go wrong and go right. So this is the Bilbao Guggenheim, right? A beautiful building, at least many people think, and certainly an artistic destination. But remember, despite this alleged success of this placemaking, Bilbao's unemployment rate was still 19% before COVID-19. So, even though this is seen as being the best case for these museums for placemaking, it still doesn't seem to have fixed Bilbao's underlying structural employment problem. And of course, that museum is a good museum, right? Sheffield's National Center for Popular Music, another example for placemaking, closed quickly and wasn't able to attract any visitors either. So not only did it fail to do placemaking, it even failed at its basic job of being a museum. So I am delighted to have the opportunity to learn from everything today. And I just want to reiterate the point: it is absolutely unavoidable that we will have more discussions about placemaking policies over the next 3 to 4 years. America's spatial inequalities have gone up. Our geographic sclerosis has made the case for place-based policies better, but it is still possible to screw it up enormously, right? And so that's why, as David said, a rigorous social science approach to things like opportunity zones are absolutely crucial for helping us to make the best policy decisions on these policies going forward. Thank you, David. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Ed. I want to assure everybody that when we post the video, you can post it at 0.75 or 0.5 if it's not too fast for you. I really appreciate your perspective. We're now going to turn to Keenan Fikri, who's now research director at the Economic Innovation Group, which actually is responsible largely for opportunity zones. It helped devise them and helped in a very successful lobbying effort to get them enacted by Congress. Keenan has been at the EIG for the last 5 years or so, and before that he was actually at Brookings. So Keenan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, David. Let me get this. Let's see, slides should be up. Am I good?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, so thanks so much for the chance to speak to everyone today. Really pleased to be here and kind of share our perspective on the Opportunity Zones marketplace and how it's evolving, given our kind of front row seat to the whole process from incubation through implementation. And I think I'll start by acknowledging, acknowledging that The kind of national narrative around opportunity zones has not been particularly positive since it was enacted into law. And actually that stands in pretty stark contrast to the narrative if you end up kind of reading local press, which is much more focused on kind of the more prosaic and kind of mundane everyday work of like actual investments getting made into communities, actual deals getting done, and places really seeing promise and impacts from the policy, which stands in pretty stark contrast to the things on the left, which were generally about associations of seemingly scandalous things happening in zones, but nothing actually taking advantage of the incentive officially. My presentation today will very much be in the vein of kind of the more bottom-up perspective there on the right-hand side of the screen. Now, what makes OZs so unique in kind of the history of economic and community development policies that we've enacted at the federal level? So one is the real specific focus on equity capital. We have other tools out there that kind of provide subsistence capital to low-income communities and struggling areas, but that real growth-oriented kind of catalytic capital that is meant to start to kind of seed a rebound in a community is scarcer, and that's what Opportunity Zones attempts to unlock. It's also designed to change behavior, given that its potential benefit to investors is tied to their long-term potential capital gains. So it tries to challenge folks with money who make investment decisions that can determine the fates of communities and regions in the United States to take a second look at the map, see where there may be inherent potential in the communities that they've chronically kind of overlooked or disinvested from or underinvested in. And it very proactively embraces flexibility. Many other tools out there deliver a particular product, like low-income housing, for example, but Opportunity Zones instead, meant to create a widely available tool that the market would deploy and determine kind of where and how it gets utilized in a very decentralized way, which is a real significant pivot. And I think it was embraced because since that the problem was just getting worse and we needed to try kind of a wide open approach. Now, the market is really accelerating quite rapidly, especially since final regulations were issued at the end of 2019. This data from Novogradac and Company, which conducts a survey of Opportunity Zone managers, it presents just one window on the marketplace, but we think its trajectory is representative of the true kind of amount of money that OZs is moving, which is a couple multiples larger than what you see here. Most folks will agree. And we saw that the volume of equity investment in OZs actually more than tripled over the course of 2020. So we are still very much in the early stages of Opportunity Zones, as David said, even in the fundraising side of things. Now at EIG, we have a product on our website that tries to track some of the most interesting and novel use cases of the Opportunity Zones incentive out there in the country. So it's important to kind of level set that the vast majority of, not vast majority, but the clear majority of investments so far, based on the best available information, have been in residential rental real estate. That's a big section of the market right now, and we'll see kind of where that settles as the market matures. But underneath that, there has been a real flourishing of much more diversity, where we see things like rural broadband in Maine to affordable housing in different parts of the country, to minority business incubators, and even kind of vertical farming, helping to reinvent the old Pennsylvania steel towns. And promisingly, we're also starting to see a number of investments into startup companies in parts of the country that you might not normally expect, such as water technology in Blacksburg, Virginia, space in the western slope of Colorado, and cybersecurity in Erie, Pennsylvania. And one thing that's also clear is that local institutions really matter in Opportunity Zones. They are helping foster investment ecosystems into being. Again, this is very decentralized, and there are a lot of kind of actors to try to wrangle, to try to turn this into actual impact in your community. And organizations like Opportunity Alabama or the Erie Downtown Development Corporation or the economic development arm in the state of Colorado have been very proactive in kind of establishing their local goals around Opportunity Zones, kind of creating supportive programming around it, and driving impact. And it makes a difference. And we're going to hear from Ben Siegel in Baltimore later today, who has a similar kind of one-man role in the Baltimore Development Corporation, doing exactly this work. Now, we did some deep dive work into the state of Indiana last year, and I wanted to present that again here too, because I think it's important for this conversation for researchers, because it shows that opportunity zones are really unlike many of the other, at least urban kind of community development incentives that we've studied in the United States that are, again, more focused around just hiring people or just delivering a product like affordable housing. Here, we have real small scale investments into historic preservation in small cities like Michigan City, alongside really massive brownfield remediations in Gary and East Chicago. We have housing at all different levels of the market, all different price points in urban and rural regions and communities of all sizes. We have clean tech manufacturing expansions in Fort Wayne being financed through opportunity zones incentives. And we have local investors in really small towns in places like Brookville that are using their own capital gains to help revitalize main streets and bring housing downtowns, and even in that case, save the local newspaper. So this diversity of investments, they're all from the same policy, but each one of these will have very different local impacts when we're talking about what metrics they impact, the scale of their footprint, and the timing. I think that we can expect to see them actually register at the community level. So these challenges compound on top of the situation facing researchers that we don't have good systematic data on what opportunity zones are financing out there in the country today. We don't even know how much money has actually moved at this point, let alone how many census tracts have seen investment. And this is because when opportunity zones were passed into law in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, that was passed by a reconciliation, and let opportunity zones, serve as a warning that there are real costs to attempting to pass complex policy via reconciliation. And the envisioned kind of reporting requirements and data collection regime that we all thought would be part of the OZ experiment was stripped out and hasn't been restored yet. So that's forced the researchers we're going to hear from today to get really creative. And as we're designing studies around opportunity zones, some things that I think are really important to keep in mind, just based on what we're seeing in the market, is that the timing and sequencing of events really matters. And again, investment didn't start to flow significantly, and the market didn't really mature until 2020. And there was really no ability to invest confidently into operating businesses in all of 2019, just because those regulations weren't finalized until December. So that's going to matter in the impacts that we see. It also, investors in normal times have 180 days to actually deploy the money. The pandemic extended that even further, that massive fundraising of 2020. And then even if you look at maybe what was financed in the first wave in 2019, much of that was real estate, and it takes time to substantially rehabilitate a property. It takes time to build one, sometimes 2 years, sometimes more. So much of what we've seen so far might not even really be economically active out there in the economy until this year. And some other challenges revolve around the idea of heterogeneity, in that both around the zones themselves and in the types of investments that are coming into communities. In that work in Indiana, we found that only 30% of opportunity zones were actually predominantly residential. So almost half were mixed use, some were just city center, some were almost exclusively rural. And this is going to matter, I think, in how we hypothesize the economic impact is going to take root locally. Similarly, their treatment's going to be different depending on what type of investments they receive. We should also keep in mind that some of the big impacts of OZs may be indirect in the spillovers that they have beyond the initial investment, and in the neighborhood effects, and those things take real time to evaluate and track. And then finally, on this front, the qualitative component I think is going to really matter in controlling for parts of the country that had these strong institutions that were very active in shaping kind of community-oriented or goal-focused opportunity zone ecosystems. Now, where are we 3 years into the life of opportunity zones? From where we're sitting, and again, advocacy hat on, but we think that the policy really does show considerable promise in the model in kind of the range of use cases that we're seeing out there, and in the range of communities reached. I think we would like to see more zones actually get OZ investment. Again, we don't know how many places have received any money through opportunity zones yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually under half at this point. So we haven't defined success on that point yet, but there's definitely room for more places to find themselves in this experiment. And again, I think there's definitely wide room to diversify off of right now the predominantly real estate focused base. And there's still some unfinished business from OZ's initial passage that we are busy advocating for and working with congressional partners in the Biden administration to help finally put that data collection and reporting regime in place. And let's do some other housekeeping, like sunset the high income census tracts that never should have been nominated as opportunity zones, improve alignment with some other federal tools to make sure that we get as much kind of impactful stuff as possible, and some other things. And then finally, to close, I think this will be a theme of the day, but the data and evaluation is essential. So all the work that people are doing on this at this conference is really critical to help us learn from this really unprecedentedly open-ended experiment in place-based policy. If we have the data collection regime in place, we're going to get so many observations out there from what this wide open tool accomplishes in the disaggregated marketplace, where it works, where it doesn't, that this may inform a whole future generation of place-based policies in addition to kind of the continued tweaking of opportunity zones themselves. So I will rest the floor, and again, David will probably tell you to give you the timestamp because I probably talked too fast, but thank you very much.
Now, I think Ed's got you beat on talking fast. But thanks, Keenan, that was great. So I want to explain a little bit about what we're doing here and what the order of the day is. We put out a broad call for papers to people who are doing empirical research on opportunity zones. We have one session on choosing the zones, which I'll talk to in a minute. Another that looks primarily at the labor market effects. That's at 11:40 this morning. At 1:40 p.m., we're going to do a couple of case studies, one on Washington, D.C. and one on Baltimore. And then at 2:30, we're going to look at the effect on property prices. And the idea was to try and bring together people who are working on these questions to kind of road test their empirical work. Even if it's too early to make conclusions, we do have some early results. As Keenan points out, we don't have a lot of data, so we have to work with the data we have. But I think importantly, this will be a template for how to evaluate opportunity zones as we go forward. A number of people are in our Zoom room, and when we get done with the presentations, I will ask them if they want to speak, and they can raise their hand and we can hear their voices. If you're watching on outside the Zoom room, please feel free to email a question to events@brookings.edu or on Twitter at #opportunityzones. Now, we have a number of questions that are kind of factual about opportunity zones. Some are about investment issues. Some are about what the Biden administration is going to do. We're not going to answer those today, probably. We might do a Q&A online, but we will do another conference later in the year that's more focused on what's happening on the ground and what's happening in Congress. Today is really focused on what's happening among academic researchers. So our first session is about how the zones were chosen. The law had some criteria. The Treasury refined them a bit, but ultimately governors had to decide from which of the zones in their state, up to 1/4 of the zones that were eligible, could be designated as opportunity zones. The decisions were some good ones, some bad ones. There is no flexibility in the law as there is now. An opportunity zone is an opportunity zone. A governor can't undo a mistake that he or she made and replace it, although as Keenan said, there are proposals in Congress to do so. So we have two papers now that look at how did governors actually go about choosing those. The first one is by Mary Margaret Frank at UVA, Jeffrey Hoops at UNC, and Rebecca Lester at Stanford. She will present for them. Then we're going to have a presentation by Ofer Eldar at Duke and Chelsea Garber at Duke on a similar question. And then I've asked Brent Theodos at the Urban Institute, who has been a student of Opportunity Zones since the very beginning, to comment on the two papers, and then we'll have time for some discussion and Q&A. So with that, I'd like to turn the screen over to Rebecca Lester to present the first paper.
Super. Thanks so much for the chance to be included in the schedule today. I'm really looking forward to hearing about the rest of the research that's happening in the space. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. And confirm, do you see my slides?
We do.
All set? Okay, super. Okay, so the title of our paper is What Determines Where Opportunity Knocks? Political Affiliation in the Selection and Early Effects of Opportunity Zones. So as David mentioned, this paper is primarily going to study the factors that were associated and influence the selection of opportunity zones by governors. So just to start, the way that the zones were selected was first the Treasury put out a list of around 42,000 eligible census tracts in January of 2018. And as we know, tracts are neighborhoods anywhere between 2,500. Some very large tracts reach up to 8,000 people. And a tract was eligible if the median income was no greater than 80% of the area's median income, or if the tract had a poverty rate over 20%. So these were, distressed tracts based on income and poverty. Now from that, as David mentioned, each governor then selected up to 25% of those tracts as opportunity zones. And then once they submitted those lists back to the Treasury reviewed those lists and then announced the final list of tracts basically between May and June of 2018. And so broadly, what we're looking at in the paper is how were these tracts selected by governors? And specifically, we're going to focus on what was the role of politics in affecting the opportunity zone selection process. We have 3 specific research questions we're addressing in this paper. The first one is, to what extent did governors select areas that were politically aligned? So what were they selecting? To what extent did governors pick an area based on being of the same political party as the governor? Secondly, and the reason that we might expect to observe this is one, perhaps these politically aligned areas were places that the governor was more familiar with and through that had superior information about those areas best poised to benefit. Alternatively, perhaps they were picking these areas as a way to reward those aligned constituencies. Now, once we study whether or not the political affiliation played a role in the selection, the second thing that we look at in the paper is, well, what types of information was used or how transparent were these states about the selection process, and did that alter the role of political affiliation? So we're interested in understanding the types of inputs that states used in order to making these decisions, and to do so, we're going to collect information on the different types of selection processes. And then finally, the third question we're going to look at is based on our assessment of early outcomes. And as Keenan mentioned, it's been quite early. The data that we have access to right now primarily is through 2019, which is before a lot of investment seemed to flow into opportunity zones. But using what data we do have, we're going to see if there were any types of outcomes were affected or varied based on the role of political affiliation. Okay, so as Keenan highlighted, there were a lot of critiques about the opportunity zone selection process, including a letter from some congressional members to the Treasury stating that some of these tracts should be reevaluated and perhaps no longer qualify for opportunity zone treatment. But as Keenan also mentioned, we've seen that there's been a lot of investment flowing into different places. And so our role here is really to approach this from an agnostic academic perspective and really try to understand how these different zones were indeed selected. So the way that we do this is that we take the sample of all of the tracts that were eligible that we have data for. So it's almost 99% of those eligible tracts that were published by the Treasury. And then we're going to compare tracts that were selected. So in this map that you see, we're going to compare those that were selected, the red tracts, to those that were eligible but not selected, the tan tracts. And as I mentioned, all of those that were eligible all had to meet those statutory requirements based on the poverty rate and the median income. And so they all meet these 2 statutory requirements, and we're going to look to see to what extent were those that picked differ from those that were not picked as a function of not only tract characteristics, but also this idea of political affiliation. Now, when I say political affiliation, the construct or the underlying economic concern that we're interested in here is whether or not that local area was of the same party as the governor. So what was the local political affiliation of the constituency? Now, in order to measure that empirically, we're actually going to look to see what was the revealed political preference of those constituents based on their local state representative. So who was the state representative that the local area selected for the lower house, or here the assembly in California, to see if that individual was of the same party of the governor. And we're going to test this using an empirical specification, a linear probability model, where we regress the indicator if an area was selected on our same party indicator variable, if the area was of the same party, along with the 2 statutory requirements and other census tract characteristics. And the goal of including those other measures is to understand the extent to which other demographic characteristics informed or helped to influence the selection by governors. So in our first test, we present the results primarily of just those other characteristics, not including political affiliation. And what we find is that indeed these other demographic characteristics played a really important role. For example, a 1 percentage point increase in the poverty rate, for example, resulted in around a 2% increase in the likelihood that an area was picked. We find similar inferences when we look at median income. So collectively, these first 2 mean that conditional on already being a distressed area, governors were more likely to pick even more distressed, even poorer locations from that pool of already low income tracts. We also find that governors were more likely to pick more populous areas, areas where the policy would potentially affect more constituents. And then we used 2 measures from the Urban Institute that our discussant Brett here was pretty integral in developing. Let me highlight one of them. We look at whether or not an area was improving in preceding periods. If an area demonstrated different metrics of socioeconomic change, the latter measure investment score signals whether or not an area was improving in terms of capital investment flowing into the area, which will relate, a lot to the second paper you'll see here. And we find really large effects. So for example, if an area seemed to be improving, there was around a 40% increase that a governor was likely to select that area. We then introduce our political affiliation variable, the variable selecting or variable identifying whether or not the area was of the same political affiliation. And we do indeed find that there appears to be around an 8% increase, so larger than the effects of some of those other demographic characteristics like population and poverty rate, that an area was selected if it was of the same political party as the governor. So in summary, for our first research question, what we find is that on average, governors seem to choose opportunity zone tracts that were poorer, more populous, already improving, some would say gentrifying, and of the same political party. So then in the second part of our paper, we then look to see, well, what was the type of information that governors used to alter that influence of political affiliation? Or was there other information that was either a substitute for the role of political affiliation, or maybe in some cases even perhaps a complement? And we think this part of the paper is particularly important because there was very little public information about opportunity zones present during the selection period. So there wasn't a lot of information in the press. There wasn't a lot of information with the public constituents about this. So really all of the information came from the Treasury to the governors and then from the governors down to the local communities. So as evidence of that, I'm showing a graph here that's basically plotting Google Trends or Google searches for just the term opportunity zone in the early months as a way to demonstrate how little was known really outside of those individuals making the decision. And the black line here is the date by which almost all of the zones had been, or I think the date by which all zones had been identified and announced by Treasury. So you can see very little information. Obviously, there's more information that ticks up later as some of the regulatory guidance starts to come out from the Treasury in the fall of 2019 and again in 2020. Or sorry, in the fall of 2018 and again in 2019. Okay, so in the absence of this information, what was the type of information used by governors? So we go and collect, we have 4 individuals, including me, and other individuals with PhDs go and collect information that we can find about the selection processes to understand what information was available in the selection decision. And so I want to give you an example of 2 different extremes. So one of the things that we did was we transcribed a number of different videos or webinars that we found either during or after the selection process. And I want to give a sense of the type of information that we're collecting. So the first is going to be from the New Mexico Economic Development Department. There, the governor relegated or really charged that economic development department to go out and to engage with the local communities in order to help identify those zones. And I'd call this kind of a bottom-up approach. And so we find here, there's a lot of text, but I'll read a few pieces of it here. There was a webinar basically in early March of 2018 where the state level representative from the economic development is asking, or is talking with local leaders and talking with them about the selection process. And they say, our role is simple. We're working with the governor's office to create a list of the recommended opportunity zones by gathering the inputs of all county managers and stakeholders. We are very, very much hoping and asking that all county managers work very closely with economic development organizations, county leaders, the Council of Governments, tribal leaders. All interested stakeholders should participate and prioritize the qualified census tracts that they are trying to nominate. And then it goes on to talk about how this person will then, submit an application and a prioritized list up to the governor. Once they compile these recommendations, the governor will review and then submit the list to the Treasury. And they close by saying, we will help make available our regional representatives to guide you through this process. So this is one example of a type of a state level involvement that then really works with the local leaders to identify those opportunity zones. Now, on a different example, what we found was a discussion by, for example, the governor of Mississippi, which seemed to be much more of a top-down approach. And so this is at a webinar, the quote that I'll read here in a minute is at a webinar that occurred in 2019, in the fall of 2019, where he's talking about the selection decision. And so the discussion is, a lot of people wanted to know, how did you pick out these 100 areas? So that, again, this is Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant discussing the selection. He says, like there's something to know. Oh, we have to find out. Oh, he knows people there. I know half of Mississippi. No, I know 2/3 of Mississippi. If you're going to be governor, if you're going to end up knowing, you will end up knowing 2/3 of Mississippi. And we're just a big neighborhood in Mississippi. Most of us are related to each other. If you take a dart and throw it at a map in Mississippi, I'm going to be able to say, oh yeah, I know exactly who lives there. I probably got relatives who live there. So what we tried to do, and I think we successfully did, is we tried to be fair to everyone. So we just tried not to pick Northeast Mississippi because Southwest Mississippi would say we didn't get our fair share. Now, there's certainly more information about both of these states. We collect a lot of different examples when we go through. So I'm just trying to highlight the type of additional work we do to understand the other types of information that informed governor's decisions. So what we do is once we go through all of this information, we classify this into different categories. And I would say this is a part of our paper that we're still really working on. As David mentioned, there's still a lot of work being done. This is certainly a part that we're going through and revisiting a lot. But currently the version that I believe is posted publicly classifies the different types of processes that we find based on the engagement of professionals. So that can be external individuals, or it can be like consultants that are hired, or it can be individuals in an economic development department, whether at the state level or the local level. If a state allowed for public comment, like happened here in California, or if there was some type of application process. And what we see when we look at these different types of processes is that if we can't find any evidence of no formal process, which doesn't mean there wasn't necessarily, no process, but we can't observe any evidence of that throughout the selection period, the likelihood of relying on that political affiliation to make the choice increases to almost 26%. We start to see, some evidence that if indeed it appears the governor, whether it was, worked with outside consultants, worked with the Economic Development Board, or allowed the public to comment on a set of proposed tracks, we see that role of political affiliation appears to decline or even go away. And so what we really conclude from this analysis is that it does appear that these different types of information used were really critical in basically either allowing that political affiliation to come through or to completely offset it. All right, so then in the third part of the paper, we try to look at some early outcomes. Again, the data is pretty early, but we want to understand if political affiliation thus far, based through early 2019, was affecting any of the outcomes that we were seeing. And we wanted to use this as a way to figure out, does this political affiliation, was it something that was just, rewarding aligned constituencies, Or was it actually, quality information that helped inform and select better areas? And so to do so, we study the area that Keenan was mentioned that has been the first to respond, and that's the real estate industry. So we look at the number of commercial real estate transactions using address level data, new construction building permits, also looking at the address level so we can perfectly map those to census tracts. And then at a less granular level, we have construction employment at the county level. And you'll note again that the date through which these data are observed is really through 2019. So unfortunately, we don't have the data yet to look through perhaps more increased activity in 2020, and thus view this as pretty early analyses. And our assumption here is that greater investment in these same party areas might be more optimal selections, or less optimal if we see less investment. And that hinges on two pretty important assumptions: that this is actually the right type of investment that should be happening from an opportunity zone. Certainly, we don't know that that's the case, and there's reasons to think those assumptions don't hold. But under those, we're going to be able to try and use these tests to say something about political affiliation. All right, so I know I'm running short on time, so let me highlight these last couple of results here. So what we do is we use a triple diff strategy, including tract fixed effects, year quarter fixed effects, and we study if, for example, the number of commercial real estate transactions increases in an area after it was selected, and we test whether or not any increase varies based on the role of political affiliation. All right, so we look at these three different outcomes you can see here: commercial real estate transactions, building permits, and construction employment. On average, we find a positive effect, implying that there is more activity, whether it's in terms of transactions or building permits, in all of these different areas after an area is selected. And interestingly, we find across three wildly different data sets that we're using here, we also see the same pattern of results. We see a coefficient that appears negative but is not statistically significant, implying that there's no difference yet in these same party areas. And I'll just graph these for you here. So we see some effect that appears to be spiking after the zone selection. But then when we split this based on whether or not an area is the same party, we observe something that seems, the red pieces here seem lower, but they are not statistically different. Okay, so in conclusion, what decides where opportunity knocks? Based on our analysis, we think that there's some really important demographic characteristics, but political affiliation does seem to matter. We also demonstrate the type of information that is used plays a critical role in the selection decision. And based on our early analysis, we don't see much in the way of early outcomes varying. And so certainly would like to continue to augment that analysis with additional data as it becomes available. We think this is really important for any future evaluation of the policy. You'll see some other papers today also try to tackle this selection question when they're looking at outcomes. And as Keenan was mentioning, to the extent that tracts are revisited, whether it's through the process of removing high income tracts, whether it's because of the more recent census data and having to tackle some of these really large tracts that were split, we think that understanding the selection decision is really important for any future empirical evaluation. All right, so thank you very much. Thank you very much to Brett for being willing to discuss the paper, and again, for including our work in the conference today.
Great. I've got one question, but we'll save it for after the presentation. So now I'd like to turn to the next paper, and I guess Ofer Eldar and Chelsea Garber are going to do some kind of duet. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but I'll leave it to them.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for the opportunity to present in this conference and for organizing it. I will be talking about my joint work with Chelsea Garber, Does Government Play Favorites? Evidence from Opportunity Zones. So let me start. I mean, we don't need to introduce again the specifics of the program, but one thing I'll say is that our paper takes on a little bit the idea that Professor Ed Glazer already mentioned, which is the Opportunity Zone programs is really designed to foster investment. If you look at the stated purpose in the legislative document, it says specifically that the purpose of the program is encouraging economic growth and investment in distressed communities by providing federal tax benefit to businesses located within designated boundaries. And as already identified, in the previous paper, and in fact, we identified this very early on, as early as 2019. We already posted some preliminary evidence on the selection process. A key feature of this program is that the governors choose the tracks based on their own discretion. And to the best of our knowledge, no other program or laws actually give governors the power to do something similar, which is basically distribute, federal tax benefit to essentially to specific investors in specific locations. So the question we really focused on is whether or not these features give rise to some kind of political favoritism. Now, so in terms of the broader question, this feature really goes to the design of government programs to promote development, right? So we contrast this approach of the OZ program, which I'm going to call the lax approach, with the merit-based approach of the Community Development Financial Institution program, right? If you think about about the OZ program, the governors, as I already said, can just choose the tracts based on their own discretion. And the funds that invest in the OZs basically qualify for tax credit based on self-reporting without any disclosure requirement, right? If you contrast this with CDFI, there's a certification of financial institutions that might direct 60% of the financing activities to low-income areas. And also they must apply for government subsidies based on a competitive process and enter into an assistance agreement with the CDFI fund, which is housed in the Treasury Department, right? Now, there is a reason for this laxity, right? The reason is that the OC program is supposed to have a much broader scope than the CDFI program and draw the mainstream investors into distressed areas. So again, there's an emphasis here on the investment aspect, right? So if you look again, I know we already saw some media reports. You see this tension between laxity and scope, right? So really reflected in the media report. There's a lot of optimism in the beginning, but shortly thereafter, there's some concerns about the allocation of OZs by the governors and suggestions that they were intended to benefit the wealthy investors, right? So, so the main research question again is basically whether favoritism predicts OZ designation. And we focus on two main measures. One is voter support for the governor at the county level. And the idea again is that governors would reward tracts that voted for them. And importantly, we also focus on investor contributions based on campaign contributions to the governor's election. Of course, we also control and look at economic factors like income, poverty, lots of others, and also whether or not these income and poverty measures are increasing or decreasing prior to the designation, right? Finally, this is not yet in the paper, but we have some preliminary evidence on the impact of designation and favoritism on investment in startup, which again is what the program was supposed to encourage. Let's keep more of the institutional background. I want to say something again. Even if discretion is not subject to any review, there's some guidance in the legislative notes that basically says that governors should give actually consideration to some particular factors. Again, we're talking about attracting investments and fostering startup activities. We want to designate areas that already had success as recipients of other tax credit. And in fact, we control for that, whether or not the tract was, essentially already included in another program, such as the CDFI program or an empowerment zone. And whether it experienced significant layoffs due to business closures or relocations. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna. I don't want to talk too much about how we construct the data, but I do want to focus on how we construct our investor favoritism variable. Okay, so the way we do this, we use data from Follow the Money. We identify governor in office at the time of OZ selection for each state. We keep campaign contributions above $1,000 to the governor in the pre-OZ election cycle and the 2018 cycle if applicable. We then use data from Venture Expert, which is data on startup investments. We construct aggregate private investments for each tract from 2003 to 2010. We identify investor firm and investee company executives. We match this to the Follow the Money data based on first and last name, and again, to the campaign contribution. So we associate investor contribution with census tract where each investee company is located. So again, just to give you sort of a slightly graphic, slightly better idea of what we're actually doing. So basically, if you're an executive that donated to the election of the Arizona governor, then the tract in which, in this case, let's say Kovac is located will be associated with investor contribution. Now, the same goes to contribution from executive in Kovac, contribution by the company Kovac itself, by AVC Capital, the investors, or the executive in ABC. These are all hypothetical, of course, so I don't want to like associate specifically with these names. So this is just one example. Right? Okay, so another thing we do in order to validate our measures, we looked at lots of newspaper reports, right? So we looked at all the news reports that looked at questionable designation. And these include things like tracts in Manhattan, which is home to offices of Pershing Square, right? That became an opportunity zone. 4 tracts in Portland in the 93rd percentile in median income among, the low-income communities, low-income tracts that are basically eligible for selection. Tract in Houston, Texas, that as of 2017 had a median family income of $250,000, right? So we collected all these reports, and we sort of validated also our favoritism measure using that, because we also find that a high percentage of these tracts are located in counties with more than 60% voter support for the governor, compared to 40% of all the OZs, and 14 tracts, 31%. Located in tracts with more than $1,000 investor contribution, compared to 3% for all the other all the other opportunities. Okay, so we first look at the distribution of the stress measure. Again, this shows you the number of designated OZ by in-state percentile of different measure of distress. So overall, this is a preliminary evidence. We see that the more distressed tract the more likely it is to be selected, which is sort of good news. But at the same time, we see that many relatively wealthy tracts were selected, which might still be okay, but it gives us some reasons to potentially be concerned about the selection process. So I'm going to skip straight to the regressions in the interest of time. So here we show marginal effect from a logic regression. So the first finding here is that voter support is not statistically significant without the full set of controls, but we include the full set of controls of education, home prices, et cetera, et cetera. Tracts are about 5% more likely to be selected. So this is consistent with the idea that governance may be rewarding voter support. Importantly, we find the tracts that are associated with investor contribution are about 7% more likely to be selected. So this is a fairly significant effect. Other findings, we do find that private investment does predict selection, and that's important. Also, poverty and unemployment rates, as we already found, trending upwards, weakly predict designation, as we see, mainly in terms of things like median family income. Now, we're very worried about selection issues, right, in studies like this. In part because tracks associated with voter support and investor contribution have different characteristics than other tracks. So in any research study, you really have to take selection very, very seriously, right? So we do a bunch of things. One is we use matching estimators, right, where we basically match tracks that have voter support and importantly investor contribution associated with the track with other, to other similar tracks, and we look, and we look at the effect of investor contribution and voter support, and the matching criteria. He has different models, and we find again results that generally support the same hypothesis. We also account for unobservables, like the possibility that there's some unobserved factors that affect the governor selection. And we follow methods by Antonji and Oster, where basically we calculate the lower bounds of the effect of favoritism as if unobservable factors determine selection, and using the standard assumption in the literature. And again, we find that basically the bound still suggests that there is favoritism does predict OZ designation. So this is just to give you a sense. The estimates from different matching model of the investor contribution variable. So that suggests that investor contribution does predict, has a larger effect than what we find in the standard regression. It's about 10% or even more higher likelihood of OZ designation. Okay, so we also do the bounding exercise, and basically the conventional assumption, which is that the unobservables would improve the prediction of OZ designation by 30%. The lower bound of the association between favoritism and designation is still positive. Okay. Importantly, we also do counterfactuals, which is sort of an interesting exercise, and I think here we can interpret this in a couple of different ways. But I'll show you, we do a different counterfactual, but the basic idea is what we do here, we shut down the favoritism variable. In this graph that I'm showing you now, we shut down both the voter favoritism and also the investor favoritism. And we basically examine if the distribution of tracks based on distress measures would change without favoritism. So here we show the 700 tracks whose selection status would change when we shut down the favoritism measure. So favoritism affects about 10% of the selected tracks. So you can argue whether that's a lot or not a lot. Many of the tracks that would be selected would still be in the same percentiles in terms of median family income. These are the dark green bars. But we still see a pretty substantial shift from relatively wealthy tracts, about 20% of the tracks. So these are the red bars, the tracks that would be selected without favoritism, to the green bars, the tracks that would be selected, right? So the red bars, these are the ones that would not be selected. There's a shift to the green bars, the poor ones. Okay? So this suggests that a sizable number of wealthy tracts do not necessarily deserve the OC designation. We do a lot of robustness tests. I'm not going to mention them now, but the final thing is that I want to show is that we start looking at the impact of favoritism on investment. And what we do here is basically we do a standard diff and diff or a triple diff and diff design. The dependent variable is the log of investment in businesses and startups. We look at both early stage investment and also at late stage investment in a tract in each quarter, before and after, right, the OZ designation. We interact OZ designation with investor contribution and with quarter dummies to see how investment evolves over time. We control for tract and county year fixed effects and cluster at the tract level. So it's a fairly robust specification. Our preliminary findings suggest the OZ designation has no effect on the investment level. Maybe there are a lot of success stories here and there, but at least for mainstream startup, we don't observe any major impact. And specifically, investor favoritism, the triple interaction, seems to have no effect except for a jump in the late stage investment in the first quarter after designation, right? So I'll show you just this graph. This is the late stage investment in tracks that are designated and also associated with investor favoritism. And you see a big jump in the first quarter after the designation, but then a drop, back a drop. So this is very preliminary and very, can be interpreted. So I want to be very careful, but maybe there's some concerns here that maybe the designation was supposed to sort of benefit or maybe benefited some specific investors that, especially late stage investment, this late stage investment that immediately jumped on the opportunity to invest in these tracks, and then but then we see a flattening or even a decline in investment afterwards.
Great.
Okay, so with that, I just want to conclude. Lax designation may be tainted by political favoritism and may result in allocated tax benefits to profit maximizing funds. On the bright side, governors do take into account economic distress in those designation. This seems to be a major factor. Too early to determine the outcomes, and we look forward to continuing to do more research on this. Thank you.
Brett Theodos, the discussant.
Great. Thanks so much, David, for planning this session. It's a really helpful synopsis and so timely. Thanks also to the authors. I really enjoyed these two papers. And thanks also to all the participants for joining in. This is a fun way to be able to do this, even though we're remote. It's still good to engage. So I'm Brett Theodos. I'm a senior fellow at the Urban Institute. Have been doing a lot of stuff around OZs, in part initially to guide. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, good.
Great. Okay. And also to help understand the program and how it's playing out, and to help propose reforms and tweaks along the way. So we've done some assessment work looking at how the program is rolling out, more of it in a qualitative form, finding ways that it's built some new ecosystems and engaged some new actors, finding that it really hasn't done better or worse with respect to community engagement, resident engagement than other federal economic development programs, but also finding that many mission-based projects are struggling to be paired with investors, and there's some structural reasons for that. Certainly confirming the real estate bias of the program, somewhat related to exit strategies, and really fundamentally finding that OZs are needing to be paired with other subsidy tools, that it's too shallow a subsidy to kind of stand on its own feet, enable in the ability to produce impactful projects, communities locally. So one comment for the day that I'm bringing to this is really just to think of it as, by way of metaphor or analogy, I know these aren't RCT studies, but I think it's helpful to think of these more as an intent to treat than a treatment on the treated model. So think of it as studies assessing whether people signed up for their vaccine, not whether they got it. And I do want to reflect differently on the history of the program. I do not principally or solely blame reconciliation for the reason that we only have the ITT level insights. That is why we don't have data on where the program has gone to date. And we really don't know because the Trump administration intentionally chose to only collect information on tax forms that deliberately made it difficult to get off. And we could have had an alternative process with certification, whereby we know for opportunity funds, some required reporting, and there's really nothing to prevent that in a statute. So it's somewhat of a failure of how the bill came to life in a fully partisan manner with just budget reconciliation, but it's really also having to do with how it's administered. And then, of course, Congress hasn't yet acted to add more requirements. So I think it is also helpful as a frame. I view, when I bring the earlier comments about whether this is really OZs are a good illustration for other community development programs or processes, I think in some ways, yes, but in some ways, no. And I would encourage us to think more about 1031 exchanges and EB5s than I would about new market tax credits and low-income housing tax credits and even empowerment zones. But to the papers, I really appreciated them. I thought there was a considerable amount of work that went into them. So kudos to the authors. They've definitely helped grow our evidence base about OZs. They're quite similar in question and approach, and thankfully they're similar in conclusions, which I take as very welcome replication that I would love to see more of in program evaluation. I know there's some journalistic pressure for every paper to be terminally unique, but I also think that means that most papers are dreadfully obscure. And so I want to congratulate the authors and hope they're confident in their contributions. So some specific comments I have that I can share in writing for the papers, but I'm going to focus on the bigger picture issues for the good of the whole group. First, I didn't emerge with real concerns about the modeling approaches. They felt strong to me. I did have some concerns more with some of the measures that were included that I'll talk to. Also, some, but I thought not all of the problems could be identified to map back to the time that zones were available to be picked in the first place. And so I was hoping from a policy frame and a transparency frame, it feels like a lot is loaded on governors, but there's going to be a few comments that I'm weaving through where I think I'd like us to contextualize the process a little more so that we don't quite so solely focus in on governors. And one of the issues that I see as a flaw in the legislation that really affected the limited ability to be transparent in this process and potentially led to some of these effects around the politicization of selection is just the short time frame, and that governors could kind of skate by without getting as much transparency on it. But I'd also like for that, similarly themed but different emphasis is for Treasury to have a more prominent narrative in the articles. So Treasury had the authority to review and to certify the zones that had been nominated. They were the designators, but they really did nothing productive or proactive to guide or to steer governors toward better choices, and they could have. And so in that sense, I would also like to see Treasury amplified. That role is missing, I think, from the essays in current form. I'm not a political scientist. I should have started with that mea culpa, and this is not principally the sort of thing that I study. I did do one paper in my undergrad thesis that did see that a program in Illinois was disproportionately awarded to competitive districts. So I was pleased to see in the paper that was playing favorites that you did incorporate that competitive district element. I would have liked to go even a little lower than the 50 to 60%, but maybe more 45 to 55, those real bubble places, and see that. And I would encourage a reflection, even though it didn't actually turn up to find anything, but it was something that I was asking myself for the Opportunity Knox paper. I thought that was important to at least grapple with, because I think a different theory to bring to this is governors tried to buy off places that they wanted to win, not just reward places that were already in their pocket, if you will. So I would also like to, this is my big push, and I know the rewards are maybe not built in, but I feel like there's this academic journal industrial complex that makes papers appear in a certain way. And I think that means in these cases that, from my view, you all have done terrific work, but have overleaned into the multivariate results at the expense of the descriptive. And I would love to see more state-by-state descriptives. 8 robustness checks and multiple model specifications, that's one audience in mind. And so maybe there needs to be a little bit of rendering to Caesar what is Caesar and God to what is God's. Like maybe you do something that's really more of the academic paper to only speak to the academics. But I think there is a policy audience that is interested in the conclusions of these papers. So if you can't get it in one product, I really would encourage you to create a separate product that digs into the state-by-state findings. And I was encouraged in the slides, not yet the paper, but trust it'll get there for the Opportunity Knox one to really begin to dig in a little more to some of the state-specific examples. I really think some case studies or vignettes would be possible. I'd love to see states graded, you know, how high they were above and below expectations. I know there's a little bit in there that can be eked out, but I think that could be made more prominent. Get a score, a summary score. I think that would be highly policy relevant. And as part of that, and perhaps bridging back to my comment about the lack of perhaps the importance of governors or the full importance of governors as might come through in reading the essays, is really then through these case studies or other examples is to try to dig into more about how governors really did this selecting. So I know of governors and examples where they said, okay, all of you county executives, we're going to give you the authority and you tell us which zones you nominate. Or, you know, to lift up a different example, Illinois, you know, the governor says to Mayor Emanuel in Chicago, tell me which zones you want and I will put them in. And sometimes it really was just, you know, Mayor Emanuel deciding Chicago and giving it to the governor of Illinois. Sometimes it was more of a suggestion approach, and then the governor might still tweak it. But I think it's important to dig into from a policy and a conclusion perspective, because you're loading a lot on the political affiliation of the governor. But in reality, that's not how all the processes played out. And so I think in that sense, the papers can feel overly simplistic to how the actual context and decision-making was made. And so my encouragement to be nothing against the webinars, and I like that you're digging into those, that was encouraging. But just between all of the papers that are looking at this, split up the 50 states plus DC and do some interviews. You know, some of the people in those positions have left their jobs and will probably speak pretty candidly now. They probably, you know, especially if they were off the record. I mean, a lot of the participants on this very webinar know a lot of the states and how they actually played out. And so I'd encourage you to try to dig in more. And then I think this could be quantified and you could make some real classifications of how governors really did the selection process that can then inform the politicization question. And I think it could be an improvement upon, I liked the line of thinking in the paper that looked at the channels, the information channels, but I worried those were endogenous and that the kind of governor who was more likely to have this kind of process was also the kind of governor who was more willing to make these kinds of choices. And so I don't take that as a true problem. I mean, it's still interesting to see, but I think one could emerge with a conclusion of, oh, if a governor just had a process, then we would have had a different outcome. And I think that's where it's more to me symptom than and cause. But I think digging into some of the process on a state-by-state basis, again, I don't think too big a lift for all 50 states or all those you could get would be a really valuable addition. And in terms of the paper's structure, I did feel like it was a lot to cram in the selection and some of the outcome analysis. So I'll defer to you, but my read would have been to try to split those into separate papers. And then a bigger question on the measurement and some of the variables. I wondered, and I don't know these data as well as you do, so you can answer in a minute, but why not look at party affiliation data and get a more granular spatial focus? I didn't like the use of counties. LA County has 10.4 million people. And similarly for the same party designation, I wonder, and the recent election, I wonder if we could just look more contemporaneously at, affiliation data. I liked the inclusion of the follow the money political donor data. I thought that was a nice addition, but I didn't like the emphasis on venture capital and private equity. And I still felt it was somewhat funny to have all these barrage of robustness checks, but then miss, for example, like real estate developers, who to me stand out as the biggest beneficiary of this program and the most influential in helping governors or encouraging or cajoling governors to make decisions. So it felt a little odd to put so much. I mean, we know that 3% of the program so far is going to operating businesses. So it really is a real estate program. And yet, that's not, you kind of could read the paper and think, wow, you really modeled that. And it didn't emerge feeling that way. Small comment, I was interested in nonlinear specifications for poverty and income in particular, because I think there was potentially a sweet spot that's not the most distressed and perhaps not the least distressed. So if there's nothing there in the effects, there's nothing there, but I was interested in learning that. And then I did like the frame about the analysis that looked at, without favoritism, 10% of tracks wouldn't have been selected. And without favoritism, 20% of those designations would have been shifted. I think that's a really powerful statistic that I would elevate up. And the other paper may want to consider something similar. I didn't like excluding DC in the Opportunity Knox paper and excluding contiguous tracks in the Plain Favorites paper. More people than Wyoming had a legitimate selection process. And if it's too liberal, so are some other states, not maybe that much, but approaching that much partisanship in either direction. And similarly, contiguous tracks are really important, I think, in understanding the program. I thought the importance of gentrification as an empirical driver really relates to the structural elements of the incentive and what's built in. And so wrapping up, I think many of us saw potential for manipulation in this program's design before it was statute. And so in that sense, and the media have certainly documented that anecdotally. So in that sense, the papers aren't telling us things we fundamentally don't know, but I think they are really helpful in putting a number on it. I didn't especially like the framing of, engage professional advisors as though that's a solution. And I think really, there is this underlying implicit critique of governors when I think more could be done to criticize the program design that allowed such latitude to begin with, and Treasury administration that provided no oversight. And last point is, I think the papers could lean just a little bit more into why the zone selection matters so much. And that is, to lift up by way of illustration, in new markets, we have community development entities that apply competitively. And you do say that, but to bring in the implication that, a minority of zones could get a majority of OZ capital. And so in that sense, it matters much more than the low-income housing tax credit or, new markets or some of these other tools, what the zone selection was. So I think that could be amplified a bit. Okay, thank you so much for the chance to comment. I really enjoyed the papers.
Thank you very much, Brett. That was very comprehensive. We're a little behind schedule, so I'm just going to blow through the break so that we can get to some questions. If the people on the Zoom call have a question, raise your hand. I'm going to read one question, and then I'm going to ask David Newmark if he wants to comment. Michael Snydal, apologies if I've pronounced the name wrong, says that in both papers, the explanatory power, the R squared, is limited. How does the authors deal with this limitation? Is this a story of noisy data and a lot of variability in where opportunity knocks? I think I want to take three questions and then let the authors respond. David Newmark, we can call on you if you want, if you're still with us, or if not, I'll.
Can you hear me?
Yes, David, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, I guess it's Becky, not Rebecca, looking at the name in your box. You showed, I think in your selection slides, that places that were, I think it was called socioeconomic change, which I guess is improving, improving places got selected, all else the same. Then you have sort of a simple two-way fixed effects model and find a positive effect of actually being selected. Suggests that you need to really be concerned about the path places are on in inferring a causal effect. So I wonder if you did more on that.
Great. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question orally? If not, we'll just turn to those two. Why don't we turn to those two? Authors, whoever wants to speak, speak.
I'll go ahead and just respond to that question from David. So it's an excellent question and one that we've grappled a lot with. So I would say the big picture that we're grappling with our paper is something that Brett hit upon. Thank you, Brett, for your comments as well, which is like, do we put the outcomes in or not? And we keep getting mixed evidence or mixed feedback on that, like whether that's part of the paper or not. However, thinking just about the effect that you're talking about, two empirical things that we've tried, or one we've tried to do and another one that we are in the process of attempting to do is exactly to address this issue. We know they're improving beforehand, and based on the score we have from the Urban Institute, there aren't that many that actually have that. So we have worked with an entropy balancing approach to try to come up with some more synthetic controls that would allow us to hopefully control for that. But the number of tracks that were kind of coded as improving is limited. So we're weighting a lot of, we're putting heavy weights on a very few number of tracks. So the second approach that we've talked about is doing more of like a regression discontinuity, where we're trying to maybe look at some tracks that were improving in preceding periods, but we're just above that 20% poverty rate, or the 80, right below that 80%, or the other way on the median income, and see if we can use those for some better identification. So it is certainly a concern that we're quite worried about and are hoping to address and tackle a bit more empirically once we determine if that piece of the paper will continue or if we spin that out into something else.
And Ofer or Chelsea on the R-squared question?
Yeah, so let me step in. The question I would know whether the R-squared is high enough or not high enough is sort of can be a little bit subjective here, right? So it's now regressions, it's around 10%. But one thing that I will say is that this is why it's so important to do some of the exercises we do with respect to matching, and also try to think about selection on unobservables, right? So this is why we do the bounding exercise. And we show that even if you take into account that there's some unobservables that could affect the selection, the estimates are still bounded with a positive coefficient, right? So by positive coefficient. And so likelihood, it still seems to be the case that favoritism has some impact on the OZ designation, even if there might be unobservables, right? We don't also know the direction of the unobservables, right? But so even if there might be some unobservables that might mitigate some of the, some of the effects that we see in the data.
Ofer and Chelsea, I got an email from John Lettieri at EIG, who's says that on the stuff that you haven't yet put in the paper, he basically says, give me a break. You wouldn't expect to see much activity in startups 1 quarter in, given how the business works, and also given that the regulations on businesses came later. I'm just passing that along.
So let me, I'll connect it to the question by Brett, because he mentioned this thing about the issue of that study. So first of all, the venture expert data does include some data. It does include data on REITs. So let me say that. So first, so it's not, it's private equity venture capital broadly defined. But again, so we gotta see what we're looking at, right? First, we're looking at investments. We're not looking at some outcomes, right? Or like some outcome of revenues or something like that, right? So we're looking at investments. We're not necessarily, first of all, this is also not in the paper, going back to what, the other issue, the other point that Brett raised, whether we should include the impact and lump it together with the selection process in one paper, right? So this is still not in the paper. This is just preliminary evidence that we're showing. Now, we're open to the idea that perhaps we're going to see investment later down the road, right? That's very possible. I will point out one thing, which is the way that the program is designed. It's actually you get there's some incentives within the program to make the investment relatively early, right? So when you actually can, the earlier you make the investment and use the capital gains and to invest in OZs, it's a bit more complicated, the specifics of this, but the earlier, the more tax credits you will be able to get. So there are some investment to invest early. Now, I'm not overruling that we're going to see effects, in the long term. I mean, this is what we're here to examine, but that's, but it's worth mentioning that there are some incentive to invest early. And one more thing I would like to say just before I move to the next question. So it is true that, in practice, this program, is sort of drawing the real estate investors potentially, right? But that's not what it's supposed to do, right? Based on what you read in the legislative comments, right? So that's the key. That's sort of why we're trying to focus on what it is supposed to do, right? So in that respect, looking at startup activity, could be, is arguably the correct thing to look at.
Chelsea, you want to weigh in here? I don't want you to be left out.
I just wanted to jump in on another point Brett made, actually, which was this idea of rewarding voters versus trying to attack these marginal districts. We did go through kind of every iteration of binning these voting percentages. We looked at the 45 to 50, the 50 to 55. We even tried kind of a running regression discontinuity to see if we could, detect anything there. Another idea that I had was looking at some of the governors were term limited. So you might think they might be less sensitive in some ways to trying to turn these marginal districts, but that's a little tough because then it's obviously really correlated with some of these state policies and stuff, and you have a low sample size. But point well taken. I think we didn't have strong priors on what we would see, but really our results show up at that 60 to 70% rewarding the voters.
Becky, did you want to respond to anything that Brett said before we move on to the next panel?
I'll just say thank you. I know we're kind of over time, so there's a lot of comments for us to digest, and I'm really grateful, Brett, for your time, and it was a pleasure to be included in the same session as Ofer and Chelsea's paper as well.
Great.
So thank you.
I'm going to keep us on schedule, so thank you all, both for the very well-ordered presentations and Brett for that incredibly comprehensive commentary. And we're going to move now to another topic which is really central, which is labor market effects. Let me explain to you a little bit about how we're going to do this session. First, I'm going to beg the speakers to keep to their 15-minute time limits. In another iteration of the Brookings virtual conference software, there's going to be a big countdown clock, and your face is going to be obscured at 14 minutes and 59 seconds, but I don't have that yet. So we have 3 papers on labor market effects and 2 discussants, and then we'll have time for Q&A at the end. I think I'll introduce the papers as they go so people can keep track. And again, if you're in the Zoom room and have questions, feel free to put them in the chat. And if you're watching online, feel free to email them to events@brookings.edu. The first paper is, what is the impact of opportunity zones on employment outcomes? This is by Rachel Atkins, Pablo Hernandez Lagos, and Rob Siemens at NYU, and Christian Yara Figueroa at MIT. And Rob will make the presentation. So Rob, the screen is yours.
Great, thank you, David. Let me just pull up my slides here. You can hear me okay?
Yep, great.
Okay, and you can see the slides okay?
Great.
Okay, good. So David, thank you very much for inviting us to present our work. Let me just briefly say at the outset, I apologize in advance if you hear my kids in the background. It's sort of one of those days and the nature of life here in New York and with COVID. So I'm Rob Siemens. I'm a professor at NYU. You just heard a moment ago about my co-authors, Pablo, Rachel, and Chris. The title of our paper is, what is the impact of opportunity zones on employment? And so we are very specifically focused on employment because that is one of the desired outcomes of this program. So David, at the start of the program today, very succinctly described opportunity zones. Here's another way to think about opportunity zones. This comes from the Council of Economic Advisors Economic Report of the President. Opportunity zones chart a new course in federal policy aimed at uplifting distressed communities. OZs cut taxes to increase economic activity by spurring private sector investment, job creation, and self-sufficiency. So in this paper, we're going to be focused very explicitly on job creation. Other papers are focused on other dimensions. Later this afternoon, we'll hear a lot about the private sector investment. We are focused on job creation. And in particular, we're focused on job creation in distressed communities because that is an explicit desire of this program. Okay, so how are we going to do this? First, we use Burning Glass job posting and posted wages data from January of 2015 to December of 2020. I'll say more about that on the next slide. We're going to be focused on zip codes, okay, as opposed to census tracts. I'll describe a little bit more about that on the next slide as well. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at zip codes that have one or more opportunity zones in them, and we're going to compare them to other zip codes that have that could have had a tract that qualified as an opportunity zone, but didn't. Okay, and we're going to call these our control zip codes, and we are very intentionally focused on only on the low income status census tracts. That's intentional, again, because the goal of the program is to uplift distressed communities. And so we want to assess the extent to which the program was able to do that. With these in hand, right, our sort of treated and control zip codes, we're then going to compare job vacancies and wages in the treated zip codes to these closely matched zip codes pre and post the opportunity zone designation. And we will also talk a little bit about some early findings that we have on the effects of COVID on these opportunity zones. So why are we using the Burning Glass data? So some of you are probably fairly familiar with this data. For those of you that aren't, what Burning Glass does is they capture nearly the universe of job postings. These are from online job boards that get scraped and processed by Burning Glass. So we have the job postings. We also have wages for a subset of those job postings, okay, but we're missing wages for all of them. And so there is sort of a selection issue there that we will have to deal with, and I'll talk more about a little bit later on. It also turns out that for this Burning Glass data, the data is better at the zip code level as opposed to the census tract level. And so we're going to be aggregating from the census tract level up to the zip code level. We'll talk a little bit later on about the trade-offs that are involved with that. It's going to perhaps make our data a little bit noisier, but there are various robustness checks that we can do to see whether that's impacting anything that we're finding. If you will, those are the downsides of the data. A ton of upsides to the data. First of all, the data is really timely. So we're aggregating this job posting data to the monthly level. We could aggregate it even finer to the weekly level if we wanted to, but we're aggregating it to the monthly level from January 2015 all the way to December 2020. Okay, so very timely. We've done a fair bit of work validating that this Burning Glass data is actually a good leading indicator of employment outcomes. So in the paper, we present some of this where we correlate the Burning Glass data to quarterly census of employment and wages and to zip code business pattern data. In addition, a variety of other academics, I've listed some of them here, this is just a small subset of the folks that have done this, have also validated that this data is quite reliable and is very useful for assessing employment outcomes. Okay, so what are the steps? So first step is we're going to talk a little bit about selection, right? We heard a moment ago that the entire session was on selection. So it's very important to think about selection. We're going to be thinking about the characteristics of census tracts that were designated as opportunity zones. We're going to use that to sort of motivate this propensity score approach that we do. And then what we're going to do is for each state, and again, you heard why it's important to do this on sort of a state-by-state basis, given all the variability at each state. For each state, we will then predict census tract opportunity zone designation. We will aggregate these predictions to the zip code level, and then match what we're going to call the treated zip codes to similar zip codes with no opportunity zone tracts. Then again, with our sort of treated and control zip codes, we're going to take this to data, right? We have a panel data set up. We're going to run a number of panel data regression models where we compare job postings and posted wages across these treated and control zip codes. We have an additional sort of selection issue to deal with the wages that I'll talk about, or I'll touch on briefly in a moment. And then we run a variety of robustness tests, and we also talk about the treatment heterogeneity. Okay, so first on selection. Again, we heard a lot about this in the past hour. I am intentionally suppressing some of the output here just so we can focus on a few things that we think are pretty interesting. So what we're doing here is at the census tract level, we are predicting which census tracts are selected as opportunity zones. A few interesting things to point out here. First thing I want to point out is the same party, Democrat and Republican. This should remind you of the paper by Lester and colleagues. So what we're finding is that when the governor is the same party as the local state representative who sort of represents that census tract, it is more likely that that zone is then designated as an opportunity zone. Sorry, that tract is designated as an opportunity zone. This is perhaps splitting, if you will, what Lester et al. Do. We look at Democrat versus Republican, that the effect is more strong for sort of Republican governor and Republican representative. So that's sort of one thing to point out. The other thing to point out, and again, you heard about this in the prior papers as well, is that the tracts that were selected to be opportunity zones, right? So here we're looking at income growth. These were tracts that were, if you will, sort of already on a good trajectory, okay? We are agnostic as to whether that's a good or a bad thing, whether it represents favoritism or anything like that. We just think it's really important to point out that there is a ton of selection at play here. And so that motivates our approach of coming up with a treated and a control, a propensity score matched control sample. Okay, I'm gonna spend a moment on this slide. So what we're doing here is this is raw data. We are plotting for each of the months in our data set, the number of job postings. And what we're going to do, if you first focus on the blue ones, I'm focused on the upper panel here. If you look at the blue ones, these are the zip codes that have census tracts that were designated as opportunity zones. Okay, so you can see pre-2018 and then post-2018, so from January 2019 after. Okay, you see I've got this gray bar here for 2018. What we're going to do, and we'll talk about robustness checks as well, but what we're going to do is we're going to say pre-opportunity zone is before 2018, post-opportunity zone is after 2018, so 2019 and after. Our reasons for doing this are related to some of the remarks you heard from Keenan earlier this morning about sort of how long it took for this program to sort of unfold during the year of 2018, as well as some of the other selection things that are going on during 2018 that we heard from the prior speakers. So the first thing to notice is that when it comes to job postings, these zip codes that are blue are, there's a level difference between those and the ones that are green. So what are the ones that are green? These are all of the zip codes that could have qualified for having an opportunity zone in them, but didn't. Okay, and so again, it suggests that there really is some selection effects at play here. And so what we do is we come up with these closely matched zip codes. These are the ones in orange. You can see they track pretty well prior to the opportunity zone designation. And then you can see what the effects are afterwards. Okay, on the bottom panel, what we've got is the difference between the blue and the orange. Okay, you can see it sort of hovers, it's a little below zero, but around zero pre-designation. And then post-designation, there's perhaps an uptick. And then in particular, there's a real uptick that we noticed once COVID hit. So that's the sort of narrow gray bar right here. Now, if you will, this is sort of, again, this is just raw data, but this sort of summarizes our paper in a nutshell. Okay, there's perhaps a little bit of a post opportunity zone designation effect on employment. It turns out it's not going to be statistically significant. Really, there's an effect during this COVID period. Okay, so now what we're going to do is put a little bit more structure around this. So what we're interested in, this is our outcome over here. We're interested in job postings in zip code J in month T. We're going to include the zip code and month fixed effects. And then what we're interested in is what happens in that zip code J post opportunity zone. And then we will also include this post-COVID effect as well. We're going to cluster our errors both at the zip code and the state level. We've done it at other levels too that I'm happy to talk about. It's going to turn out that the basic story doesn't really change depending on clustering. To the extent that it does, then I think it's just worth keeping in mind, right as researchers, it's worth keeping in mind whether we want to try to be finding an effect, versus sort of being as transparent as possible about what the results might say. Okay, so what do the results say? Let's focus on column 1 here. This is so this is job postings, right? Or I guess we also say vacancies. This is our, the effect of the treatment on the treated. We have our controls in here as well. We are clustering it at the zip code level. We see this positive effect, but it's not significant. If we cluster a bit broader at the state level, again, the significance goes down even more. We introduced this post-COVID dummy here. And again, you can start to see an effect there. But again, it's going to be sensitive to how you cluster the standard errors. So that's employment. Here's wage. So wage, we do see an effect that is robust to however you want to do the clustering. Now recall, one of the issues with wages here, if you look at the N here, the number of observations for vacancies, it's 675,000 or so. When we look at wages, we're about 400,000, right? So we're losing some observations because we don't have the wage data for as many of the periods and as many of the zip codes as we do for the employment. Okay, so perhaps a selection issue going on there. We have a way of correcting that I'm happy to talk more about offline. Again, we do see a positive, statistically significant, small, whether it's meaningful or not, the discussants might have something to say on that, but we do see an effect here on wage. We have a variety of other results, some of which are in the paper. Well, I should mention that the paper that we have posted, this is sort of real time, David. I hope you appreciate that. A lot of the results I'm showing you today are taking advantage of some of what we've learned, frankly, from reading the papers by some of the other co-authors that are, or some of the other authors that are presenting today, including the authors that presented this morning on the large amount of selection going on. And so we've been rerunning some of our results. And so not all of this is in the paper, but it's in the process of being updated. So we talked about clustering. We can talk about other different time varying controls that we include or not. We can talk about other ways of saying what is the pre-period and post-period. We can talk about comparing the treated zip codes to all qualified zip codes as opposed to just the propensity score ones that we created. In all cases, the results are basically the same. The results are basically that there's perhaps some evidence of a positive increase in employment, but it is not a statistically significant effect in employment post opportunity zone designation. Let me set aside some of the other heterogeneous effects. I can talk more about that later. So how do we interpret this? So little evidence that opportunity zone designation is associated with higher job postings in low income opportunity zone areas. There is, however, some evidence that maybe this is starting to increase over time. And again, keep in mind what we showed with that post-COVID period. It does look like it is increasing over time. One of the challenges, of course, is sort of disentangling how much of that is due to something specific to the opportunity zone, as opposed to other types of policies that may have been put in place because of COVID. So how would we summarize what we've got? So job postings are a good indicator of employment outcomes. So far, no evidence that opportunity zones have led to employment gains, yet. We think that's an important caveat. Opportunity zones are relatively new. The effect on employment could still manifest in the future. And I'll stop there.
Great, thank you very much. The next paper is titled Job Growth from Opportunity Zones. The authors are Elena Araveva of Wisconsin-Madison, Morris Davis of Rutgers, Andrea Gent of UNC, and Minseon Park, also of University of Wisconsin. The presentation will be by Elena Araveva.
First of all, thank you so much for putting the paper on the program. It's so great to see it among other amazing papers on opportunity zones. But let me get into it. So as the previous paper, we are studying the effect of opportunity zones on its intended outcome, which is the job growth. So that's our main research question. And we use the difference in difference strategy to show that after 2017 to 2019, the program increased employment and establishment growth in targeted tracts by 3 to 4.6 percentage points. And it did so by encouraging entry of new establishments, with the largest effects seen in construction and real estate related industries. And this growth is broad-based across industries with different skill levels. And perhaps surprisingly, we also see evidence of positive spillovers to nearby tracts. So I'll skip the details of the program because we talked a lot about that in the beginning of the conference, but let me highlight that we're using a similar strategy to previous papers, which is comparison between designated tracts and eligible tracts that were not designated by the program. And here's a picture for New York that illustrates our empirical strategy. So in the empirical strategy, we use all the data from all 87,000 tracts, and our main data set will be Your Economy time series. So this is establishment level data for employment from 1997 to 2019 that covers all US public and private establishments. And this data is similar to more standard BLS data sets in terms of coverage and quality, and we have references about that in the paper. However, this data does not allow us to see where people live, so we can only say what happens with employment on the establishment level, and we're looking forward to evidence from other papers on what happens with locations of workers. But in the paper, we use track level data set as our main data set. So what we do is with some establishment level data, so sum all employment and count the number of establishments in the tract to get to our track level analysis. And then we supplement this data set with a list of eligible tracts from Urban Institute and American Community Survey, where we take the covariates before the start of the policy. So here are summary statistics for our data set. On the right, you can see means for designated opportunity zones. And on the left, you can see means for tracts that were eligible but were not designated as opportunity zones. And this is before the start of the policy. So few things are becoming prominent right away. First, before the start of the policy, those tracts that were eventually selected had higher employment to start with, but also experienced lower employment growth prior to the start of the policy. Moreover, you can see the American Community Survey controls that we're using that are pretty standard to what other papers are doing. But the important part is that you can see that those tracts are heterogeneous in terms of those controls. So how do we make sure that the pre-trends actually hold for those tracts that are a little bit different? So first we do standard pre-trends graph, which you can see on the slide. So on x-axis, we have 2-year growth periods. For example, 2019 corresponds to growth from 2017 to 2019. And on y-axis, you can see our main dependent variable, which is the employment growth. And then 2 graphs correspond to the 2 groups that we're comparing. So designated line, the red line is designated opportunity zones, and blue dashed line is eligible tracts that were not designated. And you can see that prior to 2017, the trends in employment growth are pretty similar. And we also do additional analysis where we estimate our main model before the start of the policy. So we regress employment or establishment growth on prior growth, on controls, and we also include or not include designation dummy. And then what we do is we predict in sample and out of sample, so predict for 2017-2019 period, what was the predicted growth, and then the graphs that you will see will show you the actual growth minus the predicted growth using our model estimated before the start of the policy. So here are the graphs for establishment growth. The only difference between the 2 graphs that you're seeing is that on the right, we included designation dummy in our model, and then on the left, we didn't. And on the right, the average errors are 0 because we included this dummy. But just looking at the picture, you can see it doesn't seem like there was a big trend before the start of the policy. But after the start of the policy, when we do the out of sample prediction, we can see that actual establishment growth exceeds the predicted establishment growth based on our model. And actually the difference, the predicted difference is similar to our empirical estimates. All right, and that's similar for employment growth. So let me get into our main research design. So we do two-way fixed effects, so difference and difference, regression, growth and employment or establishment growth on post dummy, treatment dummy, and their interaction. And we control for census tract characteristics that I've shown you before. So one other thing to note is that we see some outliers in our data, like for example, 400,000% employment growth, and we report those stats in the paper. So to eliminate influence of those outliers, we will prefer specifications that are not impacted as much by outliers, such as quantile regression, or for LS, we will binzerize the dependent variable at 1%. And because of lack of time, let me skip to our main estimates. So here, what we do is we divide the sample into two parts. The left side, columns 1 and 2, show our estimates for urban tracts, so tracts in metro areas. And then columns 3 and 4 show our estimates for tracts in more rural areas, which we define as those that are not in metro areas. And the highlighted numbers show our estimates of the impact of the program. First thing to note is that the right side, so the rural tracts, seems like there was not a huge impact of the program on the employment growth, while on the left side, we see a positive significant impact of the program on urban tracts. And specifically, if we look at column 1, which is the quantile regression, and column 2, which is OLS with dependent variable binzerized, we can see that estimates vary from 3 to 4.6 percentage points, which will be our benchmark estimates in the paper. And here we already control for prior employment growth, we control for American Community Survey controls, and we use only our preferred specifications. All right, so now we want to make sure that our results are robust. So we do a lot of robustness checks, including dividing the sample into low income tracts or those that are contiguous. And what we see is that for low income communities, the estimates are pretty close to baseline. And then for those that are contiguous communities, estimates are higher, but also the standard errors are higher because we lose a lot of sample. So there's only like 85 opportunity zones that are left. So it doesn't seem to make a big difference for our results. Then we do a more classic placebo test where we pretend that designation happened in 2015 instead of 2017. And we regress pre-designation outcomes on designation dummy, this new redefined post dummy, and their interaction. And it seems like we mostly pass this placebo test, which really comforts us in terms of robustness of our results. We'll also follow Frank, Hopes, and Lester in checking that the political affiliation, whether political affiliation was important for our results. So we replicate their variable, which is the same party dummy. So the share of the lower tract House representatives that belong to the same party. And we control for this variable, and we also create interaction term and include that interaction term in our estimates. And what we see is that it doesn't make a huge difference. So when we control, estimates are pretty much the same. When we include interaction term, either it's insignificant, or if anything, it reduces employment and establishment growth. And finally, we do one of the estimates thanks to Kevin, Ed, and David, who shared their code with us, which is a variation of the propensity score estimate, which is called doubly robust difference and difference. So this is the estimator that allows for propensity score model or the main empirical model to be misspecified, and it still will produce robust estimates. And what we see is that estimates are actually even higher than our baseline. So 5 percentage points for employment growth and around 4 or 5 percentage points for establishment growth. So now finally, once we establish that the program creates positive employment growth, how the program actually creates new employment. So first thing we've done is testing whether the program creates employment through intensive margin, so through existing establishments, or new establishments, so extensive margin. And no matter how we define existing establishments, we see that the program does not significantly impact those establishments. So we conclude that the new establishments, so creation of new establishments or extensive margin, is driving this positive employment growth. Now we also want to see how the policy impacts different industries and who actually gets hired. So for our heterogeneity over industries, we use Mian-Sophie classification, who divide all industries into 4 categories that are listed at the bottom. So with construction, we have pure construction, any real estate development or development industries. Non-tradables include retail or restaurants. Tradables include all industries that have a big share of imports and exports. And others include all industries that didn't fit into previous categories. The bars represent our estimates of the impact of the program, with the left bars being the benchmark estimates, 4.6 percentage points for employment growth and 4.2 percentage points for establishment growth. And then on the right, we present our estimates on a sample of industries of that specific type. And what we can see is that the biggest impact of the policy was on construction-related industries, which perhaps is not surprising given our discussions today. But even if we exclude construction and only run our model on all other industries, we can still see positive significant impact on other industries as well. Now, a lot of policymakers were concerned that the policy will be creating employment only for high-skilled workers. So to test that, we use Aldensky's skill intensity measure that measures average educational level of labor used in industry. It goes from some high school education to graduate school. And then we divide the sample into 2 or 5 parts, depending on the level of the skill intensity measure. And here represents our results based on the sum samples. So the left bars, again, represent our benchmark results. Then you can see results when we divide the sample into 2 parts. And then the remaining bars represent our estimates for division the sample into 5 parts based on the skill intensity measure. And what you can see is that the effect of the policy is broad-based across industries with different skill levels, not only high-skilled workers. And if anything, the biggest impact was for those industries that have median skill level. Moreover, we have some additional heterogeneity results, but let me quickly tell you about the spillover results. So the big question here, as Ed mentioned, is whether the policies are effective and whether the policies simply shift employment from nearby tracts to designated tracts, or maybe alternatively, the presence of opportunity zones can create some agglomeration spillovers. So to test this, we'll extend our sample to include tracts that are contiguous to all eligible tracts, and then tracts that are contiguous to contiguous tracts, and so forth, up to 4 levels of contiguity. And then we include a treatment dummy for those contiguous tracts that basically allow us to compare tracts that are contiguous to designated tracts with tracts that are contiguous to eligible but not designated tracts to measure spillovers to nearby tracts. So here are my remaining results, where in column 1 you can see our benchmark results for 4.5 percentage points. But let me turn your attention to column 2 that shows the results, the estimates for the spillover effects. So you can see that the spillover effect on the contiguous tract, was about 2 percentage points. And then the same is true for second level of contiguity, and then the effect completely dies off. So this suggests that there could be some positive spillovers to nearby tracts. So let me conclude as because I'm out of time. So what we're arguing here is that opportunity zones created employment and establishment growth and increased it by 3 to 4.6 percentage points in census tracts that were located in metro areas. And the policy worked through encouraging entry of new establishments with the largest effects for construction industries. And this effect is similar across industries with different skill levels, with some evidence of positive spillovers to nearby tracts. And there are bigger questions to be addressed here, such as whether the effect of the policy is temporary or permanent, which we will see once a new data is released, and whether the program is a cost-effective way of creating employment relative to other employment creation programs. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and learning from other papers as well.
Great, thank you very much. And the final paper, similar title, different conclusions, the labor market effects of opportunity zones and their benefits for opportunity zone residents by 3 economists at the University of California, Irvine, David Newmark, Matthew Friedman, and Shantanu Khanna. David Newmark will present. David?
Do you see my slides? Because I can never tell.
We hear you. Thank you.
And you see my slides. Okay, good. Yeah, so this is joint work with Matt and Shantanu, who's a grad student, be on the market next year. You should all hire him, at least one of you. Let me, the screen you're seeing is not, there we go, okay. This is a nice venue to present in because I don't have to explain about opportunity zones because you all know about them and we've heard already about them. I think it's just useful to put these in context a little bit. This is my perspective. I mean, Ed Glazer did a little bit of this in a somewhat different perspective. OZs are a new place-based policy, obviously targeting incentives through investors in property. I think for the US context, the key prior place-based policy is enterprise zones. That's kind of the alternative framework we think about. Which again, Ed mentioned this, directly target the hiring of low-skilled workers. Obviously, there are parallels to other things like the new markets tax credit. When it comes to enterprise zones, at least, the evidence is very spotty. I think that these have created jobs. And some of the references are here, I won't go through them. Even in the case of research that suggests they do, and that would particularly apply to federal empowerment zones where maybe the evidence is somewhat more positive. We also fail to see, I think, that benefits go to the low-income residents of the targeted places. So even when there is job growth, the distributional effects don't seem to be what was intended. And again, finally, the new markets tax credit is, which I love to talk about since my last name is Newmark, have led to more real estate investment. And Matt Friedman, my co-author, has a well-cited paper on this. But pretty modest and costly poverty reductions if we kind of filter things through that lens. So the obvious question then is, do opportunity zones do any better? I don't actually know as much as I should about the genesis of this program and the extent to which it was meant to be a reaction to what I would call as the failure, might be too strong a word, but the spotty evidence on enterprise zones. But obviously the comparison is interesting. So an overview of what we do. We provide early evidence on the impact of opportunity zone designation through 2019. We look at residents, and which is exactly not the opposite, but fundamentally different from the paper you just heard. And we look at through really 2 key outcomes: employment and poverty, and we also look at earnings. Not quite as fundamentally interesting because those can reflect compositional effects, but if we found effects on employment, we kind of want to know, are we creating more high earnings jobs, or are we maybe bringing in low earnings people? So earnings are relevant, but not the key outcome. I think the key advantage we have in this paper is we had a lot of foresight in the sense that we have census approval to use our data to study this already. So we have access to the restricted access ACS data, so we can get the annual data at the tract level and use them, which is great. The public data are 5-year averages, which for looking at a program which sort of, rolled out in 2018, probably took effect merely in 2019, and then COVID hit, so that screws us up for the next few years. Being able to get at the 1 year data is obviously great. You'll see a common approach to identification strategies, not exactly the same way, but the same questions that these other papers have asked. And I think we find what one would have to call very limited evidence of positive impacts of residents of targeted neighborhoods. You just saw the first paper cited here on jobs in tract that's held by people working in tracts without reference to residents. There's research on property prices, residential real estate transactions and activity. So ours fits in terms of looking at residents, which I think is, my sense is that's the fundamental criterion. I mean, we targeted these places based on criteria relating to income and poverty, suggesting we actually were concerned about the low incomes and poverty in these tracts. So that's just what this is. I think our focus aligns with the program goals and targeting. I certainly think it's true, and I'll echo again what Ed said early, not at all clear to me why opportunity zone incentives would be the best way to help zone residents. It's a real estate investment. Ed raised the question, is that complementary with labor generally? And the more fundamental question, is it complementary with the labor input of the workers or potential workers who live in those zones in the first place, who presumably are fairly unskilled because income is low and poverty is high. Briefly, we have restricted access data, which is great. The downside is you have census confidentiality restrictions. There's been quite a bit of disaggregated analysis you've seen in some of the other papers, rural, non-rural. I don't recall if anyone did the contiguous tracts or not, but that's an interesting question. As the last discussant pointed out, our ability to really parse things by year, disaggregated by other dimensions, is limited. So census just has rules on how small the units can be for you, which you present results. So what we're showing you here is, partly because of timing, is analysis that we knew we could get through the confidentiality restrictions without any problems, because we didn't want to come here and say, like you sometimes see with RDC papers, well, we have all these ideas, but we can't get our results out of census yet. And our next step, I think, is to see where we can push and still satisfy the rules, but present some more disaggregated analyses that are most relevant. Don't know exactly how that will come out yet. We're using tract by year data, using person weights. Like the other papers, we focus on designated and eligible tracts. We're restricted to the LICs, so we're not using the contiguous tracts. I agree treatment effects in contiguous tracts are interesting, maybe not as much for residents, but the problem is then how do you it's not entirely clear what controls you want to use in that case. You don't want to use all the non-LIC, non-designated tracts as controls. So for now, we're doing a cleaner, I think, cleaner analysis. It's most of the tracts, only 3% of designated tracts were not LICs anyways. Just some broad descriptives. David, I didn't start my timer yet, so you probably did, but I'm a few minutes behind. Sorry about that, but I just started it. We don't do a lot we don't study the selection per se, although our research approach takes account of that issue. What you can see here simply is that the treated tracts relative to the potential control tracts, that is other LICs that weren't chosen, have slightly lower employment rates by about 4 percentage points, 5 percentage point higher poverty rates, and somewhat lower average earnings. That's just the level differences, and it's actually the changes pre-treatment that turn out to be more interesting. So we start with a simple diff and diff model. You all know these, you've seen them before. We do vary what we consider the treatment to include 2018 and 19, or just 2019. And that's because these kind of took effect mid-2018. We don't know to the extent to which place investors were able to respond yet. So, arguably the 2019 treatment period is more sensible, unclear. We can, with these data, estimate highly saturated models. We can put in full sets of either state by year dummies, Puma by year dummies, or even county by year dummies, which are generally smaller. So, and that's not year trends, that's year fixed effects. So we can sort of allow for very arbitrary time series changes in geographies that are somewhat broader than opportunity zone tracks. Obviously, you can't put in track by year dummies because that's where all the variation is. But we can saturate these models very heavily, in which case you're effectively narrowing the control tracks to those in the same geography. Pumas, Pumas or counties being quite narrow. And then we can extend it to an event study framework, which is what's at the bottom of the slide, where we just sort of estimate, the deviations between the opposite tracks and the eligible tracks that weren't chosen in each pre-treatment year and each post-treatment year to kind of see the evolution of the effects. Turns out to be really important, as you'll see. Second, we're still concerned, despite the saturation, and you'll see why, that opportunity zone designation is associated with underlying trend changes. So we use a propensity score matching approach. Here we simply run the 2019, we form the double difference 2019 minus 2017. So that's the post-treatment change on the pre-treatment change. And we match on the levels of everything that's in that, of all the outcomes for 2013 to 2017. So you're basically matching, obviously, treated LICs to the LICs that were most similar on all these outcomes. And we do all of them simultaneously so that as we change dependent variable, we're not changing what the matched control tracks are. Should provide more reliable causal estimates. We know there's always potential for unobservables, and we don't have a solution to that at this point. And you'll see in this case it matters. So let me just show you the results. This is a pretty easy paper to set up and present. So these are the standard diff and diff estimates, and you'll see there's two alternative treatments: opportunity zone in 2019 or 2018 and 19. That turns out not to actually make that much of a difference. So all we have here, I'm showing you the track fixed effects, and here I'm showing you the county year fixed effects. So this is the most saturated model. There's more counties than Pumas. And you can see it looks like employment is a count, so that's bodies, right? So it looks like a positive significant employment effect around 26 workers, which is, not trivial. I mean, average employment in a track is think of it roughly in the 14 to 1500 range. Employment rate, these effects are, a little less than 1 percentage point. Again, not trivial. Earnings, not clear to draw a strong conclusion from here. One effect significant, one not. And poverty rate looks like about a 1.1 or 1.2 percentage point decline, which again is not trivial when poverty rates those means were around 25% before. However, big caveat, these appear to be driven, I think, to a large extent by prior trends. It's not quite as clear in this graph in employment levels. You could look at this graph and say the prior trends look pretty good, and maybe in 2019, there's a positive effect in the saturated model estimates. Those are the red ones. Employment rate, if you were sort of teaching a methods course and issuing a warning about prior trends, this would be a great graph to show. It looks like, there's some deviation, obviously, but it looks like whatever you're getting on the increase in employment rate is a continuation of prior trends. Again, even with saturating these models with the county times year fixed effects. Earnings, there's really not much going on anyway, so not as much to say. And then poverty rate, pretty striking graph in terms of prior trends. Any treatment effect here really looks like it's probably the continuation of prior trends. And this is consistent, by the way, with what we saw. I'm forgetting all the authors of so many papers being presented today, but the early, I guess it was Rebecca's first, maybe the first paper, the positive selection of places that were improving. A socioeconomic change measure, which I believe she and her co-authors, which I believe is sort of an aggregate of socioeconomic status, but very consistent with that. So we then switched to matching estimates, where so now what you want to think about is we're comparing that double difference, right? 2019 minus 2017 on 2017 minus 2013, and you're comparing that for the treated and controlled tracts. And nothing is significant here. The employment effect, the estimate isn't that much smaller. It was around 26 or so before. It's less precise. The employment rate and the poverty rate estimates are not significant, but these are also a good deal smaller than what we had before. They're about half the size of what we had earlier. So The matching estimator kind of suggests there's nothing going on here. And again, this is 2017-19, so you're getting the 2 years of post-treatment, including the quote unquote full year of 2019. We can actually show you the event study graph matching the treated and control areas. And what they show you is that the matching, seems to solve the problem. The prior trends results no longer look problematic. This is employment, which was not as problematic anyways, but here's employment rate, where previously we saw up to 2017 very differential trends for the treated and controlled tracts. Earnings, again, looks like there wasn't much going on anyways. And poverty also, where we saw that very strong pre-trend favoring the treated versus controlled tracts now goes away. So the matching seems to work here in terms, as it should. It's not the only way to do it. You've seen other papers already today doing it different ways, but it's certainly one way to do it, and it does seem to give you places that are on a similar trend, and in particular a similar improving trend in terms of the employment rate and the poverty rate, which, when you account for that, seems to wipe out the gains from opportunities.
2-minute warning.
Yep. Just in terms of magnitudes, kind of what we can rule out if you think about the confidence interval. So this is from our matched estimates, which we think are much more credible. So with 95% confidence intervals, we can at least rule out, our employment rate effect is positive, 0.4 percentage points, but we can rule out an effect bigger than 1.2 percentage points. The poverty rate calculation is negative, the estimate is negative, and we can rule out with 95% confidence reductions bigger than 1.6 percentage points. This is an issue that always comes up, and I think maybe it was Robert who mentioned it earlier. We all do significance testing. We want to know whether effects are significantly different from zero, but we also want to know, are we getting, big point estimates, which after all are the best estimates, even when an effect is insignificant, and big standard errors that, might lead us to say, oh, there's no significant effect, but there's really big gains to be had here that are consistent with the point estimates. This is always an issue that I don't think we deal with that successfully in trying to marry our econometric analyses with policy advice. But I think here the point is these are reasonably precise estimates. And we can rule out effects that are not that big, essentially. Just to conclude, limited or no statistical evidence of positive effects of enterprise zones. I think the estimates are sufficiently precise to rule out substantial effects. The methods matter, and I think everyone knows that, and we've seen some attention to this in one way or another in all the papers, at least for the outcomes we look at, which are outcomes for residents. The pre-trends seem to badly contaminate the evidence, consistent with better, improving places being selected, which is not that surprising, perhaps. Overall, I think we contribute to what is so far a picture of mixed evidence. People have looked at different outcomes. They're looking at different data sets. There's a lot to sort out here as to what's going on. Big problem. The evidence is early, but the problem is the evidence for the next few years is going to be very difficult to learn anything from. I mean, Robert had some results on post-COVID, but we were having an exchange in the chat about, there's so much else, and he mentioned this, there's so much going on post-COVID. It may be hard to figure out. So we may not get much more or better evidence for many years until we think the pandemic is gone. And of course, at that point, other policies will have changed. So it may be hard to tell it was opportunity zone. So to quote Jack Nicholson, this may be as good as it gets, which may not be that good, unfortunately. My own view, this is me speaking for me, not my co-authors, is while I've been a critic of enterprise zones, I don't think they've worked very well. I think there's still a lot we should explore in terms of place-based policies that do really focus on hiring of local disadvantaged residents and thinking about how we can improve those. I think enterprise zones have not failed because they've targeted low-income residents. They failed because they've done a really bad job at targeting low-income residents and creating the right incentives. And if you want to see an interesting exchange on this, Tim, who's the discussant coming up, Bartik and I have a recent JPAM exchange on kind of how to improve more local policies, more explicitly focused on incentives for workers and other means of improving employability of workers. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, David. So we have two discussants. One is the aforementioned Tim Bartik of the Upjohn Institute, who's been thinking about these issues for quite a while. And the other is Aaron Hedlund, who's at the University of Missouri, and who was on the staff of the Council of Economic Advisors when they did an early evaluation of opportunity zones. So we're going to start with Tim and then go to Aaron. Each of them has 15 minutes, and then we'll have time for some Q&A.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Can you see my slides? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, first of all, thanks for inviting me. I really enjoyed reading these three papers. I think all three are excellent papers. And what I wanted to focus on is trying to see if we could compare the results to see if there's any consensus from these. And that's a little difficult because they're all looking at different labor market outcomes. So there's an apples and oranges problem. So to start out with, what I did was to try to create my own little model. What would I expect based on prior research would be the impact of opportunity zones? And first, we need to know what the cost of the program is. And I think it'd be nice if we could nail that down. In the Era Fever paper, there is a range given of 11 billion to 55 billion. I'm going to assume for the purpose of this that the cost is 33 billion, halfway in between that range. I think that's consistent with some estimates I've seen for maybe a 10-year cost of the program from the Joint Committee on Taxation. So then the question is, how much does it cost to create a job in a small neighborhood? You know, for some of the reasons that Ed Glazer already outlined, I don't think that opportunity zones will do as well as empowerment zones for creating jobs. Empowerment zones, if you look at the Busso, Gregory, and Klein paper, the cost per job created is about $11,000 per job created. But that was a very employment-focused program. The subsidy was up front. In addition, it provided public services. I've argued in the past that public services might be a better way of creating jobs. So we're not going to do as well as 11,000 per job. If you look at the business location literature and look at how sensitive businesses are within a metropolitan area to intra-metropolitan variations in tax rates, you might expect from that a cost per job created of 142,000. I think opportunity zones might beat that, at least in terms of federal dollars, because obviously state and local areas have put some money in these places too. So let's assume that per federal dollar, we can get a cost of halfway in between those two numbers, or $76,000 per job. And so if you do that and look at how many jobs there are in these zones, we get job creation of 430,000 jobs about. That would be about a 1.8% boost in jobs in the zones. Now, how about vacancies that were talked about in one of the papers? You know, I found one paper that looked at relationships between job growth and vacancy rates, and that got about a 3-to-1 relationship. So if you assume that's true, and you would get about a 5.3% increase in vacancies due to zones. Now, here's a key point I want to emphasize, and this is actually something that David Newmark just referred to. What is the impact of zone residents going to be of increasing jobs in the zones? What we're talking about here is mostly just redistributing jobs within the metro area. How much does having nearby jobs make a difference? Well, I've done some recent research looking at this at counties versus an overall commuting zone, and the elasticity at the county level, holding CZ job growth constant, is about a 0.1 elasticity. I would assume it's smaller for a smaller neighborhood. And so I assume for the sake of this analysis is 0.05. That is 1 in 20 of the jobs created in an opportunity zone will actually go to increase the employment rate of zone residents. And if you assume that, if you have a 1.8% job boost, you divide that by 20, you get a 0.1% increase in the employment rate in the zone for zone residents, the original zone residents. And most of the research on how elastic, you know, how wages go up as employment rates go up would get about the same response of wages. You'd get a 0.1% increase in wages. And so overall earnings per capita of zone residents would go up by 0.2%. So that would have been my prior belief about the impact of this program on earnings per capita of zone residents. Now, of course, we actually want to look at the data, see what the data shows. So dealing with the paper in the order in which they're presented, the Siemens paper finds a 3.0% increase in job vacancies. It's not significant. And so, by the way, what I do in looking at these things, the stuff that is actually the preferred estimates of the authors is in bold. The stuff that I'm making up or extrapolating is not in bold and has a question mark after it. So I'm trying to clearly distinguish what the authors are saying from what I'm inferring from what they said. So Siemens says 3.3% increase in job vacancies, not significant. Based on this 3-to-1 relationship, I would expect that would correspond to about a 1% job boost. That would mean 247,000 jobs, about $134,000 cost per job. It would also imply about a 0.1% boost in the employment rate. And now their effect on wages is 1.6%, which is actually surprisingly high given the other numbers. It's statistically significant. It really seems kind of high. It doesn't really seem consistent with the other numbers. And so the overall effect on earnings per capita of zone res would be 1.7%. The Era Fever paper, as was mentioned, their preferred estimate is around 3.8% for metro areas. From that, and that's statistically significant. And they get about 781,000 jobs created in metro areas, and they get a $14,000 cost per job created. Now that's based on assuming the cost of the program is 11 billion. If you instead assume 33 billion, you triple the 14,000 to 42,000. In addition, in their paper, and they didn't mention this in the slides, but in their paper, they do some estimates where they employment weight the zones, and they do weighted estimates using employment weights. I actually think that's better for figuring out the overall percentage impact of the program on the country as an aggregate. And that number is 1.8% across both metro and non-metro areas. And if you would then from that get about a 444,000 job increase, and you would get about a $74,000 cost per job using the $33 billion figure. Based on a 1.8% job increase, you'd get this 0.1% boost in the employment rate, 0.1% in wages, and 0.2% earnings per capita. Finally, the Newmark et al. Paper, as was already mentioned, using the numbers from their match numbers, not the propensity score match, not the straight difference in difference. There's a 0.8% boost in the employment rate. That's 0.4 percentage points on a base of about 50%. So it's about 0.8%. That's not significant. There's a 1.3% boost in the wage rate. Again, that's not significant. But overall, there's a 2.1% increase in earnings per capita implied by this. Again, you can't reject the hypothesis zero. If you look at the boost in jobs for residents, again, this is for residents, it's 1.4%. That almost surely is an underestimate of the effect on total jobs, though, because not all the jobs will go to residents. So the effect on total jobs in percentage terms should be higher. And again, their estimate that resident jobs would go up in aggregate 182,000. Total jobs should go up more than that. The cost per resident job is 181,000 per job. Again, that's too high. It should be lower than that. So that's my attempt to try to reconcile the different studies. And what I want to point out in terms of a benefit cost analysis is, okay, you might say, and David in fact said that 2%, this is not a big impact. Well, actually, given that the total earnings in these zones is about $500 billion, right? A 2% boost in earnings per capita is $10 billion a year. If this program costs $33 billion over a 10-year period, and we're getting a $10 billion boost in earnings for residents a year, this is a wonderful program. Now, that number is not statistically significant. It's also the case that the Siemens number implies a very large number, and actually the Era Fever one implies a pretty low number, which is interesting kind of in the sense that I believe listeners listening to this would tend to think that the Era Fever paper is the most favorable to opportunity zones, and the other two are less favorable. But if you actually look at the effect on residents, I actually think that the point estimates from Newmark and the Siemens paper are actually apply higher benefits. Now, of course, a lot of, as the Newmark thing, for example, is not statistically significant. The job vacancy numbers in Siemens are not statistically significant. So part of the dilemma of the Opportunity Zone program is, given the cost of the program, given in some sense it's a small program compared to these areas and compared to their total earnings, you do not actually need a big increase in percentage terms in earnings to have a pretty large number compared to the cost of the program. So that's one key point. And that creates some difficulties for empirical work because there's a lot of noise in detecting effect on resident earnings. The other point I want to mention that David kind of alluded to is that, we're talking about effects on residents, and who the residents are is changing. And so there's this, I guess you'd call it composition bias or gentrification bias. And, obviously if the zone is upgrading if people are moving into the zone who are higher employment rates, higher wage rates, that's going to bias all these things upwards. And in fact, I kind of think that some of the inconsistencies between some of the different numbers may be due to that in fact, there's some of this going on. There's a gentrification bias. So the effect on the actual residents as of the time is not the same as the effect on the original residents, which of course was the purpose of the program. The second problem is what I'm calling here displacement bias. It has to be the case that most of the jobs created in opportunity zones come from elsewhere in the same local labor market. So for non-export based businesses, restaurants, grocery stores, there's a certain demand for these. If we're putting restaurants or grocery stores or whatever, some kind of stores in these neighborhoods that are non-export based, I think that's 1-for-1 displacement from somewhere else in the metro area. Even for export-based industries, the evidence pretty overwhelmingly suggests that for export-based industries, it's much easier to shift jobs around within a metro area than across metro areas. So 85% of it's going to be within area substitution. And, what I really want to know is, actually the air fever thing got there a little bit in percentage terms. I don't really want to know the percentage effects on tradable goods or in services. I want to know what share of the jobs created are in tradable goods. So, which is a different question, which was not really answered. What was answered was the percentage effects on different industries. I want to know what share of the created jobs are in different types of industries. And I also want to know, okay, so the Arafia paper finds that nearby tracts actually gain jobs, but someone in the metro area is losing. I want to know who's losing in the metro area. And it would make a big difference to me in evaluating this program to know whether or not the jobs lost in the metro area are from elsewhere in the city or from the suburbs. And I think we need to look at stuff like that because, the real question of this program is we're redistributing jobs within the metro area. We're trying to help residents. It helps some residents in the distressed neighborhoods, perhaps. It hurts residents in some other neighborhood. Who are those residents and what is the overall effect within a metro area? So let me just stop there and turn things over to the next discussion.
Great. Aaron Headland.
Hey there. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and see if that works for everybody. Can everyone see?
Yep.
Great. Okay. So yeah, thanks for having me on here. It was an interesting experience for me because now that I'm back at the University of Missouri and back at the St. Louis Fed, but during 2020, I was at the Council of Economic Advisors, and certainly opportunity zones was one of the main things we looked at until COVID hit. And once COVID hit, big shift in attention towards other things. We did still manage to eventually get the report out. And a couple of just background points that have really been brought up at various points today, which is opportunity zones. These are poor areas, right? And there were certain eligibility criteria that had to be met for them to be selected. But even relative to tracts that met the criteria, the ones that were actually chosen had lower median household income. And moreover, this is comparing OZ tracts to non-OZ tracts in general. these are places that they're not just doing poorly in a level sense, they're also not going in a very good direction. Now, what the CEA did during 2020 is, we looked at things like how much capital we think was raised by qualified opportunity funds, and we came to an estimate of about 75 billion, of which 52 was new. But an important thing is that there are delays between just raising the capital and actually deploying it. So we'd expect forward-looking variables like asset prices, in particular house prices, to respond faster than, say, employment. And in fact, the CEA report didn't even go into employment estimates really, because it was very early on. So, and that graph that I'm showing there is just kind of a graph we had in there on increase in private equity in OZs. So I'm just going to kind of go paper by paper with some thoughts and kind of take stock at the end with where maybe there could be some interesting discussion between the authors that are here. So in terms of the Atkins paper, Robert's paper, they're looking at job vacancies and posted salaries using burning glass data and, roughly speaking, propensity score matching and diff and diff. And I take their main findings as not very positive, right, for OZs. No evidence of an increase in job vacancies. There's some salary increase, not super robust. But interestingly, they do find some positive effects post-COVID. And I'm going to get to that issue in a moment. So in terms of some thoughts, even before, let's take the results at face value. I think we'll have a lot to discuss in terms of methods and data and all that. But even if we take those results at face value, kind of going off of what Tim just mentioned, it's not entirely clear to me that the interpretation is obvious. In particular, the interpretation that the results are small in magnitude, no evidence these do much. Even if, for example, we look at the wage effects, where they had estimates of anywhere from 1.45 in table 1 to 4.42 in the appendix, which I believe was looking at the case where you kind of look at zip codes where 80% of people were in a tract that was designated. And if you use those, that basically implies back of the envelope earnings increase of 8 to 26 billion. And given that, if you take as given the 52 billion in investment estimated that we did, it's not a bad return, especially since really only a fraction of that investment was actually likely deployed in the 2019 period. Moreover, you could, there was a lot of discussion on clustering. And I think that'd be interesting to have some discussion. I don't claim to be, a lot of my research tends to be macro with some micro stuff. I'm not writing papers on econometric methods to great of an extent, but it is unclear, how aggregate of a clustering, do you want to do? Their paper makes the case that, well, designation was done at the state level in a very mechanical sense. Right? The probability of being designated varied from large states to small states. But my question here, and I think this was brought up early in the morning, was, yes, formally speaking, the designation's done at the state level, but it might be important to think about what was the actual assignment mechanism within each state. Was it really the governor kind of making these decisions, like not just on paper, but like in actuality, his staff or his or her staff looking at all these zones, or was it rubber stamping of recommendations by mayors? In which case, it's not entirely clear to me how strong the argument is for needing to cluster at a larger level. Moving away from kind of econometric methods stuff, I think there's another interesting question, which is those positive COVID effects, the kind of the 2020 effects that are kind of larger in the paper. Is that evidence that somehow opportunity zones were uniquely beneficial in a kind of a crisis environment, meaning that had COVID not occurred, we wouldn't have seen that? Or is it just evidence that the investment, again, took time to actually be deployed and takes time for companies to hire and all that, and really the employment effect just happened to take place more in 2020 than beforehand? It would have happened anyway. So I think that's an interesting point to consider and discuss. Some smaller points, but still useful, would be the Alina's paper. They find a pretty big difference between urban and rural job results. So it'd be interesting to see kind of heterogeneity in this paper, whether that exists between rural and urban. And again, if going to that kind of post that 2020 versus 2019, if it is COVID, or if somehow it doesn't generally, OZs don't generally create job growth, but somehow they make the area more resilient to shocks, then can we look at the data and see, well, were areas that were hit harder by COVID, was there a differential impact of OZs in those areas compared to others? Because we know that COVID did not spread around the country uniformly, right? Certainly the epidemiological variables didn't evolve uniformly, but even economically it wouldn't be uniformly. So it'd be interesting to kind of explore, again, whether COVID is really a relevant factor here, or if it's just a timing issue because it takes delay. I also wonder, since there were pretty different results between kind of the baseline and the case where you were looking at zip codes with a larger fraction of people in the OZs, is there possible to look at more continuous treatment stuff? One interesting question, I think one takeaway I'm going to have at the end, which I'll just preview now, is there's these differing results between the papers. Doesn't necessarily mean they contradict, but they might. To what extent are these differences driven by methodological differences versus data? Right? We've got burning glass versus the other sources we're going to get to. So one thing that caught my attention was that there's been a statement made that, well, OZs, yeah, they weren't in a good position, but maybe they were rising, right? They were like on a good trajectory relative to eligible but not selected. And I recall seeing in the Atkins paper that there was some graphs showing higher income growth in the selected as opposed to the eligible. Then in the Alina paper, I think figure 1 shows a pretty stark difference between, basically employment growth is worse in the tracks that were selected. So it'd be interesting to know like, what's going on. And in terms of the data issue, I haven't worked extensively with burning glass data, so maybe there's an easy response to this, but I just recall, particularly during the CEA, when we were looking at all sorts, every metric we could just for tracking the economy unrelated to OZs, the burning glass data seemed to me to be pretty wild, at least the stuff that was posted on the Opportunity Insights website. And so it does make me wonder, how reliable and how high quality is the data, given how much it's jumping. This is just over the past year. I recognize in the back of the Atkins paper, there's some regressions of job postings against the level of employment, QCEW, and also kind of zip code patterns. Is that true? But you're comparing sort of flows versus stocks. Are there ways to, are the flows from the postings consistent with the flows, kind of the changes in the stocks? I also wonder, this is burning glass, let's say, is the universe of online job postings. And, Robert already made the comment about whether there's kind of selection issues because 30 to 40% of the data didn't have wages. But I have a bigger question, even just with the vacancies. If we're talking about low income, impoverished areas, to what extent are online job postings a great barometer of jobs in general? So there's kind of questions to bring up there. Switching gears, I'm going to go out of order with the presentations today. So switching to the Friedman paper that David presented. Again, now we're switching outcomes a little bit, looking at employment, earnings, and poverty, different data set using the restricted use ACS data. Similar kind of bottom line finding, at least the way I interpret it, which is modest effects is kind of the thesis. And I have the same interpretation question, which is let's take as given that suppose the results are, the methods and the data are great. What does it really mean for something to be modest? Well, if there's a 1 to 1.5% employment increase just in 2019, they were talking 4.6 to 7.2 billion. If 52 billion of investment was new, how much of that 52 billion was even deployed in 2019? So, probably only a fraction of it. So if you're getting potentially $7 billion of earnings from the employment increase off of a relatively modest investment, it's not entirely clear to me that the return on the investment might actually be decent. Similarly with the poverty reduction, not necessarily trivial given how short of a time frame we're looking at. The earnings results definitely were the weakest, at least that's my recollection. But again, even if you were to go with, for example, kind of one of the larger estimates, that could give you an additional $3 billion. And referring to, again, the CEA report, we did kind of a comprehensive estimate of likely foregone revenue, taking into account like literally just the direct impact on revenue, but also offsetting expenditures on kind of means tested property programs. And we concluded that for each dollar invested, you're losing really only about 15 cents of revenue. And if we assume the full 75 billion actually, went out there, we're still only looking at $11 billion in foregone revenue. So again, it's not entirely clear to me that the results here are all that negative, even if you take them at face value. Switching gears I do have a question. It says larger effects with more detailed geographic controls, right? That can reduce bias by accounting for trends. That's what the paper mentions, but it could also magnify bias due to the business stealing. But just as there was a difference between what the Atkins paper found, which was that selected places had higher income growth relative to eligible but not selected, and that kind of contrasted with Alina's paper's findings, which that the selected places had worse employment growth. Going here, yes, it could maybe magnify bias due to business stealing, but maybe it's the opposite that happened, right? The Alina paper finds that there's actually not business stealing, at least in a local sense. There might be business stealing from, Tim had, I think, valuable comments about, is it, how broad of an area might these jobs be drawn from versus net increases? But I still think it's kind of worth thinking about whether, to what extent business stealing is happening.
Aaron, you got a lot of slides and you got like 2 minutes left. So I want you to think about how you want to.
Got it. Yeah, we'll do. Okay. So it's also a similar question to the Atkins paper. I'd be interesting to break down rural versus urban, extend it to 2020. Let me just actually pretty close to the end here. So let me just switch lastly to the Alina paper. They look at basically very different data set, but they're looking at employment, not necessarily residents. They find what appear to be kind of bigger effects. And I just kind of had some questions here as well. Given the very clearly pre-trends going on, might there be ways to include some growth measures in the controls? They do something, I think, that gets at this in table 6. They also do a useful placebo test, but I do wonder if more might be done. One thing that really stuck out to me, though, is very large outliers, right? Like the difference, and I think in the top panels of figure 1 that showed employment growth, when you Windsorize versus not Windsorizing, dramatically different. Similarly with the OLS versus the quantile regression estimates. So I'd be interesting to know, like, what is driving the tails? Also, how to interpret the larger coefficients for the non-low income places. This wasn't maybe, in my opinion, the central point of the paper, but there's one brief section that talks about the role of politics and selection. I do wonder there, how confounded is that by rural versus urban, given kind of political polarization. And then just kind of taking stock, I think very interesting papers, all of them, frontier methods and data. What I'd love to see is kind of the matrix where you take every combination of the data and the methods from the different papers to figure out what's going on, right? To what extent are differences because of the data versus the different methods? And there's also kind of 2 different things you can look at, right? How much investment occurred, and then what's the impact of that? And I think when you're talking about policy evaluation, it is important to interpret, what is a good versus bad return on investment? Like what's the proper way to think about that? You want to measure outputs relative to inputs. If there's not a whole lot of foregone revenue, then even a modest absolute effect by some metric might actually be not so modest. So I'll finish up there.
Thanks. I think what we'll do is I'm going to collect the questions we have, and then I'm going to let the authors respond. So as we said, you can email events@brookings.edu, or you can email me directly at dwessel@brookings.edu, or if you're in the Zoom room, put on the chat. Michael Novogradac asked a question. Are there any thoughts on the impact of the 2020 census boundary changes on ongoing research using census data to evaluate the economic effect of OZ designation? He says, this has surprised me, that nearly 60% of the 2010 census tracts designated as OZs have 2020 boundary changes. Jeremy Weber notes that, to be clear, the CEA estimate of 11 billion, I believe, is present value and federal revenue loss from the $75 billion in nominal investment OZ funds does not include any savings from reduced poverty or transfers from the federal government. I'm going to wait one moment. Otherwise, I'm just going to go right to the authors and we can go to lunch. With that, why don't we just take the authors in the order in which they spoke, and you can respond to anything you want, but please don't respond to everything. So Rob Siemens.
Thanks, David. I'm not going to respond to the questions. I don't have much to say on those. I think they're great questions. I just don't have much to say on those. I just wanted to respond to one thing to the discussants. Thank you very much, both of you. You gave certainly us a lot to think about, and I'm sure the other authors as well. I just wanted to respond to one of Aaron's comments on the burning glass data. This is high quality data, and it does a good job of tracking what's happening with employment. I take your point about how we could do a better job of that, of sort of showing that in our paper. And so point well taken on that. But if you were to take that time series that you put up, showing around COVID, the drop in job postings, and overlay on that, for example, the CES employment data, you'd find that it tracks it really, really closely. This is what Lena Kahn and others did, for example, in a paper. So again, I just want to emphasize that the burning glass data it's good data, it's high quality data.
Great. Lena?
Thank you so much for fantastic discussions. I think I learned so much from them. I'm not sure I'm able to address all the great comments, but I think a lot of distinction, at least between our paper and David Newmark and co-authors, comes from the fact that we're looking at establishments in those tracts versus they're looking at employment in establishments in the tract versus they're looking at employment of residents who live in the tract. And even with pre-trans, we can see completely different pictures, right? So they're showing that they're on a positive trend versus in our paper, we can clearly see that everyone was on a downward trend that were parallel. And then when the policy hit, the tracts that were designated experience bigger increases in employment versus the tracts that were eligible but not designated. So I feel like some of the difference is coming from that. And I'm also interested in looking at some of those effects, including, COVID or as was asked in the chat on changes in the census tract, but we need to wait for our data until April. So that's when we got our previous data for 2019. But once we have that, we'll may be able to address that. But yeah, thank you so much for comments. We need to think about them.
Mincion Park, do you want to add anything or subtract anything?
Oh, no, it was really a lot of learning for me about how to reconcile the different results from different papers. And I'm pretty sympathetic with the comments that it could be partly coming from the methodology or coming from the fact that we're focusing on the different sample. And that's why we added this propensity score matching result as well. But we also might want to look at the result only focusing on the low-income community and rural, and combining rural and urban area too, and do the rest of the analysis again to see whether this difference is coming from the sample too.
Thank you. David Newmark?
Just two quick comments. One is, I mean, we all know this, but just for other people listening, the point estimates are relevant, and as Aaron points out, they are obviously, because they're positive, consistent with a positive return on investment, whatever the exact magnitude. But the fact they're insignificant means there's a good chance they're also negative, or very close to zero. So we want to keep that in mind, right? This is not, statistical significance is not irrelevant here. On the clustering issue, I think, this new paper that you cited, Aaron, I agree it's interesting. I think it was surprising to everyone that you can be too conservative, because I think the folklore before that was it never hurts to cluster. I don't think we quite understand what we should be doing yet, especially in panel data. I would say though, in this context, we have a spatial issue, right? And clustering at the state level, allows for sort of what we call in the time series dimension arbitrary autocorrelation patterns, but in the spatial dimension, arbitrary spatial patterns, and therefore I think seems like the right thing to do, although it's not really taken up in that paper to the best of my knowledge. The only other question I ask, maybe Alina has time to respond if allowed. I'd love to hear more about the Euro economy data. I don't know much about them, but I was struck by, and we were having a chat, the downward trends in employment in both the treated and controlled tracts up until 2017. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought employment was kind of booming everywhere. So if you look at like CBP, the aggregate to the county level, do your economy data match those data well or not?
Yeah, thank you. We do see that persistent trend, no matter how we look at it. We didn't compare explicitly with either data set because other papers are doing that, and it seems like the data is pretty consistent with other data sets, but we didn't compare directly. If you feel like that's very different, we can try doing that if we have access. Of course, you guys are.
Well, you can aggregate your data to the county level and look at county business patterns and just see if those trends look the same. I don't know if your economy has some lag in getting data, and maybe that's why it looks like that. I don't really know. I work with the nets, which is not the same, but has related sorts of issues, so it might be worth looking.
Okay.
Matt, Fried, weigh in on anything?
Sure. Thank you for the amazing comments. This is really super informative and gave us a lot to think about. Definitely. I think as kind of came up at the end of Aaron's discussion and also in Tim's, on the surface, it may seem like there's some kind of contradictions, but I think when you dig a little bit deeper here, I think it's possible to reconcile a lot of the results that are coming out in all these papers in terms of differential trends, just given, again, as Alina mentioned, one is measuring changes in employment in the tract, or the number of jobs in the tract, and others are looking at conditions of residence in the tracts. And I think it's very possible that those are moving in different directions ahead of OZ designation. And I think, again, I think that the questions that we're answering are somewhat different here, and the outcomes that we're looking at are somewhat different. That's not to say, of course, that we shouldn't be really trying to think about reconciling these results and trying to understand both, I think, the impact on employment in these areas, and then, of course, the impact on residents, which again might be quite different. So I think that was great. I'd also like to just echo again something that came up in all the discussions, which was, we can look at, of course, the effects on the designated tracts themselves, but there's all sorts of spillovers we might be concerned about. Again, as Tim emphasized, I think really well, that might imply that sort of from a social perspective, right, the impacts of these zones are maybe in fact very different. And that's hard to get a handle on here. Yeah, because we don't necessarily know. It's not obvious where the investment would have happened had it not been shifted or displaced to these opportunity zones. And then to highlight one more last thing that I thought was great in Brett's discussion earlier was just, and I appreciate very much, Aaron, your discussion of this too, is that, we've just had a really hard time thinking about the cost of the program and, how to map that on to our results and think about ROI. So your discussion was really helpful here. And I think it's just it's kind of a lack of information out there and a lack of data collection that's hindering some progress on that particular point.
So Tim Bartek had a comment, and then I just want to put one last question on the table which goes to your last point, which is Jeremy Weber, who's one of Aaron's colleagues from the CEA days, asks, is return on investment on foregone tax revenue the most relevant return for policy evaluation? But Tim, you wanted to speak? Be sure you unmute yourself. Yeah, good.
Yeah, well, that's my point is I think the easiest way to reconcile the findings would be if the effect on resident wages, and as pointed out, the point estimates in some sense, well, they're either large or small, but they're large compared to the cost of the program, is to think that they're upward biased by gentrification bias. Because otherwise it's hard to see how, if you have a program that only boosts overall employment by 1.8%, that it would boost employment rates and wage rates by the amounts found in the other two studies. I just don't see how you'd get that. This is redistributing jobs within the metro area. There's no way you'd get that boost, and these jobs are not. People don't live and work in the same neighborhood. I mean, so the effects on the neighborhood of plopping jobs down the neighborhood just can't be that great. So I think it's got to be some gentrification bias going on here, and I don't know how you get around that. I mean, obviously you'd need some longitudinal data where you follow the same residents over time. So I think it's very tough.
Okay, does anybody want to take Jeremy's question on is return on investment based on foregone tax revenue, which I'm not sure we've estimated well, the most relevant way to look at this? Guess not. All right.
Well, I guess
go ahead,
I think that's fine. I mean, what would be the benefit cost analysis of this? I mean, this is a federal government program. It costs the federal government so much in dollars. I think you might want to add in the state and local investments in the program, right? And then you want to compare that with social benefits. What are the social benefits? Well, this kind of gets into the thing that David Newmark referred to. What's the purpose of this program?
I think that on the revenue estimates, if you're going to do the overall thing, you have to look at lost state revenues, some states' revenues. And then we don't really know, because we don't know what's happening after the 10th year, how much foregone tax revenue there really is. We're making guesses.
Right. I'd like to see a really good cost estimate of this program. What does this program really cost the public sector in aggregate? What's the present value of the cost? I mean, actually, we should have a whole other set of papers on that. And then we need to talk about what are the benefits of this program. I mean, is it really a program aimed at benefiting residents, the original residents, by increasing their earnings per capita? Or does this program have some other purpose altogether? It's trying to increase property values. It's trying to help city government finances somehow by redistributing activity from the suburbs to the city or something. So I think we need to decide, what are we trying to do with this program in terms of benefits, and try to measure that. I mean, the implicit assumption of kind of this whole session is that we are aiming at labor market benefits. But since the program doesn't target employment, it seems like the structure of the program is not necessarily optimized to do that. Ed Glazer kind of referred to that at the top, and so did David Newmark. If we're trying to aim at increasing employment rates and wages of residents, it's not obvious that opportunity zones is optimally designed to do that.
Tim, if only someone was writing a book to cover all these angles.
Thanks.
Over to you, David.
Do you want to respond, Aaron? You look like you were contemplating. No? All right. Okay. This has been jam-packed. I'm learning a lot about how much can you pack into one conference, and we're not even done yet. We're going to take a break and resume at 1:40 p.m. with a couple of case studies, and then a discussion of property price effects, which, as Tim noted, some people think might be what this is really about. So with that, I want to thank everybody for being so cooperative and so efficient at using Zoom. And we'll see you all at 1:40 p.m. Thank you. Hi. I Stephanie, are we ready to begin?
Yep, go for it.
Hi, I'm David Wessel, Director of the Hutchins Center on Fiscal and Monetary Policy here at Brookings. Welcome back to those of you who joined us this morning for the first part of our conference, Opportunity Zones, the Early Evidence. As I said this morning, but I'll repeat in case there's any newcomers, Opportunity Zones are an innovation that was enacted in the 2017 tax bill. It's a subject of great interest to me. I'm working on a book on Opportunity Zones. And our goal today is to just try and bring together some of the research that's being done, mostly empirical research, to give us some indications of what we can see in the limited data we have, and to give us a template for how we can evaluate Opportunity Zones as we get more data, as I hope we will. For people in the Zoom room, if you want to ask a question, you can raise your hand or put it in the chat. If you're watching online, please feel free to send us an email at events@brookings.edu, or you can use Twitter, #OpportunityZone, if you want to ask a question. Our plan for this afternoon is as follows. We're going to start with a couple of case studies, one about Washington, D.C., and one about West Baltimore. Each one has a discussant, then we'll take some questions from if there are any. And then at 2:30, we'll turn to four papers actually, on the property price effects, both commercial and residential. So our first presentation this afternoon is titled, "Was Gentrification a Factor in Designation of Opportunity Zones?" A case study of Washington, D.C. And we're fortunate to have Haydar Kurban from Howard to present work that he has done with his colleague at Howard, Bethel Cole, and also Charlotte Odebor of the DC Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Each of the presentations will be about 10 minutes, and I'm hoping the speakers can keep to that. Then we'll have 10-minute discussion, and then we'll repeat that, and then we'll go to the audience. So with that, Haydar, the screen is yours. Okay, Haydar, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. So you hear me now?
All good.
Okay, good. I'm sorry for this. Okay, so it's...
I think we see your sixth slide, though. Do you want to start at the beginning?
Yeah, let me just... stop share. Okay, I'm sorry. Somehow I can't go up.
I can jump in if
Stephanie can
you're having trouble.
Yeah, could you please just make it from the beginning, because I can. Yeah.
Sure. Give me just 1 second to start my share screen.
Thank you.
Okay, just give me the cues to click through, and we are in business.
Okay, then I can just go. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. Sorry for this glitch. This paper, as you know, is a joint paper with myself and Charlotte Otterboer and Bethel Cole. Bethel is a graduate student in the department, And Charlotte is one of our PhDs, former PhDs. She works at the DC office of the Chief Financial Officer. This is a work in progress. We just started, and our results are preliminary. Just let me say that. And we also have RA research assistant Gauri Gautam, who really helped us a lot. This paper is basically, we are looking at two questions. One is that was gentrification a factor? In other words, was gentrifying neighborhoods, right? They had more likely that they would be designated as OZ. They will get OZ designation. That's the first thing that we kind of look at descriptively. And the second question is that we're going to focus on DC, where we have more data, more detailed data, to see that which neighborhoods might get the investments and so on. So okay. So opportunity zones, it's the rules and they were pretty broad and flexible. Because of that, more than 50% of census tracts were eligible for the OZ designation. And as we've seen in the morning, there's a political process. The governors had a lot to say, which census tracts are going to get the designation, and also city politics. The local politics was also important. So as a result, there might be, because as a result of this political process, the gentrifying or early gentrifying neighborhoods might get a preferential treatment, or they might be preferred because the gentrifying neighborhoods are associated with higher returns for investments in businesses and real estate. And again, this morning we saw something else, is that a big chunk of the investments so far are in real estate and in those along these lines so far is happening. So which means that it is a very important question. And so the next one is we are using the data from different sources. We are looking at the 100 most populous metropolitan areas in the United States. And the data for this American Community Survey, we use that data. We look at the changes between 2010 and 2016. And for DC, we have access to DC government's individual income tax and real property tax administrative records. We have for more years, but today we will present just our results for 2011, 12, 13, 14, and 15, because we're just, these are preliminary results, and to see that what happens. We also use another data set, which is residential and business vacancy data from the US Postal Service. We use this data to kind of to see that, where with the vacancies, to use vacancies as a kind of a sign of the, hot housing or business or real estate markets. And also the data on opportunity zones from IRS and Urban Institutes. For gentrification, we are using an indicator that was used by Card and others in 2008. And here we're looking at the change in the adult college, in the rate of the adult college rates in the census tract. So adults, so population over 25 who have college degrees T+1 minus in the previous years and divided by the base year. So this was kind of, the reason is because it might be a better measure of gentrification, because the change in the housing cost, housing prices, rents, usually it comes later than the change in the demographic. So that's why we are using this measure as a measure of gentrification. So the next one is so our contribution is, first we're looking at the census tracts they received OZ designation in 100 most populous metropolitan areas. Whether gentrified ones were preferred, they had a better chance that to be picked. And then we're going to focus on the 116 DC census tracts in DC that met OZ eligibility criteria. Of these, 25 of them were chosen as they received the OZ designation. So, sorry, next one. So here we look at the gentrification measure, right? The mean and frequency here, and the percents are presented in this table. This is of the 100 metropolitan areas, most populous ones. We see that the mean gentrification rate in the in the designated ones is not particularly bigger than the others. In fact, it's kind of smaller. So here it doesn't show that. This kind of the first measure. The second measure is here we have in the next one we have now we compare the gentrification rate, based on the change in the gentrification rate in the non-gentrified, and in eligible and designated OZ tracts. Here, again, the OZ designated census tracts, they do not have higher, rate of gentrification, 26% versus 29 above average. Here, average we mean that the change in the college population rate was, was equal to 2%. That's kind of the average. The next one. So here we look at DC and we see the similar kind of patterns. We don't see that, the designated census tracts, the OZ designation receivers, they don't have higher kind of, particularly they're not more gentrified than the others. So the next question that we are looking at is, thank you, is that we're going to use a regression framework to kind of predict whether, once you get the OZ designation, which census tracts are going to receive the investments. So whether gentrification is going to play a role in receiving more investments. Our first measure of that is we're looking at the residential and business vacancy rates in the census tracts. So the change in the vacancy rates are going to be regressed on the gentrification and for the 100 larger metropolitan areas. In DC, we're going to also have more control variables, and this is because if here the idea is that if the vacancy rates are lower, it means that that place is very attractive, right? It must attracting more investments. So this is kind of our prediction. We don't have any data to look at real change in investments, but just this is kind of the prediction which census tracts are going to receive investments, and will the gentrification play a role in that? Next, please. And here we have the first results. Here we have our dependent variables in residential vacancy rates, and we ran this regression for all those census tracts that have OZ designation, and these are the census tracts that are in the central city. These are not all the census tracts, right? Because this is where the gentrification is an important issue. So that's why the number of observations are lower than before, because we want to focus on those census tracts in the central cities that where the gentrification an issue. So the first column, the first model is where we regress the change in the residential vacancy rates on gentrification in the OZ, those in the OZ designation, non-OZ, eligible, non-eligible. And here we see that the coefficient, of course, the expected sign is negative. And sign-wise, it's kind of a bigger for the OZ one. So it kind of shows that there is more, it's the gentrified census tracts. They have a lower vacancy rates, residential vacancy rates, and an increase, the change in the gentrification might have kind of a bigger impact on the residential vacancy rates. So when we do the same thing for business vacancy rates, it is even more interesting. Here we have the coefficient is kind of a similar signs, but the coefficient is even bigger. So which means that the gentrification, once the OZ designation is kind of completed, right? Of those who got OZ designation, those who have, who are more gentrified, they might get more business investments because the vacancy rate kind of predicts that. So this is, what we kind of show for the 100 and most populous metropolitan areas. Now we're going to go back to kind of the DC where our case is focused on. Next one. So in DC, here we have, this is between 2011, 2015. This shows the change in gentrification. The map shows that. And the black dots are where the OZ census tracts are. These are, there are 25 of them. And we also have the same map for year-to-year changes in the gentrification. Here, this is just shows for 4 years, but there's later in the appendix is there. If you have time, we'll present that. So here we see that there are some, census tracts, some OZ designated census tracts. They are in the places where gentrification is very high, and some of them are not. This is the yellow lines, but they are surrounded. They are very close to the gentrified neighborhoods. So which means that they might be, there might be some spillover effects when in the investments because of where they are located. Next one, please. So here, so in the next, so here what we are doing is that we are looking at year-to-year changes in 3 things. One is the change in gentrification. This is our gentrification measure. This is 2011, 2012. And this is where the density functions are showing that. The second one is we have kernel density graph of the movers to these census tracts and those who are moving in and out. And here the first graph is showing for the movers with the income in the 25th percentile or below for 2011, 2012. And what we are seeing here is that the move out share is a little bit higher than the move in. And this is kind of what's kind of a sign of gentrification, right? That is the lower income, incumbent residents are living in the neighborhoods. The next one, please. So second, we have the higher income, 75 percentiles and 75 percentiles and above. Here we see that they are moving in with the way higher rates than they are moving out, and which means this is kind of shows that is gentrification is covering a lot of neighborhoods in DC, impacting a lot of neighborhoods. And if you look at the difference between moving in and out, here we see that there are proportionally, right, more higher income moving in than living, and that difference is bigger for the higher income. Next one, please. This is And for then here we are presenting another graph for 2014, 2015. Notice that what happened here is that the gap between moving in and out increased. So which means that there's more displacement is going on as we move from 2011 to 2015. And then also the central of the gentrification measure is kind of moved to the right. So which means that gentrification is affecting more neighborhoods. Displacement is happening at the bigger scales because proportionally more lower income are moving out than they are moving in. And then for the same year, we are looking at the for the same year we're looking at the higher income. Next one, please. And as we see that again it's the gap is increasing because we are comparing. We're looking at the proportion of the people, the higher income who are moving in and moving out of the neighborhoods, in these neighborhoods, and the gap is kind of increasing. So which means that there are more people are moving in than moving out, and relatively over the years the gap is increasing. Okay, next one, please. So here what we do is that we have another piece of information. Here what we have is we have permits. And for DC, we regress the permits, number of permits in census tracts on the demographic variables, some economic variables, and we also regress them on the vacancy rates, business and residential vacancy rates. What we found is that, which is very interesting, these are again this descriptive, we don't want to say much about it, but it's kind of a direction of the movement is showing is that the average vacancy rates, right, they are more significant, and the coefficient is consistent, over the regressions when we are doing some kind of a robustness checks, and the size of the coefficient is 0.649. It doesn't change much. It's very it's significant and consistent. So which means but the vacancy rates for residential areas is not significant. And the coefficient is kind of similarly consistent, but is not significant. So which is kind of interesting because it shows that there is more action, right? There is more action in terms of the construction permits, right? That is happening between the business vacancy rates and the permits. So if we want to kind of say something about the direction of the investments to the neighborhoods, which shows that gentrification seems to play a role in which neighborhoods will get the investments, and the permits is kind of it's a real kind of indicator of where the action is happening. Now this kind of brings back to what Tim Bardi kind of made the comments earlier on, is that it seems like gentrification is playing a role here, which neighborhoods are gonna get the investments and so on. If that is the case, then what is the benefit of OZ designation? Right? Is it who's going to get the benefits? Are it going to be a lower income residents or the residents that are moving in more higher income? This is in case of DC, and this is kind of presents a very interesting and complicated picture. So just to conclude, so in the selection, it appears that gentrification, we don't find it played a role, right, in selection process. But there is a kind of a relationship between gentrification and business activities and residential, business and residential activities as measured by the vacancy rates. So in DC, most of the OZ designated census tracts, even if they are not gentrified, they are right next to the gentrified census tracts, and they might attract investments because simply they are next to those places. And this might be kind of a future, the next round of gentrifying neighborhoods. So the kernel density functions are showing that displacement of lower income in DC is real, and it was more real in the places that because we present the picture that we have gentrification and the movements of populations together. And over the years, more high income moved in, less of them moved out, and more as the year passed, more lower income are being displaced because more of them are moving rather than those who are getting into neighborhoods. So this is, if we have time, David, I want to kind of show another one, but if not, I can stop here.
Stop here. Nathan Jensen from the University of Texas in Austin is the discussant.
Great, thanks. Can everyone hear me here? Thumbs up. Greetings from Austin, Texas. We have power and water now, but unfortunately we have electricians here. So if I do somehow get cut off, I apologize. Very excited to be part of this conference and this paper in particular, because I think the value of not only a case study of DC, but participation with people from DC government. I mean, that's incredible. And I think that's a great model. And it's nice to be later in the conference where we can think about how this fits the cross-national empirical papers. So how a case study complements these existing studies. I wanted to just make three kind of broad sets of comments, questions. One is the research question, one on the research design, and then a third mostly on the case study. The question I often have with the OZ research is, what are we trying to explain? I've heard multiple people call it an experiment. Are we trying to look at a policy that's applied across all states and use it as a way to understand state politics and governors' allocation decisions? This is a great opportunity to do it, although we do have to be modest to say this is unique from many other policies. In particular, not only is it federal government's paying for it, but it's an allocation where you literally can only select so many zones, and that doesn't apply to all, if we're thinking broadly state policy. But there's kind of interesting experiment to be done here, and the Lester et al. Paper in particular is interesting, where professionalization seems to really shape this, and we could think about more broadly how that applies to government policy. This is an OZ conference, so I'm guessing you guys don't care about that. I'm a political scientist. I do. You're interested in opportunity zones, but even there, I'm kind of interested in what is the question here, or maybe what is the theory. what do we expect governors to do theoretically when selecting opportunity zones? And this question, is it gentrification? Is it co-partisans in the district? Again, from political scientists, governors want to win re-election, and because there's not state electoral colleges, you maximize votes, right? And you allocate public, private, or local public goods in order to maximize these votes. So again, from a political science perspective, it would be, you'd probably look for areas of high support already and allocate opportunity zones in those areas. So the point is, again, it would be useful to start with more of a theoretical model of why do you think gentrification? I actually think gentrification is a good place to start, but the theory is actually the reason we don't have data, right, on this project can also, or the implication of us not having data means that the media doesn't have that much data. There's not as much credit claiming by governors. There aren't as many ribbon cutting ceremonies. Look at the OZ project that I brought to this district. So my gut is that this isn't a very effective way to take credit electorally. It's more likely to be driven by special interest. Right. Again, that's the political scientist in me. And that's where I would think gentrification would be, it's developers looking for already great areas to develop will push for opportunity zones. But I think more clarity on the theory and expectations rather than just in the gut, we don't want this to accelerate gentrification, I think it'd be really useful to step back. And again, different papers have different elements of theory, but that would be really an important first step in many of these papers. The other is that, I keep thinking in my head, like, what do we really expect politicians to pick? Do we expect them not to pick any gentrifying zones? Do we expect them? Honestly, think of like a matching, like you have two districts that are exactly the same and one of them is your buddy. Of course, the politician and your buddy being, again, a campaign contributor, a co-partisan, but rarely is that. I think the more interesting question is, are they actually taking zones from what would be good zones to allocate to and allocating towards gentrifying neighborhoods or politically connected neighborhoods, right? Again, theoretically, I'd like to hear more about the choice. The example that I have in Austin here is our city asked for 4 zones in what I think were probably pretty good selections. And they got, I forget if it was 11 total. And the ones that were added on top by the governor's office were terrible zones. This is around our major manufacturers, Samsung, around a racetrack that's already developing. One of the most gentrifying, Brett can look at some of this data and say, yeah, that's a bad zone. The point is, again, theoretically, is it that we gave too many zones for governors to allocate? So once they actually covered the good zones, they started allocating on other decision metrics. Again, that's a long way of saying, I'd like to hear more theoretical perspective on what we honestly think governors are doing in particular with this program. Getting to the research design of this project, I sometimes have taught MBAs, and the MBAs are the most direct. They're like, why don't you just ask people? And this is Brett's point earlier, like, how did governors select zones? Why don't you ask governors, right? And again, that may not be a feasible research strategy, right? But again, it's at least a good starting point of how exactly can we figure out how these allocation decisions were made. And this is where in the DC case study, I kind of had hoped that there was more background on DC's actual allocation decisions. Some states were very open on their process. Again, as most of you know, there's data as well on some states. So an empirical project on, say, California zones where they collected systematic feedback, and you can get this through a public records request. Other states making a very clear geographic distribution of zones. And again, you saw a few of these examples in the Lester paper. So I think the one concern I have as a political scientist, we're like, 2 steps removed from the actual allocation decision. We're looking at the allocations and imputing what we think these decisions, how they were made, but we're doing it without a clear theory of the decisions. And I think we're not doing it with a direct measure of the decision. That sounds like a very super hypercritical point. I do work on incentives. And again, sometimes we're constrained by what we can do, but I think either closer to the actual decision, again, this is where the DC case study could be incredible, or more on the theory, and the theory exactly on how these are allocated. That's, kind of the part of the research design. I was curious about the context of the DC case study. why this case study, and what's the external validity, how does it fit in the distribution of other cases. That was something that was lacking a little in the paper. When you talked about the empirics, you brought up, this is gentrifying at a faster rate. Okay, then why pick this study? Is that does that tell us something more about the other cases, or is there something very particular about DC? Also, the participation, I'm sorry to say this, by DC on this makes me guess they're already a better actor. So when you get willing participation by government agencies in program evaluations, again, my God, as a political scientist, they have less to hide than some of the other states. And again, that's just in the context, when you talk about the results and you talk about this DC case study, what does it mean? The other thing, again, I think it's important as an academic, case selection is important because we're adding value, I think, to this conversation. And there was some, comments earlier about the media looking for negative stories, often with like a billionaire involved, right? And then you see proponents of the program looking for positive stories, and they're bringing out, and can talk about a single case, but I think being as analytical as possible of why that case is useful, I think adds even, again, more value. We're not cherry picking a case because it tells us what we wanted to know. We're picking a case because I'm sure most of you all know this here, but it's always a useful thing, especially such a rich case study with involvement from the DC government. I just think it's an incredible opportunity for you to situate yourself in this broader literature. I did have some trouble understanding the empirical strategy, and I think there's some folks here who are probably much better than I am on this, but your dependent variable is a 2011 to 2015 measure, right? And then you have gentrification on the right-hand side, and then you're comparing opportunity zones to non-opportunity zones. Again, that's a simplification of what you're doing, but it wasn't an obvious empirical strategy. Again, the obvious strategy would be closer to some of the strategies earlier where we're thinking about choices, right? What choice of district did you choose? For those of you, again, I think I'm one of the only political scientists here. We do this all the time in vote choices. When you have multi-party elections where you have to pick a party and it is one vote, right? So you only can select one party versus the other. So there's a number of empirical models that you can use on these choice selection. But maybe I'll just leave it there when, I just wasn't quite sure that this empirical strategy, it seemed like a better descriptive strategy than a causal identification of the relationships. Again, I'll punt that to other folks. The last thing I would like to say, and I think this is the real positive, is it's incredible with the spillover dimension of your project. And I think, again, this is where the richness, the data is actually really great. I'm very excited some of the data you collected, although again, the timing of the data doesn't necessarily match onto my expectations of what I expected. But it's incredible that you could do such good work on the spillovers and the implication. I mean, it's kind of obvious when someone points it out. Yes, it's not a gentrifying district or tract, but it's right next to one, right? And the implications are pretty big here. So I think that's the great part. Where to go from here, again, maybe that's better for the whole room. But I think, for me at least, again, maybe this is across all the papers as a political scientist, to hear more on the theory, but you leverage your comparative advantage even more. The more depth you get in the DC study, I think the more you're going to add to the conversation, as long as you can, again, situate DC within this broader context. But anyways, it was great to have an opportunity to read the paper. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nathan. And we'll let Haidar respond after the next presentation, which is about West Baltimore. Sandra Newman from Johns Hopkins and Michael, how do you pronounce your last name?
Schneidel. Can you hear me?
Yep, Michael Schneidel.
Michael Schneidel.
Columbia, who lives in Baltimore, and he's going to present.
Can you all see my screen okay?
You can. It looks beautiful.
Oh, great. Just going to move this. Great. So, hi, everyone. I'm Michael Schneidel, and I'm a doctoral candidate at Columbia. And Dr. Sandra Newman, a professor at JHU, is the co-investigator in this study. I want to quickly acknowledge financial support for this research from JHU's 21st Century Cities Initiative. So our case study area is the West Baltimore Opportunity Zones Cluster, the WBOZC. or maybe our case study for my tongue's sake. And we selected our case study for 4 reasons. The first is I had detailed knowledge of economic and community development experts and projects in West Baltimore. The second is the case study area, as you can see, represents highly distressed neighborhoods that serve as a black swan for analysis. If we have time, I can explain that in a little more detail. Third, just generally, Baltimore's proximity to DC offered the advantage that we could identify and interview participants knowledgeable in both Baltimore, but also national OZ activity. And then finally, unlike most jurisdictions, Baltimore and Maryland really early on established these staff positions to work specifically on OZ that could serve as point of contacts for this study. And I should just say quickly, you know, we're really lucky to have one of these coordinators, Ben Siegel, participate in this study. Baltimore's really lucky to have an expert like Ben working to attract investment to the city. And we're certainly happy he's here with us today to discuss and critique this. So we conducted roughly 75 interviews with community and government officials, program managers, developers, businesses, and fund managers, among others, as you can see. These were open-ended, semi-structured interviews, and we used them to document and analyze how much new capital OZ had attracted to Baltimore, to document specific real estate and small business projects being supported by OZ, to ask the question, who is benefiting from OZ, and also to ask what types of tools and incentives are necessary to attract capital and economic development to truly distressed neighborhoods. So the takeaway on this one is in the title. OZ is a missed opportunity. Now, OZ is supporting some very positive development, including investments in transit-oriented development, expansion for a minority-owned business, workforce housing, even the attraction of high-paying tech jobs. And OZ is also stimulating investment conversations and local government capacity. However, we find the policy failing at oversight and engagement, and we find the policy is not changing development outcomes. OZ is a weak incentive for capital gains investors who generally want market rate returns. And it's a missed opportunity because it does not sufficiently support developers, investors, institutions, and businesses that are already active in distressed neighborhoods. And what our participant interviews really reveal is a locality doing its best with a tax policy that, frankly, is poorly designed to stimulate development in distressed neighborhoods. Okay, so here to the nitty gritty. I really realize there's a lot of data on this slide now, but I'm going to walk us through most of these shortly. So at the end of 2020, no OZ deals had closed in the case study area. However, there were 6 completed OZ investments in Baltimore City, as well as another 3 projects that were likely to receive OZ funding soon, 2 of which were actually in the WBOZC area. And again, these projects show how OZ investments are supporting some really important economic development work. They include a $10 million investment in TOD and major redevelopment of Baltimore's Penn Station. This redevelopment, or rather this investment is being made by Blueprint Local, and Blueprint is a national mission-driven fund that our study participants describe as uniquely dedicated to community impact engagement. They include a roughly $1 million investment by the Verte Opportunity Fund. Verte is a fund focused on impact venture capital into the operating business Galen Robotics. And Galen specializes in computational sensing and robotics. And this OZ investment was part of Galen's permanent relocation into 5,000 square feet of an industrial warehouse turned office space in Southwest Baltimore. They include another roughly $1 million investment, again by Verte, into the Outlook Company, a full-service animation studio. This company actually was founded by Trevor Price, a former football player for the Baltimore Ravens. And as part of this investment, Outlook is actually expanding in a move to the Hohen Lithograph building in East Baltimore. And for those of you not familiar with Baltimore, the new Hohen building is actually a non-OZ and recent $30 million redevelopment in a distressed neighborhood that was led by Bill Struver's Cross Street Partners. And the forthcoming investments include a gap equity investment in affordable housing and retail space for local businesses in a truly distressed tract in the study area. And I'll note that the recipient of this investment is a developer that describes their company as social and economic justice driven, and that is the stated goal of undoing redlining. And forthcoming investments also include an estimated $10 million investment in a long planned $100 million mixed use redevelopment project that was on the edge of our study area. And this project, I should note, is being redeveloped by one of the region's most well-known and sophisticated developers, MCB Real Estate. And this is a firm that has deep and personal ties to West Baltimore. Now, far and away, the largest OZ investment, current or forthcoming in Baltimore City, is an $154 million investment. That's about 65% of all OZ capital flowing in Baltimore City. That's being invested by Goldman Sachs into the $5.5 billion future headquarters of Under Armour. And this is most likely substitute capital for an already planned roughly 1 million square foot mixed use mega development at Port Covington. So, outside of this 154 million at Port Covington, these projects represent 78 million of OZ equity supporting real estate and business development projects across the city that are benefiting city residents at large. However, it's important to note that investments in deeply distressed tracts represent less than 5% of the total OZ equity deployed or expected to be deployed in Baltimore. And in terms of neighborhood redevelopment, and even in terms of the Baltimore economy, this is just not that much capital. For example, again, if we exclude Port Covington, OZ investment to date is about half the amount spent constructing 414 Light Street, which is a single 44-story luxury tower and the newest addition to Baltimore's skyline. And it's certainly a far cry from the cost of full neighborhood redevelopment investment like there is going on at Baltimore's Harbor Point. And yet, we find Baltimore to be performing reasonably well with the OZ tax preference. If you think about this in terms of the country's development economy, 3 years of this policy has basically produced roughly one Hudson Yards development spread across the country. And Baltimore's relative success is thanks to this funded and dedicated government staff, as well as a few sophisticated developers committed to community development, and a few mission-driven financiers that are basically all bending over backwards to leverage a tax preference that wasn't well designed to spur development in distressed neighborhoods. Okay, so now the West Baltimore story in greater detail. So the greatest benefit of the OZ program is its ability to stimulate new investment conversations and put Baltimore on the map for a new set of investors. We documented over 50 funds that had connected with Baltimore City and or individual businesses and projects. And as many as 80 projects were exploring OZ as an investment source. Related to this new ecosystem, we found OZ was creating a new organizing structure in which the local government engages in development. In Baltimore, development capacity included the creation of a development prospectus. That's a marketing document that the OZ coordinator pitches to developers and investors. And at the state level, this capacity includes an interactive website portal, the Maryland Information Exchange, where OZ actors can locate projects, information, and contacts about the state's economic development activity. However, while Baltimore made good faith efforts to track OZ development and to connect communities to OZ, we find that OZ policy fails at oversight and engagement. Our participants explained that OZ is a sufficiently complicated economic development tool that, in addition to basic tracking, which has been mentioned several times today, the policy requires federal funding for education, engagement, and technical assistance. And while OZ is stimulating these new conversations and interest about investing in Baltimore, this is not actually materializing into new outcomes for distressed neighborhoods. And we find several reasons this is the case. First, most OZ investors demand market rate returns between about 10 and 16%. But projects in distressed neighborhoods are more likely to generate IRRs no higher than 3 to 6%. Second, OZ is a weak incentive that does not change development outcomes on its own. Of particular note here, the year 5 and year 7 step-up bases of the program are just not enticing investors. And OZ is considered and it's used as a gap equity source that does not determine the fate of a project or stimulate entirely new development. We found government subsidy programs and or federal new markets tax credits to be more important sources of capital to spur development in distressed neighborhoods. Third, OZ fails to incentivize investors and institutions already investing or at least interested in investing in West Baltimore who do not have access to capital gains dollars. These include small businesses, developers, and CDFIs, but they also include large institutional sources of capital like university pensions. And then finally, I'll just say OZ suffers from design failures, which include poor selection criteria, which actually force localities to select places like Port Covington that don't require incentive, failures to create or embrace a planning or market-making processes that can prepare distressed markets for future investment, timing issues around capital deployment, and really an inattention to the relationship between appraisals and other development criteria that are connected to the racist and segregationist practices that devalue these neighborhoods in the first place. So all that said, OZ requires some serious restructuring if it's going to stimulate meaningful investment and deep investment in distressed neighborhoods. And we propose 7 changes to the program. These include instituting reporting requirements and removing contiguous tracts and tracts that should not have qualified for OZ eligibility. These are recommendations that have come up today, and they've been made by most early serious studies of OZ. And Congress really needs to stop delaying action in order to prevent possible waste, fraud, or abuse, and certainly to stop the perception of it. Our next recommendations require deeper analysis and the convening of development policy and legal experts. They include federal grant support for education and engagement around OZ, deepening the step-up basis incentives and aligning infrastructure investments, as well as a federal guarantee pool to stimulate development in deeply distressed neighborhoods. We also recommend Congress incentivize CDFI bank lending capacity and add CDFI oversight to OZ. And finally, and most drastically, we recommend expanding or even substituting the OZ capital gains tax preference to include a refundable tax credit for community-based actors that invest non-capital gains equity into deeply targeted tracts. Throughout the study, we repeatedly identified doctor and dentist dollars, individual businesses, and small developers that were emotionally connected to and already working in West Baltimore. We also identified larger capital sources, again, like university pension funds that operate in and around distressed neighborhoods, but often invest in primary or foreign capital markets. Now, if these actors were given tax preference, they are much more likely to invest patient capital in distressed neighborhoods than the holders of capital gains dollars. And this is the missed opportunity of OZ. So with those recommendations, I will conclude our West Baltimore story. Thanks.
So we're lucky to have to respond Ben Siegel, who the aforementioned hero of opportunity zones in Baltimore, who was responsible for all their successes and most of their failures. Ben.
Thank you, David.
Sorry about that. That was unfair.
Great. Can you guys see my presentation?
We can.
Okay. Well, great. Well, thanks, David. Thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this really important conference today. And let me just thank Michael and Sandy for the paper. And just the first point I want to make is that I don't want to minimize, the value of Michael and Sandy working on this paper. And kind of as a side benefit for me, just having Michael as a thought partner around opportunity zones and around our strategy has been really critical to our work. And, Michael's also been helpful in my data collection efforts as well. So having a researcher, taking a close look at our opportunity zones and our projects has helped me collect some data that I hadn't previously collected on some of our projects. So again, my name is Ben Siegel, and I work with the Baltimore Development Corporation, the city's economic development agency, where I serve as the Opportunity Zones coordinator. So in terms of just taking a couple of minutes here as a discussant, I wanted to, I'm not going to necessarily kind of respond to, kind of individual points within the paper. I thought it was, a good job. I thought Michael and Sandy did a fantastic job of speaking to a wide range and a diverse range of folks working on opportunity zones in Baltimore. And what I thought might be useful, I just have kind of 2 maps that I wanted to present in my couple minutes, is to kind of take a step back and present, not necessarily the individual transactions, but more about, at least in Baltimore City, how we've approached opportunity zones as a tool in the toolbox related to, some of our key goals. Some of the panels this morning we're talking about, well, what is the purpose of opportunity zones? And one of the benefits, at least we viewed in the flexibility of this tool, is that it kind of allows localities to define our own purpose for how we want to utilize opportunity zones locally. And that's something that we've tried to do in Baltimore with I think some good successes and some areas where, we're hoping to be able to do more. And I think going in, one of the things that we've recognized is that opportunity zones, opportunity fund investments can't work and aren't supposed to work, we don't think, as a replacement to new markets tax credits or as a replacement to low income housing tax credits or, CRA investments from banks. Really it's another tool that we can use to further our goals in several key areas. So what this map is intended to reflect is looking at some of these transactions from the paper that Michael just addressed in the context of our broader strategy. So for us going into opportunity zones, we had kind of three main strategies of where we wanted to look to attract additional flexible private investment into key strategies for our community and economic development efforts. So one is around anchor institutions. Baltimore is well positioned in that we have a number of universities and hospitals that serve as key economic anchors in a range of neighborhoods. And so we viewed opportunity zones as a way for us to especially accelerate development around some of these anchors in specific neighborhoods in Baltimore City. And on the map, what's labeled in black are the investments that are tied to anchors, which Michael discussed and are in the paper. So on the far east side there, the Y56, that's the Yard 56 project. Up in the top, the NC, that's Northwood Commons, which is tied to Morgan State University. I should note the Yard 56 project is right across the street from Hopkins Bayview's hospital. In the kind of central area of Baltimore, the PS is Penn Station, the Amtrak station, which is also anchored there by University of Baltimore. And then the PY is the Prosper on Fayette, which is anchored by the University of Maryland, Baltimore. And so in all of these cases, I think for us, what opportunity zones have helped out is that it's part of the capital stack, right? So, these are large projects where opportunity zones are a critical part of closing a capital stack and helping a project move forward at a greater rate than it would have otherwise. Now, would these projects have happened without opportunity zones? Maybe. It's hard to make that but-for case. What we certainly know is they've happened a lot more quicker because of opportunity zones. In Baltimore, we have numerous examples over the years of projects that have kind of started and stopped because they can't access capital. They get close and then the capital falls apart. One of the interesting benefits of opportunity zones is that the timeline nature and the need for investors to deploy the capital helps move projects forward. And in all these cases, these projects move forward faster than they would have otherwise. Secondly is that we viewed a key, goal of ours with regards to opportunity zones as a way to attract more venture capital into Baltimore. The city of Baltimore has some strong kind of economic foundations around startups and around business development in our universities and in some of our business growth areas. But Baltimore struggles to attract venture capital, especially compared to DC down the street from us, and obviously, the New York area, and the Boston area. And so, we view this especially as an opportunity to attract VC from local investors, who in many cases, local investors based in Maryland are sending their venture capital investments outside of the state. So we wanted to try to take advantage of that. And the two examples in red here that Michael mentioned, the Galen Robotics, the Outlook Studio, in both cases, those were investments that were made by a Maryland-based investor. And in one case, it's a Black-owned business that this is one of their few venture capital investments they've been able to access. And in the Galen Robotics case, it's a company that relocated to Baltimore from Silicon Valley. I mean, for us, that's a great story. And, they're going to be creating over 125 jobs in the next year or two. And then the final piece, and what I'll just kind of end on with my last slide, is that we've viewed opportunity zones as a key input, as a key tool to help further our community development strategies in Baltimore. And so the kind of approach that we've taken is that we've been very intentional in the past few years within Baltimore in developing kind of longer term community development strategies in key impact investment areas. A couple of years ago, kind of coinciding with opportunity zones, the city put out a new era of neighborhood investment, which is basically a framework that we've created for community development and community development investment. As part of developing this new plan, we put into place a $60 million community development loan fund called the Neighborhood Impact Investment Fund that is run by a nonprofit but capitalized by the city and intended to be a source of capital focusing on what's been identified as 4 impact investment areas in the city, where we at the city level and with state resources and with our NIF fund, the Neighborhood Impact Investment Fund, are looking to really put capital into strengthen these and revitalizing these neighborhoods. And we view opportunity zones as a key part in kind of building that and in making these plans come to fruition. And so this is where I want to just focus on West Baltimore, which is one of these impact investment areas. So my kind of purple box there, the violet box with the NAW, that's the North Avenue project Michael mentioned, and MPN is the Madison Park North project. And so my next slide zooms in on this specific area. So again, just to bounce back, this square here and the blue are the opportunity zones is now kind of zoomed in right here. So here's the Madison Park North project, and here's the North Avenue Workforce project. And what I want to point out here is that this is a map from our community development framework that the city put out a couple years ago, and where we are taking a very concentrated approach in strategically utilizing city and state dollars to help revitalize a neighborhood and to build a strong live, work, learn, play neighborhood. And what the numbered circles here show you are key projects within this neighborhood where the city and state are invested. So 3 of these projects are affordable housing. 1 has a home ownership component. 1 of these projects is a focus on green space. And then 2 of the projects here, 6 and 7, are businesses and amenities. And so if you, and one of the projects, number 2, is a brand new modernized elementary school. And so what we've done to try to incentivize opportunity zone investment and to attract private capital here is that we're trying to create a neighborhood where the city and state are investing and that can be right for private capital investment. Another key part of this is aligning infrastructure investment. So the 2 projects in violet here are along North Avenue. The city has leveraged a $10 million Federal Department of Transportation Tiger grant to make major improvements to this key east-west thoroughfare across the city. And as a result of all this, we have found that opportunity fund investors, private capital, wants to come into this neighborhood. And these 2 projects, the North Avenue Workforce Housing Project and the Madison Park North project, are both examples where private OZ capital is coming in, and what it's doing is that it's combining with the public resources that we've put in, and it's helping to kind of complete the development and the revitalization of this neighborhood. And what we're hoping to see in the coming years is on this map, kind of in the bottom right here, a lot of this yellow area. These are areas where we are inviting the private market, private capital to come in and to assist with the revitalization into helping make this neighborhood a mixed income neighborhood. And I think one of the key things that we've been trying to address to recognize that the challenges relating to gentrification is that as we're letting the private market come in and help support a mixed income neighborhood here, we're also mindful that we need to continue a focus on building affordable housing, both ourselves, and that's kind of the 1, 3, and 5 projects, as well as with the Opportunity Zone project. So the North Avenue Workforce Housing Project will have 50% of the units at 50% area median income, which is obviously critical. And so, just kind of concluding here for us, the opportunity zones have been a critical tool in our, citywide community economic development strategies. Certainly agree some of the points that Michael has raised in the paper and Sandy in the paper would really be useful for us. For example, opening up to other forms of capital that can be used and receive the benefit. That is if we can make it broader than just capital gains, that would help, we think, attract more capital and more equitable capital. And then agreed that, any assistance that can be provided on the technical assistance front, on help with outreach and community engagement is also key. The city has put a lot of resources, both our own, and we've been able to attract some philanthropic dollars to do our own versions of technical assistance and community outreach, but certainly, more could be used there. And, for us, we're optimistic that, with some changes, opportunity zones can continue to help us implement our strategies. Thanks, David.
Great, thanks. So for people who are joining us, we're a little bit behind schedule. I just want to allow at least a few minutes for conversation. If people have questions about either of the DC gentrification or the Baltimore presentation. I don't see any at the moment. Let me just ask first, Haidar or Bethel or Charlotte, do you have any brief response to what Nathan had to say? Don't feel obligated. Yeah.
No, okay, so let me say one thing. I think these are great comments. Let me just start with the DC government involvement. Now, Charlotte works at the tax revenues office. I did reach out to DC government because the mayor's office was mostly, involved in this, and they really helped me to connect me to the people who were kind of, in the process of OZ designation. And I had a few, exchanges with them, but these are informal, so I can't, put them in the paper yet because it's just, but it seems like, DC is different than some other places because DC governments also give some incentives on top of the federal incentives. And that is kind of something interesting. The second thing is that they're also, encouraging, people to invest in the projects that DC government thinks are important. So this is kind of another thing, but I don't have the data yet. So, and that's why I did not include in the paper. On the issue about the theory of gentrification, I mean, we didn't kind of, because the paper, this is the preliminary results, and this is, we have been working on this project for like 3-4 months, but it's kind of implied we'll do that, is that, somehow the real estate lobby, right, behind the gentrification, and they are the ones. So there's going to be some of the interest group, theory, and it shows that, right? It shows that in the I mean, these are kind of very preliminary results. Even if in designation it doesn't show that the gentrification played a role, but when you look at the vacancy rates, which is kind of a sign of where the investments are going, it seems like gentrifying neighborhoods, right? They have a lower vacancy rates, and they might get more investments, because you can get an OZ designation, but which one is going to get the investments, right? That is not guaranteed. And I agree with Nathan, right? That is, this cluster stuff that, we're going to do more work on that, because when they make a decision, probably they are thinking about, those clusters too, when investing in a place. This is in the work in progress. But now on the issue of the external validity.
I'm going to cut you off because we're so far behind. Okay. I'm sure you and Nathan can have a good dialogue. Sure. But if Bethel or Charlotte wants to add anything, speak now or forever hold your peace. Yeah. Okay, Sandra, do you want to weigh in at all in the conversation between Michael and Ben?
I just have a quick thing I need to mention for DC. Although I work for the DC government, whatever I do for this paper doesn't really represent the DC government. Make sure that is stated.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. We actually did try and get someone from the DC government to respond with less than favorable results. Ethel?
I have nothing to add at this point, but thank you.
Okay. Sandra Newman, do you want to, is there anything about Baltimore we should know before we move on? You're on mute, Sandra.
Okay, how's that? Okay. I'll let Michael be our spokesperson. He's done a great job.
Okay. Michael, unless you have something pressing, I'd like to move on to the next session, but I really appreciate it. It was a great conversation. Okay, so we're going to move to the next session. People watching, give me a moment to switch up the panelists. This morning, we talked about the impact of opportunity zones on labor markets. And there have been some commentary from people emailing me like, we need to think about what's the purpose of opportunity zones before we decide whether they're a success, which is certainly true. And I think there are different people have different versions of the intent. But clearly, when you have a capital gains tax break and you have a lot of real estate activity, it's interesting, no matter what the intent of the program is, to look at what's happened to property prices. So we have now 4 papers. Each of the presenters, I'm going to beg them to stick to their 15 minutes. And then we have a couple of discussants afterwards. I think I'll just introduce the papers one at a time for efficiency's sake. So the first paper is called Impact of Opportunity Zones on Commercial Investment, Housing, and Economic Activity. The authors are Kevin Corinth and Naomi Feldman, who's at the Hebrew University. And Naomi is going to present.
Okay, wonderful. Everyone can hear me and see my slides? Great. Okay, I will get started. I'm going to jump right into it. Okay, so the big question that we ask in this paper essentially is, are OZs working? So do we see evidence on increased economic activity? In terms of commercial investment, that is prices and transactions, quality changes in restaurants, that is a proxy for general economic improvement. In future work, we're going to be looking a little bit more on housing and foot traffic in local businesses, business openings and closings, and employment. So again, as most of you already know, last year we really expected 2020 to be the year in which OZs would take off. If they were going to take off, Treasury had finalized the rules. December 2019 was the final period to invest and receive the full tax benefits. Of course, now we have to take into account the effects of COVID. It's not quite clear how the pandemic is going to interact with OZ investment. So this is something that we're going to think a little bit more about going forward. Oops, okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna, okay. So why are we focusing on investment? Well, first of all, increased private investment was the direct goal of the legislation. Increased private investment might be a necessary condition to see other impacts, for example, unemployment, resident well-being, poverty, et cetera. We view as all downstream effects that might take longer to observe. And tax incentives were largest for investment in the early period. So if OZs don't increase investment, then tax benefits from OZ investment might have been better invested in other programs to help disadvantage. As we've already heard, CEA estimates 75 billion of capital raised by opportunity funds through 2019 at a federal cost of 11 billion. This represents roughly about 18% of SNAP costs in 2019. So it's not cheap. The first data I'm going to tell you about is commercial investment data. So this is transaction level data from Real Capital Analytics. They have the universe of transactions valued at over 2.5 million from 2010 through 2020. This is a pretty low sort of bar to meet in terms of commercial transactions. We have numerous details on each transaction. I'm not going to make use of those in today's presentation. We're really just going to focus on the number and the dollar amount of investments. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to summarize the summary statistics. And what we know from this data is that selected tracts are more likely to be industrial, lower prices, older buildings compared to other tracts. There are more transactions compared to the census tracts that were eligible and not selected, but about equal to the ineligible tracts. So here is just some data that we plotted, annualized dollars of investments per quarter by tract type. Again, it's probably not surprising. So you can think of this as P times Q. This is representing not only the price of the transactions, but the quantity. Selected tracts were only about 8,700 out of the total. So that's the solid line that we see at the bottom. They have the least amount of total investments compared to the other 2 types of tracts, eligible and not selected, and selected tracts. So as we all know, right, OZ eligibility depended on meeting at least one of the following criteria: official poverty rate of at least 20%, median income below 80% of the median income in a state or a metropolitan area, or to be contiguous with a census tract meeting conditions 1 or 2, and have a median income less than 125% of the qualifying census tract. So we're going to use this information to develop an empirical technique. We're going to use multivariate eligibility cutoffs to get essentially an intent to treat, the effect of being eligible as an OZ. And we're also going to use a fuzzy design to get the treatment on the treated, the effect of actually being selected as an OZ. So here we've plotted essentially all of the census tracts in the United States. We have them broken down between being eligible and ineligible. If you focus first on the right-hand side, here you can see that essentially to be ineligible, you had to have a lower poverty rate than 20%, and you had to have a median income above that 80% threshold that I just mentioned. So roughly 100%, or I shouldn't say roughly, 100% of ineligible census tracts fall into this quadrant here. If we move now to the left-hand side, you can see here that this represents all of the eligible tracts. Most of the tracts, or I should say plurality of the tracts, actually qualified on both dimensions. That is, they had poverty rates that were higher than 20%, and they were also below the 80% threshold in terms of median income. 31% only qualified on the median income, and 12% only qualified on the poverty condition. And roughly the 1% here just represents some tracts that are slightly mismeasured in the sense that they use the 2012 to 2016 ACS for their statistics, but I won't go into that right now. So here's what we could think of like the first stage of our estimate. Essentially, this is looking at eligibility, or I should say selection, based upon those criterion that I just showed you. So if we focus first on the left-hand side, these are tracts with a median income below the 80% threshold. So these tracts already qualify based upon their income threshold. So therefore, when you pass the 20% mark, so here this is the normalized 20% poverty threshold. When you pass that threshold, it means nothing because you already qualified based upon the median income. And so here we just plot essentially the probability of being selected. And you could see there's no discontinuity when you pass that threshold. On the other hand, if your tract has a median income above that 80% threshold, when you actually pass that poverty threshold, it does have a very strong probability on being selected. So as you can see here, that if you're below that poverty threshold, right, you're essentially ineligible, but then when you pass it, you become eligible. We could do the flip experiment here using the other threshold. So here, for example, we have tracts with poverty rates above 20%. These are tracts that qualify simply based upon the poverty rate. So therefore, when you pass the income threshold, it means nothing. Again, and this is what we see when we look at the discontinuity. There's nothing special about passing that 80% threshold. On the other hand, if your poverty rate is below 20%, when you pass that median income threshold, it does have a strong probability on being selected. So we're going to take those two regression discontinuity thresholds, we're going to combine them into a two-dimensional RD approach. And you get this graph here, which essentially takes the maximum of those two discontinuity thresholds. And this is essentially what we're going to go with for the rest of this presentation today. We're just going to call this the running variable. But again, this is the combination of those two thresholds such that when you are in the negative range or you're below the zero of this range variable, you're essentially, there's a very much lower probability of being selected. And when you pass this threshold, there's a much higher probability of being selected. So we're going to consider four primary investment related outcomes. The first is we're just going to look at this binary 0-1. Is there any investments? And then number 3 is the next one I'll focus on. This is the dollar investments. We also do a number of other types of dependent variables. I won't focus on those just just due to the time limitation. So I'll jump here now. So these are essentially the results. So here we're looking at the probability of any investment during the treatment period by the running variable. So again, we saw that there was this treatment. When you pass the 0, right, you go from having a very low probability of being selected to a much higher probability of being selected. But you can see here that when you pass that threshold, it has virtually no impact on the probability of having any investments in the census tract. Here we look at the change in the dollars in investments. So here we're looking at the change from the pre-period, that essentially 18 months leading up to what we consider here the third quarter of 2018 as sort of when OZs would come into effect. and then looking at the 18 months after that. And again, you see virtually no discontinuity in terms of the change in the dollars being invested. So that essentially summarizes most of the results that we're getting here. Is that, passing this continuity, this threshold, when you go from having a low eligibility, or I should say a low probability of being selected to a high probability, you see virtually no impact in these investment outcome variables. So here we show the we show these the two-dimensional RD estimates in the fuzzy approach, where essentially we just we take the RD estimates that we're getting, and we adjust them for the probability of actually being selected. Again, here we have standard errors in the parentheses, and across the board, we're not finding any statistically significant results. I should point out that these point estimates are actually not small. If we look at the millions of dollars of investment, so here we find, $1.8 million investment per census tract. If you multiply that by the number of census tracts, you get something of a magnitude of roughly $15 billion, which is actually quite a large number if you look at just the total amount being invested in selected tracts. So again, it's not that we're estimating a very precise, zero. This is really more of a statement of noisy data, having large standard errors that are simply too large to say anything sort of statistically about our results. But again, across the board, we're finding essentially we cannot reject the null hypothesis of no effect. We then moved on to a difference in differences approach, which again, we've already seen a number of other papers take, so I won't explain it too much, but essentially we're just looking at focusing on only eligible tracks and comparing those that were eligible but not selected versus those that were eligible and selected. And so we just want to look again at this change in investment, comparing those two types of tracks. So here we look at some of the pre-trends just to establish those. Here we look at the poverty rates and the median income trends. That you could see that the pre-trends are actually pretty similar for eligible and not selected versus selected in terms of poverty rates, in terms of median income, which again lends some more credibility to our diff results. So here we're looking at trends and various investment outcomes. Again, we'll focus on A and C. This is this binary 0-1. Is there any investment and dollars of investment? And you can see here that it's, again, the data is quite noisy. It's quite lumpy in many cases. And you can see there's a general positive upward trend in terms of having, probability of any investment, also a little bit more in the dollars of investment. Here are the different diff results, which again, you could see this, these results really reflect the noisy data. The parallel trends assumption prior to the implementation of OZs is a bit tenuous. And you could see essentially the fact that all of these dots are solid black represents that we cannot reject the null hypothesis of no difference between eligible, not selected, and selected. So again, you can see there's a lot of noise here. We can't say anything, statistically significant. And so essentially we're finding sort of no causal impact of being selected as an OZ. This moves me, I'll say, have a few minutes to say about the second data set that we look at. So here we're looking to see if there's just general improvements in economic activity. In order to say something about this, we're using SafeGraph data. So this is anonymous location data from tens of millions of Americans' cell phones. So here we observe exact establishments that people visit. We're going to use this data for now for a very specific purpose. And we're going to focus on restaurant and other eating establishments. Why? One of the main reasons is that this is the largest category in the data. It represents about 14% of all establishment visits. The next biggest category is religious organizations, roughly about half that number. And out of these restaurants, roughly 30% of them are essentially what we call branded restaurants. These are chains or brand names that you would recognize. So what we're going to do is create what we call a quality index to proxy for economic development. So the basic idea is that we're going to estimate the probability that a restaurant brand is located in ineligible tract during January through June 2018. I would love to go back further or back more in time. Unfortunately, the data only begins in January, so I'm going to just rely on the fact that not too much happened the first half of 2018. And so here the idea is that the higher the probability, the higher the quality. Okay, so if there's a higher probability that you're located in an ineligible tract, we're just going to assume that this is a higher quality type restaurant. So within each census tract, we're going to take these quality measures and weight them by the number of visits. And so this will give us a restaurant quality weighted average for each census tract. So it's not surprising perhaps that selected tracts have an average of about 0.5 and eligible tracts have an average of about 0.57, right? So ineligible tracts simply have what we call higher quality restaurants. And so we're going to measure the change in this quality index over time relative to the base period. So how do you get change in this index? Two main ways. The first is that relatively more people go to a pre-existing higher quality restaurant. So people are going less, let's say, to Arby's and more to, Pete's Coffee, or new restaurants open that are of higher than average quality for the census tract, and people go to them. And I should add, I'm using restaurants as sort of a short name, but this essentially also would cover places like Starbucks and other cafes. So here's the distribution of these quality weights. You can see that there's a lot of mass at the 0 and 1. So these are essentially places that really only exist in ineligible tracts. Those would be the ones, versus those that only exist in ineligible tracts, right? So to give you some examples, so these, Blue Bottle Coffee, Chopped Pressed Juicery, these are all types of restaurants that got weights of 1. You could see around the middle, places like McDonald's, for example, a weight of 0.5 is a bit uninformative. If you have, 50% probability of being in an eligible tract, then a 50% probability of being in an ineligible tract. And so we see a lot of chains that just simply are very, exist all throughout the United States, tend to have weights around sort of the mean. So McDonald's, Denny's, KFC. And then we just have a number of places that only exist in the eligible tracts. So when I first saw Pollo Camparo, I was like, isn't that the place in Breaking Bad? But actually that was Pollo Hermanos. So in case you were wondering. So here's essentially a change in the restaurant quality index. And again, this is looking at the change from the first half of 2018 through the post sort of opportunity zone designation. And you could see it's essentially another 0, right? So we don't see too much going on here. There isn't that much change in this restaurant quality index thus far.
Naomi, like,
so yeah, I'll conclude. So just to conclude, so the persistence of economic disadvantage in some areas of the United States, as we already heard, so Ed very eloquently explained this in the beginning, combined with reduced geographical mobility, has led to renewed calls for policies that can improve the economic circumstances of residents in struggling regions. Thus far, we find no evidence that OZ tax incentives has significantly increased commercial investment in selected tracts. We also don't find that in terms of restaurant quality, a proxy for what we consider smaller scale investment and more general economic improvement. We also find no evidence of improvement in this measure. Our results are consistent across RD and difference estimation. And we have some future plans. We want to dig much deeper into the SafeGraph data. We want to look at employment outcomes, new business creation. We're also working with some Zillow data on housing. And we also think that a longer time frame might help with some analysis. So we'll keep doing this over and over for next year or 2 or more.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Very interesting.
Sure.
The next paper is called Where is the Opportunity in Opportunity Zones? It's by Alan Sage of MIT, Mike Langan of the National University of Singapore, where I don't think there are any opportunity zones, or maybe the whole place is an opportunity zone, and Alex Vandeman from the University of Connecticut Business School, who will make the presentation. Alex.
Hi, everyone. So welcome. Luckily, it was already introduced. So yeah, I think this has been a project that we've been working on for a long time. I think the first version we put up was maybe even late 2018 or early 2019. Back then, we thought maybe we shouldn't publish this yet because we might need some more data. And in the end, I'm really happy we did, because we do find that the results changed a little bit after adding the 2019 data, as you'll see as well. And there are some reasons as well. That's why we thought of this up front. So first of all, of course, there's a direct tax benefit. I don't think we have to explain that to you guys. If you're an investor, this is all indeed by commercial real estate investors, the same as the previous paper. I'm actually pretty happy by the previous paper because she already explained a few things for me. So, hopefully I can end up in time because I don't have to go over everything again. At any rate, obviously there's a direct tax benefit, but is there also a benefit broader than that? For the bigger area and not for the guys themselves getting this tax benefit. Or in other words, is this just simply a tax pass through to existing landlords, landowners, or is there actually some value creation? I guess that's sort of the best way to frame the question the way we wanted to frame it. So what do we look at? We look at prices and liquidity. We're going to do the same thing as most authors did, so I'm not really going to go through the methodology in a lot of detail. We're just going to do the same diff and diff setup with propensity score matching. You've heard it a million times. But again, our data is micro data of commercial property transactions. And we're also going to look at liquidity. I'm going to explain a little bit what we mean with liquidity, but liquidity is very important in real estate. There's actually multiple reasons for it. One of it is because price, like the way that information arrives in the commercial property market is extremely slow. We know this. And therefore, we find usually that demand for real estate is a leading indicator. In other words, if there's more demand for real estate than there was before, then prices tend to move up, but also liquidity tends to increase. And actually, liquidity increases first. It's a process of tâtonnement, where you see it in other fields as well. So liquidity goes up, and then the existing owners, they all of a sudden realize, like, hey, wait a second, we could actually have higher reservation prices ourselves. So they might move slower than demand, and therefore you don't immediately see a price increase, but you do see a big jump in liquidity. And this is especially the case in commercial real estate, again, because commercial real estate is extremely heterogeneous, and there's not that many transactions, relatively speaking, so it's very slow, slow information creep there. But of course, second of all, let's say we find no price increase at all. What actually does that tell you? Like, does it tell you it's a success or not? Like in itself, just talking about prices doesn't tell you the whole story. For example, if we find that we're also going to look at vacant land, for example, I think that's the most clear. Now, for example, we don't find a price increase, but we see a huge increase in liquidity, meaning way more land is being sold than before, then I still think you can argue it's a success, right? Because there's more investment flowing into these areas, and it didn't maybe materialize in prices, but why would it, right? If there's enough land, then it's all going to be reflected into more land sales and not so much in increasing prices. So that's why we're going to look at both prices and liquidity. That's sort of our general story. I guess one of the things we also look at that I don't think other papers did, but I could be wrong, is we also specifically look at young properties versus old properties. And the theory is very simple. It's that young properties, you cannot really benefit from this program. If you just bought a brand new property there, then it's near impossible to do enough CapEx spending in order to qualify for this program. Where for an older property, and especially land, of course, it's actually very easy to qualify for this program, right? So the tax benefit is not for the new properties, even though it's in the same area, and it is for the older property. That already gives us some sort of identification, right? Within these same census tracts, do we find a different effect on new properties than we find on old properties, right? Real quickly, just sort of the theory. Most of you will know what opportunity zones are, but this can help us sort of get a feeling of what the effect would be on prices. Usually, so these are two exactly the same properties, a lot of the same expectations, whatever. The only difference is this one is not in an opportunity zone. This one is in an opportunity zone. If it's not in an opportunity zone, and it's very hypothetical, what would be the investment? What would be the value that you invest here in this property while buying? This is all after tax. It would be like, the sum of the cash flows. Okay, makes sense. It will be the terminal value, the exit value, what you sell the property for in, usually it's 10 years in our case. But also you have to pay over the initial investment. We just say X, a tax rate, which is just sort of a flat tax rate. Again, it's very simplified. Why is because we assume here this money comes from somewhere else, right? And this is pure profit. This pure profit coming into real estate, you have to pay tax over this profit equal to the amount of profit that you invested in this property. And also you're going to have to pay some capital gains tax, right? You have to pay capital gains tax, which is the terminal value minus the book value, and you have to discount it as well. Now, I'm aware it's more complex than this in reality. You have your depreciation shields and stuff, but again, this is just to keep it as simple as possible. So what happens if the same property is in opportunity zone? Well, first of all, basically this capital gains tax, we can forget about it. That goes away, right? So that's already nice. We got rid of it. But this term also changes slightly. Why? Because you essentially, depends on when you stepped in. I'm assuming sort of the maximum possible. when you step in, you get like a 15% discount on it, which is already nice. But also you don't have to pay it immediately, right? You can postpone it up until 7 years, if I remember correctly. You can postpone it. That's this TI here. So this is very different already, right? And what you can do is you can subtract them from each other. So what's the difference between OZ and non-OZ? And you get this formula. It's explained in the paper if you don't immediately see it. But you should get something like this. And the assumption there is that the cap rate stays flat, which is not very, it's not a dramatic decision we made there. And then you can just say that the exit value is the same as the initial investment times, the growth in the cash flow. And then once you got this, so the knowns actually are T, because T in real estate is almost always 10 years, which is going to keep it at 10. And the TI is also known, because why wouldn't you try to postpone it as long as you can, which is, again, I thought 7 years. It could be wrong 1 year there. So actually the only unknowns are the G, which we just simply don't know, and the after-tax discount rate. So we don't know those. But if you sort of simulate them, so we simulate some growth here, and we simulate some discount rate here. Now these are sort of the values that you can get. It was already interesting to see that the growth rate actually doesn't impact, especially if you look in the middle, doesn't impact the premium, the price premium so much. It's mostly the discount rate that matters, actually. Like this is way more lower discount rate, high discount rate. Oh no, this is growth. Sorry, I said it the other way around. So that really matters. So in our case, what we sort of settled on, I think it's about this 16%, where you have like this discount rate of 8% and a growth rate of about 3-4%. I think that's sort of what was typically used in the investment industry. So in other words, we expect if all the money, so this is sort of important to explain, like if everything would go to the pre-existing landowners, if just a tax pass through, then it would mean that the property values would go up 16%. So that's just to give you a feeling of how high these numbers are. Again, I'm not going to explain all the math. It's basically the same as before. We do propensity score matching, just diff and diff. I guess what we might want to explain is indeed we have the microdata, right, individual transactions, and we do county times year fixed effects. So we're really looking at census tracts within the same county, and we look at census tracts that were eligible and that are that actually got designated. So it's very specific, very local, within a year, within a county. I think that's sort of the important thing. So one thing that we noticed, but I think a lot of you already talked about this, is that, look, if you actually look at the eligible tracts that didn't get designated, you look at the designated tracts, you actually see a huge difference, right? This is the median income, 35,000 or 44,000. This is like as of 2017, I think late 2017. And you see like a poverty rate, which is way higher. And this was one of the things that really shocked us, is that the average poverty rate in these eligible zones is less than the cutoff is, which doesn't make any sense, right? The cutoff is 20%, but we find that the average is less than 20%. And that's of course because these zones were made eligible using 2010 data. So you can already see in a way that it's a little bit outdated, right? If the average is less than the cutoff, that doesn't look good. So we do some propensity score matching, which we have over here. And now the data, the census tracts are the same. These, by the way, are census tracts. This is not the individual transactions yet. We go to that in the next step. But yeah, this is sort of what the matching looks like. Well, so again, we also use data for Real Capital Analytics. I actually put a bunch of text here because I wasn't sure if you guys know Real Capital Analytics, and I got a lot of questions about them. I think what's very important to note that hasn't been said before is they have a capture rate of as close to 100% as you can get. They have a team of, I think, like 200, 300 researchers that try to research all the deals. They go through like the deeds, but they also call in, they go through newspapers and, they call people. They need at least 2 people to verify the deal, all those kind of things. And they try to capture close to 100%. And it's really nice because even in non-disclosure states, they get these really high numbers. So a non-disclosure state like Texas, you'll be in trouble if you would just use deed data, for example. But they have almost everything. Again, the only downside is this threshold of 2.5 million. It's not like how do you say, I'm not sure what the correct word is, but it's not like once it was sold for 2.5 million, it's always in their database. So in other words, if it's sold for 2.5 million and then it's sold for 500,000, it will still be in their database. And also they try to backfill it. So if it's sold for 2.5 million now, they will try to find deals previously. So it's not like really censored in that way. In total, we have like 12,000 transactions between the opportunity zones and the any designated tracks only between 2017 and 2019. So we look at the pretty short bound around this designation process, and we have about 1,100 vacant land observations.
Alice, you got about 4 minutes left.
Yeah, great. This has to do with age. So what is this? They also have, they don't tell you how much CapEx people are spending, but they give like a flag. It was a heavy CapEx spend on this property. And what you can see over here, sort of the age of the properties. In here, the probability, this is just a Kaplan-Meier curve, the probability that this flag will be on. And sort of we identify this to make age groups. I think we say like 30 years over here, like 80 years over here. Those are sort of our age categories. We call these new properties, these middle-aged properties, and these are like the older properties. So these are the results. So what do we find? Well, if we look at the prices, first of all, just a dummy for OZ area, I found this interesting myself. It's already negative in the sense that even though we did a propensity score matching, we still find that on average prices are lower in those opportunity zone areas. But then if we look at the OZ designation, which is the thing we're interested in, this is for the young properties, 1 to 30 years, we find no effect. 31 to 80 years, we find no effect. Older properties, we find an effect of like 7%. Vacant land over here, we find an effect, it's a log effect of 32%. If we look at liquidity, I forgot to mention how we measure this, but this is a probability of sale model. So it's a probit model where we just model like 1-0 if it got sold in a certain period of time. And that's, you can read the paper for more details. But we actually find no effect on liquidity here, but we find a pretty big effect on land sales. So for land, prices went up, but also the liquidity, the probability to sell went up. If we then break it up, into semi-annual years. So this is saying, look, this is the effect of designation in the first half year, second half year, and then, third, fourth. This is the end of the sample. What's actually interesting, and this puzzled us, but we got some explanation from industry here, is that we find that, again, there's some effect here for the middle-aged properties, as you can see. I didn't highlight them, maybe I should have, but you can see it over here, some effect. But most of the effect, again, is in the older properties, but it's not persistent, like it's not significant anymore at the end. And it also wasn't significant at first. So it seems like they were waiting a bit, then they were positive about it, and now it sort of it fizzled out. Now, as the others, we're afraid to add 2020 data, so we didn't do that. We do have the data, though. For the liquidity, you see the same, or for the price on land, you see the same thing. This is, you can see that the price effect sort of fizzled out. If we look at the liquidity, we find that at first, actually, liquidity was negative everywhere, not, of course, significant, but at first was negative, which to us made intuitive sense. It just means that, people didn't exactly know what this program was about. They were sort of, holding their cards. They were, waiting a little bit. But then actually we see later on, we see some severe positive liquidity, including, and this is interesting, I didn't highlight this, but this is also something that I'm still scratching my head about the new properties are actually showing up. So the guys that cannot benefit from this program, they haven't seen price increase, but we do find all the way at the end that they did see some liquidity increases. Now, we also did a bunch of robustness. Of course, we don't have time. We looked at what happens if we don't do propensity score matching. We get the same results. We look at, we split the data up by property type. We find it's mostly an office and apartment. We did a major metro, non-major metro. Those are RCA definitions. We find the effect is in both, but the biggest is actually in the non-major metros. By the size of real estate, so whether it was more than 10 million or less than 10 million. And then we find that the bigger effect was actually the smaller properties. And we also measure spillover by actually looking just at the eligible zones, but we're actually comparing the properties that are closest to one of those OC designated zones. And then we just say, look, this designation happened in this date at this date, and did the properties that were closest, that were in eligible zones, but not the OC designated zones, but very close to the border of the OC designated zones, do we find a positive price or liquidity effect there? We didn't find anything there. So we didn't find a spillover effect, unfortunately. So quickly, concluding remarks. What do we make of all these results? I'm not going to go through all of this. It's a big back of the envelope anyways, and I don't have the time. But it's sort of in the middle because we do see a price effect. We do see a liquidity effect. But also these price effects are pretty high. They're getting close to what this maximum tax benefit is, but they're not quite there. So I guess it's sort of a nuanced message where we're saying, look, yes, some of the effects, that there might be some value creation there, but to a large extent, it's still like a tax pass through to the existing landowners. It's somewhere in between. So I guess that's it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. The next paper, Do Opportunity Zones Create Opportunities, is by James and Sean Larkin of Tulane and Trey Drunk-Trosper of Amazon, and Sean Larkin will make the presentation. And I guess I got Trey seems to be at Tulane now, so I apologize for that.
Thank you. No, so I'm Sean Larkin. I'm a doctoral candidate at Tulane University. My co-authors are, like I said, James Alm and Dr. Trosper. He's currently at Amazon, but he started working on this project at Tulane University, so that's why it's Tulane byline.
Thank you.
All right, so I went through a lot of this background initially of what the Opportunity Zone policies are, so I don't spend too much time on them. The main thing I'd like to focus on is that at this point, we can pretty much all agree that OZ nomination was definitely endogenous. It was determined by a variety of economic, demographic, political factors. And that's true in both Frank Hoop's and Lester 2020, Eldar and Garber 2021, and our own forthcoming publication in Public Choice, where we find that it is definitely endogenous. So the summary of this research paper is the main thing we're looking at is, so we know there's this selection into opportunity zones, but how are they really affecting the targeted low-income communities, right? So what we focus on here is we're looking specifically at Florida, so no other part of the U.S., just the state of Florida, and looking at the real estate prices at the census tract level and with a number of methods. Before I get really too far into the weeds of my analysis, we find kind of two different effects. First of all, when looking at non-vacant residential real estates, there definitely does seem to be there seems to be a small positive effect for opportunity zones. On the other hand, when we're looking at all real estates, we're looking commercial and commercial and vacant real estate, the findings become very mixed and inconsistent, especially by methodology. So the data we're using is the Florida housing prices from 2015 to 2020 using the Florida Department of Revenue yearly tax rolls. This is a really great data source because it's basically the entire universe of all real estate transactions in the state of Florida during this year. So there's a transaction and that it's on these tax rolls. They don't include any information on the actual, they don't have like number of bedrooms, they don't have square footage, but we do have the, whether it's vacant, whether it's residential, whether it's commercial. We know where it's located in absolute geography, so we can match census tracts. And we know the value, of course. And of course, everything is in real value. We then combine this individual data and we aggregate it up to the census tract level, right? So we have about 1.4 million transactions that we're looking at, broken up by about 600,000 in the pre-period, in the post-period, and about 800,000 in the pre-period. And about 85% of that is non-vacant residential. So the vast majority of these transactions are in non-vacant real estates. And then we combine this with the demographic and economic information from the most recent American Community Surveys, 5-year census tract estimates, which covers both the pre and the post period. And we use the location of campuses of higher learning from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security as one of our controls. Because it does matter if there's a campus of higher learning, like a college campus in the area. So just some summary statistics to give you an idea of what we're looking at. We know that so this is the means, the Q opportunity zones and low-income census tracts. Opportunity zones is a subsample of the overall LICs, and hence the smaller observations, almost exactly a quarter, as you'd expect. In general, opportunity zones have a lower pre-period real estate prices, especially for when you add in the vacant and the commercial real estate, right? You see this huge jump from 271,000 to 619,000. This is, of course, in real dollars, so we're not getting any inflation there. There's also interestingly enough, a lower percentage of the tract is zoned as residential, right? So each tract has a certain percentage of its property zoned as residential or commercial. So only certain that can be used for certain things, and OZs tend to be more commercial. Again, population's about the same, and higher percentage of Black and lower percentage of Hispanic opportunity zones. Also, generally lower education. All right. So how do we use this data? We use kind of a variety of methods because we have such a small number of observations overall over the census tracts that we're using. We thought that it'd be best to kind of try a variety of methods that we thought were appropriate. So the first one, of course, is in all these methods, we're examining the percent change in the mean real estate transaction value between the pre and the post period. So kind of like a difference in difference, but there's no, it's not a panel component. It's just comparing the pre period and the post period. All right, and because we have very fine data, I'm actually able to pinpoint the month of nomination. So it's a very precise cutoff. So the first thing we do is we run some naive just OLS regressions over all low-income census tracts. And of course, this would be nice. Unfortunately, we know that there is selection. So to try to account for that initial selection, we use both instrumental variables and a fuzzy regression discontinuity design, kind of like what Naomi Feldman did in her paper, although more successfully than we did. The IV that we used is the percent of the tract zoned as residential in 2017, so right the year before the policy took effect. Right, and we think that this is valuable because we'll get percent changes. At any value that the percent of tract zoned residential should already be baked into prices, so we shouldn't see that as percent change. We were mildly concerned about that maybe people were rezoning in response to opportunity zones, but there doesn't seem to be any correlation between being an opportunity zone and changes in percents zoned. And of course, for the fuzzy regression discontinuity design, we used the two cutoffs, right? So we have the income cutoff and the poverty rate cutoff, and because it's a hard cutoff, but there's not a jump. It's a jump in eligibility, not a jump in guaranteed treatment. So fuzzy RD would be ideal, but unfortunately, we just don't have the number of observations to really get a precise estimate. All right, so looking at the OLS results, these are just for everything. This includes vacant, non-vacant, and vacant, non-vacant, commercial, and residential. So this is universally, it's negative, so it doesn't look like there's any. So at first blush, it doesn't look like there's anything really happening here. At best, it's a 10% significance. Windsorizing doesn't affect anything. We Windsorize because there are definitely some tracts that have had very small transactions in the pre-period and then very large transactions in the post-period, often driven by one or two very large commercial transactions. And so Windsorizing kind of was able to cut away some of those very large or very small percent changes. However, when we restrict our sample to only the non-vacant residential real estate, we do see this very kind of a consistent positive coefficients around 0.4, 0.04, 0.03. This is going to be in percent changes. This is about a 4% change in Model 1, a 3% change in Model 3. Of course, once we Windsorize and we add in controls, we were losing quite a lot of power, right? We don't have that many observations, and so kind of ends up being insignificant at this point.
John, 4-minute warning.
Looking at, thank you. I'll move quickly. So fuzzy RD results. The main reason this is here is to point out that our fuzzy RD results were all very mixed. So regardless of the bandwidth, regardless of anything else, we ended up with these. Our income was always negative and highly insignificant. RD was positive and highly insignificant, and then combining them was negative and still quite insignificant. And it's mainly because we just don't have the sample size to really leverage that. So be careful using fuzzy RD if you don't have the sample size. Using our 2-stage least squares, when we're combining everything and we're using all of our samples, we have these very large our F-stats. The first good thing is that the F-stats are quite large, right? We want an F-stat of at least 10. And even with the controls, we see at about 11, about 12. The second stage results, however, are almost unbelievable, right? These are 87.5% percent increases in prices, and we know from December statistics that the base is around $600,000. So a 175% increase would be basically like almost $1 million on average added, right? That's extreme and highly unbelievable. So upon winsorizing, but I think is useful when they're going it together. That kind of goes away, although we still see a very in the fourth fund we had controls, but luckily it's still significant with controls and quite large. Non-vacant residential is the one that I really like to focus on, and that's going to see kind of the F stats are about the same size, but a little bit smaller, mainly because we have lower sample sizes. In this case, I don't think winsorizing is as critical. So my preferred specification is 2, where we have the controls and we're not winsorizing. And in that case, the F set is just a hair below 10. And we see about a 7%, 8% increase, but it's also statistically insignificant. The nice thing about this is we did supplement this with control function analysis, right? So it's less robust, but it is more precise. And all the control functions for all results were insignificant. Totally nothing was happening. But for the non-vacant residential sample, it was all positive, significant, and around 7%, which is promising. So in conclusion, it's still preliminary, but it looks like that there was this kind of consistent and positive impact on non-vacant residential real estate prices, but when we're looking at commercial and vacant, things just become very mixed, and we really can't determine anything. It kind of depends on whether the methodology you want to use, and then at the end, of course, the maintenance or instrument I think is actually pretty promising. So if you have access to that information, it is a good one. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the final paper in this session is called The Non-Effective Opportunity Zones on Housing Prices by Kevin Chen, Ed Glazer, and my name's on the paper. I take responsibility for only the words, not the numbers. So if you don't like the numbers, talk to Ed and Kevin. And Kevin's going to comment. Calvin Johnson, I see you have a point to make. We'll get to the discussion after the papers and the discussants have presented. Kevin, floor is yours.
Thanks. Everyone can see the slides, right?
Correct.
Yep, great. So this project is on the effect of opportunity zones on residential housing prices. And so the broad motivation for the project is in economics, we worry about this question of whether the government should be implementing people-based policies or place-based policies. And this just really means that whether the government should help poor people or poor places. So 2 examples of these policies is creating moves to opportunity, which is quite literally paying people to move to higher opportunity areas, versus spending money and resources in subsidizing investment to low opportunity areas, as opportunity zone does. And there are good economic arguments against place-based policies, despite them being quite popular with place-based politicians. For example, place-based policies tend to help landowners and they might hurt renters. And it certainly distorts migration decisions that are rationally made. And there are, of course, economic arguments for place-based policies as well, which is that they can internalize local externalities and they might be able to target aid with less distortion. And the question here is whether the Opportunity Zones program accomplishes these things. And we're going to come from the angle of whether buyers of residential real estate expects the Opportunity Zone program to generate sufficient neighborhood change for them to be willing to pay more. So I'm sure I can skip most of the institutional background to this audience. Opportunity zones, the governors nominate them from census tracts, and they provide a variety of tax benefits for investments made in these areas. And the selection is finalized somewhere in mid-2018, which would limit our result to only for the second half of 2018 and 2019, since those are the periods for which we have data. And so there is a caveat that we're looking at a relatively short horizon. And according to the CEA, till the end of 2019, about $75 billion of private capital investment was raised for these zones. And so this project is going to investigate whether opportunity zone status had an effect on residential housing prices. And broadly speaking, there are 2 channels where we might expect higher investment to affect housing prices, namely demand and supply. And on the demand side, if we expect investment to result in neighborhood change or higher employment from commercial investment, then we should see housing prices going up. Whereas on the supply side, it is possible that new housing would drive the price down, but it's also possible that the effect is at least somewhat moderated by land prices if existing properties has to be bought up before it can be converted into sort of bigger and taller buildings. And of course, all of the strengths of all of these causal effects would depend on respective elasticities from the demand and supply curves. For example, if the supply curve for housing were perfectly inelastic, the quantity is not going to move at all, and that will turn off any sort of downward price movement. So in this project, we mainly investigate two hypotheses. The first hypothesis is whether the tax credits increase property value for residential properties. And the second hypothesis is whether the tax credits increase property value more so in commercial areas, as this sort of diagram would seem to suggest. So to just give a preview and also related work, on the first hypothesis, whether the tax credits increase property value, we produce a range of treatment effect estimates, which mostly don't reject zero and rule out large effects of more than 1.5 percentage points per annum on price growth. And on the second hypothesis, whether the impact is differential across residential and commercial districts, we find a positive estimate which indicates that the price effect is slightly higher for commercial areas, but this difference is not statistically significant, and so it doesn't really reject zero. And this work is in some sense a response to some previous non-academic work conducted by some private actors like Zillow using proprietary data. And these private sources tend to conclude that home prices increase somewhat massively in opportunity zones, but their inferences are a little bit dubious since they're using not repeated sales price data, which fails to control for quality of the housing being transacted. And it also has more garden variety causal inference issues in terms of their control group and in terms of violations of parallel trends. And relatedly, the CEA also has a report which replicates some of our previous work with only 2018 data. And their estimate of 0.5 percentage points with 2019 data is in the range of our estimates, but it's on the higher end in this range. And so to give you an example, this is what the Zillow report sort of suggests. Their identification strategy is to compare this green line, which is the tract selected to be opportunity zones, against this yellow line, which is the eligible but not selected tracts. And you can see that there is some violations of parallel trend right around here. And the treatment effect that they suggest is also fairly large. The sort of point estimate they would have is about 15 percentage points in housing price growth, which is definitely very large. So to briefly describe the data, our outcome variable is the growth in the FAHFA's housing price index, which is a weighted repeated sales index of single family housing prices. And we're going to separate an analyses for the unit at the census tract level. And because the data coverage at the census tract level isn't terrific, we also conduct a separate zip code level analysis. Whether a tract is an opportunity zone information is going to come from the Urban Institute, and various covariates are going to come from various census sources. And these covariates basically are demographics, economics, and housing-related covariates. And here's the full list. And the results are pretty robust to including all of them, only including a handful, and so forth. So methodology-wise, we're going to conduct a very standard differences in differences estimation. And so to just go through some notation, we're going to let I to denote the unit of analysis and T the time period. And each unit at each time has two potential outcomes for whether they are treated or they're not treated. And of course, they're only treated if they're both an opportunity zone and the time is such that it's after 2018. And the estimate of interest is, again, very standard. It's the average treatment effect on a treated averaged over post periods. And the identification assumption is the standard parallel trends. Sometimes we also use a conditional on X type of parallel trends. And this assumption basically just says that the counterfactual outcome of units that are treated would have the same trend as the outcomes of units that are not treated. So the one thing that can break this is if units somehow anticipate treatment, but there is a relatively short sort of time frame that could happen, and opportunity zones are a little bit of a last minute addition to the bill. And so we don't think that sort of channel is super plausible. So without further ado, let me introduce the results. At the tract level, we're going to use 3 different sort of estimation strategies. And the first strategy is essentially similar to what Zillow is doing, which is to assume that eligible but not selected census tracts are sufficiently similar to the census tract that are selected for parallel trends to hold. And a standard two-way fixed effect estimation would give a point estimate of about 0.4 and a confidence interval that narrowly rejects 0, although it also rejects rather large values like 1. But again, the pretest for whether there is a parallel trend violation rejected, suggesting that maybe there are parallel trends violations going on. The second strategy is essentially the same as strategy 1, but instead of assuming parallel trends holds unconditionally, we're going to control for covariates flexibly using some recent technology developed in the econometrics literature, including using propensity score weighting and a doubly robust estimation method. And both of these are valid and efficient when assuming conditional on X parallel trends hold. But both strategies in the end yield almost identical estimates of 0.3 percentage points of treatment effect, with the confidence interval including 0, and rejects large values like 1 percentage point per year. And the third strategy is to match each treated tract to its nearest untreated geographical neighbor. And once you have these sets of matched pairs, you can then take the within pair difference. And now you just have a time series that you can compare the before against the after. And in this estimation, we get something like 0.6 and 0.5 if you adjust for a linear trend. And again, the confidence interval sort of sometimes rejects 0, but certainly rules out large values like 1.5. So just a picture of the event study plot. And you can see that sort of, if you have to make a bet, you might say that the treatment effect is mildly positive after the cutoff, but you're certainly not going to be super confident in that inference. So again, unfortunately, census tract data coverage is kind of bad, and only half of them are covered by the tract level data. And so to sort of remedy that, we're going to aggregate up and use FHFA's zip code level data for a robustness check. And an additional complication is that zip codes and census tracts are, of course, non-overlapping. And so we have to redefine the treatment as a type of opportunity zone exposure, which is now a continuous variable. And so both estimation and interpretation are somewhat more delicate. And the interpretation of the coefficient is now sort of the treatment effect of opportunity zone designation if the entire zip code is included in an opportunity zone versus none of the zip code is included in one. And we're going to repeat the first two of our strategies. And we're basically going to find that the coefficient estimates are fairly similar, aside from maybe this one. This one gives sort of bigger estimates. But the other two have estimates that both include 0 and rejects large values like 1. And so all of our results certainly rule out effects of more than 1.5 percentage points with 95% confidence. And most specifications rule out things like 0.9 percentage points. So we conclude that the treatment effect is small, if at all, positive. And of course, the caveat is the time horizon of the effects should really be second half of 2018 and all of 2019, which is not a super long time horizon. But there does seem to be little possibility that homebuyers anticipated that inclusion in an opportunity zone would have a dramatic impact on the character of the neighborhood. And this fact does not imply, of course, that the opportunity zone program was a mistake, but rather it is anticipated to have little effect on the neighborhood for buyers to be willing to pay more. So just quickly on our second hypothesis, whether the treatment effect for residential areas is less than the treatment effect for commercial areas, what we're going to do is in a two-way fixed effect estimation, we're going to interact the variable of interest with this sort of residential indicator. And this residential indicator is constructed by splitting on the median of the employee population to residential population ratio in a particular zip code. And we find that, indeed, the point estimates here are negative, which indicates that the treatment effect for residential areas is smaller than that for commercial areas. However, once you include a few or all the covariates, the confidence interval, the effects start to get smaller, and the confidence interval start to include 0. And so it's not dispositive to say that the hypothesis is true. So in conclusion, point estimates for treatment effects are generally positive, but they're all small in magnitude. These estimates are insufficiently precise to rule out effects of 0, but they are sufficiently precise to rule out truly large positive effects of more than 1 percentage point. And the point estimates for commercial areas are larger than those for residential areas, but the difference is not large enough to reject 0. And that's it.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Well done. So we have 2 discussants, each of whom will have 15 minutes before we turn to our conversation. The first one is Carly-Ann Elizabeth Patrick from Georgia State, and the second is Susan Wachter from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School. Carly-Ann, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about these papers. So let's see. Can we see my screen well?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, great. So I'm discussing the first 2 papers because they were both about commercial real estate, and then Susan's going to tackle the home price issue because we sort of wanted to think about them a little bit separately. So if we want to think about the effects on commercial real estate investment that we see in these 2 papers, we've got the Corinth and Fellman paper, and they use a strategy we've seen a lot, difference in difference with eligible but not selected. They also use RD as well as fuzzy RD using the eligibility criteria. To get their estimates, they've got 2010 to 2020 RCA data, which they mentioned only includes the 2.5 million plus transactions, as well as the SafeGraph cell phone data. And what do they find? No real effects on investments, whether we're measuring that by dollars or numbers, particularly when they normalize it by the amount of investment activity that's taking place outside. And she didn't really talk about that much in her presentation, but I thought that was important. And maybe there's some change in restaurant activity, but didn't seem like that was very large either. And then we've got the Sage, Langen, and Van de Min paper. They're using difference in difference with propensity score matched, eligible but not selected. And this is particularly important because they're going to be using data on 2017 to 2019 commercial property transactions. So the only opportunity zones in their sample are those where they actually observe a transaction. And so you can't just use the whole set like we've seen in some of the others. Plus, there are other reasons we've seen that we might want to use the propensity score matching. The other thing to note about their papers, they're using an earlier treatment date. So they're essentially having treatments start in the first quarter of 2018 or the first half of 2018, where we're not seeing all of the designations having been made yet. In fact, part of that, we're not seeing any designations being made. So there's a little bit of difference there. But they find no general price or liquidity effects, but they do find these price increases for older properties and land that are somewhat what we would expect to be the size of the largest tax benefits. And they see a pretty substantial increase in the probability of land sales. So I think we could sort of pick at particular or quibble with particular parts of the identification strategy and pre-trends. But if we take both of these as true and what they found is true, I wanted to sort of think through, do they coincide with each other? Do they make sense together? And is it what I would have expected if I thought of a simple model of commercial real estate. So I decided to think of a simple model of commercial real estate and thought about splitting it into two related markets: a market for finished space where we've got end users and we've got our landlords and owners, and a market for redevelopment or investment where we've got the demand side being driven by these investors or developers, and then we've got our owners of existent vacant properties or properties with redevelopment potential. And how would I expect the OZ to affect this? So the first way I would expect it is if we focused on the market for finished space, if there was some expectation that there would be an increase in demand for finished space, then I would expect a price increase. And what could be driving this expectation about future increases in demand for finished space? Well, maybe it's the OZ. It's a little bit unclear what the precise mechanism there would be, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe it is that there's pre-existing trends in the area, and maybe it's some combination of both. And we've seen some reasons thus far to be worried about these pre-existing trends in the area. But what I think is particularly interesting to focus on is a paper that's not in the conference today, but also is looking at OZ designations. And they find what little investment effect they find is being driven by approximately a third of the designees that had strong previous investment activity. And so if there was an expectation, we might be worried that it's really like this small subset, but it could be. We already saw some evidence that they were already improving. So maybe that's it. But maybe there's something else going on. So then on the supply side, how would we expect that increase in demand to be met? Well, through redeveloped spaces and new construction, that's going to link it to the redevelopment market. But we can also think of the OZ as changing the price or the rate of return that's necessary to induce redevelopment. In other words, we could think of it actually changing the slope of the supply curve or the elasticity of supply in this area. But that's not going to be the case if the tax benefits are fully capitalized, right, into the redevelopment prices. So maybe we're seeing some shift. But either way, in the finished market, the change in price is going to depend on future expectations about demand and the elasticity of supply, and perhaps the change in the elasticity of supply. So, well, what if there's no expectation of an increase in demand? Like if people don't think this is going to happen, then we wouldn't expect to see an increase in price. And there's some evidence from Corinth and Feldman that there wasn't much of an effect. I think we'd like to see some of that supplemented with all the restaurant visits, just so that we can see if any activity picked up. But we might not expect it. Or if we had an increase in demand, but it was pretty small, or an expectation of an increase in demand, but it was really small, and we flattened out this curve, this supply curve, then maybe we wouldn't expect to see much effect on prices either. And this seems pretty in line with the Sage et al. Paper, where they don't find in the overall market price and liquidity effects. But the opportunity zone was really supposed to hit this redevelopment market, like they said, right? So it really is supposed to affect investors and developers. And so the idea is that the opportunity zone is going to increase demand in this redevelopment market. We're going to see an increase in price and quantity that we could measure in any number of ways, right? And the Sage et al. Paper is going to argue that we should really see this outward push in demand until the price increase is equal to the expected tax benefits, right? But again, this is really going to depend on the supply elasticity. So if I think of a place where there are strict regulations, there's not much available land, there are not very many old buildings, then I might expect to see a big price change and not much happening on the quantity side. My prior would have been to think these are places that have suffered from disinvestment. So we should have plenty of developable land. We should have available buildings for redevelopment, but that might not be the case, in which case we wouldn't expect to see much of a price change and we'd see this quantity change, right? So this leads me to wonder, do we see this these places with very little developable land, very few old buildings, strict regulations, is describing the market of buildings that are really old? I mean, we know there aren't a whole lot of them and that they aren't going to be making more buildings that are 120 years old. Does it also describe metro supply? Is that what's sort of driving these results? Because you're not seeing much in quantity. And what's going on with vacant land supply? Because we see these fairly big price and liquidity effects. So I think what would really help us is if we understood more about what's going on in the supply side in these submarkets, and the analysis where you do give some of the descriptives gives us for the whole sample, but when we break up the analysis by age group, you're getting sales in different sets of enterprise zones and control, or I'm sorry, opportunity zones and control areas. So your sample's sort of changing throughout. So it'd be nice not only to understand for the whole sample, but for each sample, how much vacant land is there, particularly the zoned commercial? What is the age share of commercial property along these different subsamples? What are the commercial vacancy rates? How do OZs stack up against things like the Wharton regulatory indices, so we could get some sense of what supply elasticities look like, and so what effects we might expect. And then there's this moment where I went, Corinth and Fellman said there was no increase in investment. Well, they're looking at all investments, right? So they've got the 2/3 of the OZs that don't have any transactions whatsoever in their sample. So maybe that's it. But then I thought, maybe we don't really need an increase in overall investment for Sage et al. To make sense in this framework. And we don't if some of the investment is being redirected from newer properties to properties with redevelopment or development potential. And so what's the evidence that might be happening? Well, what about the evidence it's being redirected from within the same OZ? This is certainly consistent with what Corinth and Fellman find. You wouldn't see an aggregate increase in investment activity. You would just see it in different places. And so the Sage et al. Paper gives us some evidence that this might be the case. They're negative, albeit usually insignificant, although not always. Price and liquidity effects for younger properties in the samples. The samples are changing, so again, it's hard to think about this. There are some negative liquidity effects for industrial and metro properties. So again, there's some indication this might be happening, but I feel like there's more that could be done on this margin. And I feel like perhaps the Feldman paper could push the data a little bit more in order to get at some of this same question. Then I have to ask myself a question that Tim Bartik asked earlier. What if it's net new to the area, but it's redirected from other potentially also disadvantaged places? And there is some evidence that this might be occurring in the Sage et al. Paper, because if we were to increase or interpret the increase in probability of selling that occurs with distance from the OZ as instead a decrease in the probability of selling as one gets closer, then it suggests that we're simply moving investment across the border. And that would be consistent with what Hansen and Rowland find with regards to enterprise zones. And so I think both papers could possibly push a little harder on that. And I'm almost out of time, but I'm almost done, so that's good. I think that there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in these papers. But I think what we really want to know and really want to push a little bit further on is the heterogeneity. How do the effects differ for different kinds of places? So I've kind of hammered home this supply elasticity thing. I think we want to know that. But I also think we want to look at the previous investment activity and how what you're finding varies from places that were not seeing previous investment activity versus places that were seeing previous investment activity, even if on average they look okay as pooled samples. And that would be it. Thank you very much. I've got specifics I'll share with authors separately, but thank you again. The papers were really good.
Thank you so much. That was a very good discussion. And now I'm really pleased that Susan Wachter has joined us to discuss the residential real estate papers. And I understand my colleague, Stephanie Sensula, will handle the slides for that one. So Stephanie, can you make that work?
Yes, I can. It wasn't positive, but looks like we're in business now.
Oh, great. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it. And I thank you all for inviting me to this session. And I'm commenting on two papers, the two papers that deal with residential prices. So next slide, please. We have had a long history of economic place-based policy, and empowerment zones and new market tax credits went before OZs, and with mixed results, although more recent literature is finding some results. But OZs are different. They're different in the degree, extent of their tax subsidies. These carefully done studies, both of them, will clearly add to the literature with specific contributions on pricing effects. And the reason why it's particularly important is that these deep tax subsidies could actually prevent any impact at all in terms of development in policy, place-based development policy. And the controversy was early on that opportunity zone prices might rise due to tax advantages, capitalizing all the tax advantages, so that only owners and early investors would benefit. So, in fact, early Zillow data showed that house prices did increase in half more than the national price increase of opportunity zones, and they increased at least, were positive in 2/3. Of course, that's completely raw data. So the question is that both these papers address is whether, if you put in all the controls, and they control it every way, whether you will still find a price increase. And next slide, please. So the goal is that we don't want prices to increase so much as to eviscerate any tax benefit going forward. So it's necessary but not sufficient that tax advantages do not result in price increases that absorb all value gains. But on the other hand, if without any price gains, what's the evidence that the opportunity zone designation has had any impact? So the papers will attempt to identify whether ceteris paribus prices rose with the opportunity zone designation, of course, with the major empirical problem that the selection process itself will have perhaps qualified promising neighborhoods, those neighborhoods which are likely to see price increases. So the purpose of these papers essentially is to endogenize the selection process to determine whether there is any price impact or whether there is a large price impact. Next slide, please. So what are the different scenarios in terms of price increases? So one possibility is that prices increase without new development. That is, it's all been capitalized away by the tax advantage. And a second is a much more positive, that we see price increases with new development. And that really is the purpose. That's the policy place-based is attempting to get to. So there's a kind of a Goldilocks price increase, not too high, but high enough to indicate that there is evidence that there is some impact. It's also possible that prices do not increase because no new development is occurring. Or finally, prices also, again, do not increase or in fact decrease because it's working and new housing supply is forthcoming. Remember, we're looking at residential house prices. So we've got lots of possibilities here. Prices increasing with no good effect, or prices decreasing with good effect. What do we see? What does the evidence bring forth? Next slide. So first of all, on the paper that Chen et al. Presented, they compare single-family price growth within and across opportunity zones. And basically, they are hypothesizing that it reflects buyers' belief. Any impact would reflect buyers' belief or non-belief in the ability of the program to generate neighborhood change. They use nationwide data, and to get to their conclusions, they find little impact of prices, price increases that rule out major increases and rule in zero increases. But they do find, and they emphasize this more in the paper than it was emphasized in the presentation, although it was discussed, that price increases are more likely in commercial areas than residential. That is, residential areas are likely to see more of a decline, if anything. And they hypothesize that that's due to potential increase in supply. So let's turn now to the et al. Paper. And this paper is just for Florida. They find that the OZ designation has little impact in general, but surprisingly for residential, there's a positive impact for residential areas. Next slide. So let's go now into more detail. The Chen paper is showing a less than 1% increase 2018 to 2019, and they rule out a 1.5% or greater. And the results are really robust. These non-results are really convincing. Many different time-varying ways and treatments of covariates. And they do, however, find some heterogeneity. And this, to me, is the most interesting part of their paper. They split the zip codes in half based on the level of employment to residential population and interact that with a treatment variable. And they find that prices grew more in OZs, that residential prices grew more in commercial areas, significantly more in the paper, although once they did controls, the effect does diminish, than in residential. And the difference in treatment effect is not significant, as I just said, when track variates are controlled and time varying are considered. Nonetheless, there's hints here that the effect is stronger in or weaker in the more residential opportunity zones. And they take that as an indication, and I think that actually the implication is, they are right with this, that more residential opportunity zones, if perhaps buyers are seeing through to supply effects. So it's not impossible. That's a hypothesis that's not that is consistent with this outcome. Next slide. Some suggestions for this paper. The main result and the main purpose of the paper, and in this they, I think, succeed tremendously, is to rule out the Zillow findings, which were weakly controlled for, to rule out the large effects of the Zillow findings of large positive effects. So they do show that selection bias has to be carefully dealt with, and they do carefully deal with it. And when they do, they find very, very small effects, although positive effects. So there's also missing data, which could be part of the problems here. And they also, when they cluster, there are errors. So there are specific issues, and also time horizon is short, specific identification issues. None of these are quibbles. None of them are that important. The overall finding that the Zillow large price impact can be attributed to OZ designation doesn't hold. To me, the most interesting result beside that is the one that I emphasized before, that residential areas price rise less than commercial. They interpret it as supply effects, and that may indeed be the case. Next slide. Now, the findings are more puzzling. First of all, the non-puzzling part of it, which is that once again, all different ways, many different ways of controlling for selection bias, and they all come out with the same conclusion that the effect is small. However, and so I'm not going to go through each one of these. Next slide. So they conclude that the OZ designation has little impact, but they also examine the sample by whether the properties are vacant or residential. And again, they have consistent results, and the consistent results are consistent also within the paper and also with the results we just heard from the Chen paper, that weak evidence of growth being significant, and no evidence that the opportunity zone has had a significant or major impact on real estate prices. So it all seems consistent with the one exception. I think I have this on my next slide. Go ahead, please. They state, and they emphasize in the presentation, that there are no effects, or very minimal effects. But they do have in the paper that the opportunity zone has had a positive effect on non-vacant residential area property. So this is a bit of a puzzle. It kind of contradicts the paper, not directly, because you could find some interpretations, but you'd have to kind of contort yourself to find explanation consistent in the Chen paper, Chen et al., and the et al. Paper. Nonetheless, looking at these papers, next slide, please. So I just want to note that the paper itself states little impact on either residential or business real estate prices, but the findings are really more modulated than that. And the weak evidence that overall real estate prices have in fact grown at a slightly slower rate overall. But again, there is this slight residential effect. Next slide. So to get to the bottom line and to perhaps contort these things together, let's note that this paper is also a heroic empirical paper. It's all for the entire state of Florida, as is Chen is a heroic empirical paper. They both are, but indeed the paper, the paper is for Florida. So maybe Florida is different. Maybe actually there's a demand for residential in Florida that this paper is picking up. And that's not necessarily then inconsistent with some increase in residential supply that for the nation as a whole is expected to actually decrease. So actually decrease prices in residential. And it's not inconsistent either with Carly Ann's presentation, which I thought was terrific. And also what I think was the most interesting and perhaps strongest finding of all the presentations, which is that vacant land, older properties and vacant land prices are up. So one can tell the story that maybe there are some conclusions using the opportunity zone data for broader issues of policy. And the major policy issue that is out there today that is being addressed backwards and forwards is gentrification and the both positive and negative price effects that come with gentrification. And for my mind, paper by my colleague Jesse Hanbury and others on this is really terrific. I recommend it to you if you haven't seen it. And it shows that yes, increases in gentrifications come along with increases in housing supply in areas that are similar to opportunity zone areas. And it actually harms low income renters due to higher rents. But higher rents are coming along with increasing housing supply, which mitigates these losses and actually creates benefits for middle income renters. So their model is based on a calibrated model and counterfactuals. Another article I recommend, Ask with Maston Reed, supports this and shows the local effects of market rate housing developments in low-income areas to be basically the same, that somewhat higher rents, but also higher supply. New construction may slow rent increases associated with gentrification is where this literature is going, if I understand it correctly. Now, what about the opportunity zone papers that we've heard today and the ones that I have looked at? Very, very mixed with not strong effects, which is good on some level because that means that there is room to have developer profits. It's not all in the land. And that construction activity in the longer run may very well occur and may very well bring in new supply and at the same time, new quality of life. So the opportunity zone policies, which I initially came into this conference thinking that this is a very rich set of subsidies. Who knows what kind of good, if any. Having read these papers make me think that let's wait, let's see the construction activity and join it with this price data and extend the price data and let's wait for these conclusions. But these papers themselves will certainly contribute to eventual conclusions. So thank you for the invitation to discuss.
Thank you very much, Susan and Carly-Ann, for very good discussions. Here's what I propose to do. We're going to bring everybody who's in the Zoom room into the room so they can participate. I'd like to start with any comments that people have on the 4 papers we've just heard, and then we'll have a little time at the end for broader things. There's one question. Dawn Bidney asks, says the following in the chat. These studies generally treat all OZ tracts the same, with some controls for observable characteristics, but actually investment under the OZ program would tend to come in chunks and would not be distributed smoothly across the zones. So when you think about going forward, how would you design studies differently if, and I hope when, we get data on where OZ investments have been made and what are there implications for this lumpiness of investment for your current research design? If that appeals to anybody, I'm happy to take a response to that. If not, we can see who else.
I think that's more a question for the investment papers than for the price papers, right? Although obviously, if we knew where the investment was, it would be nice to link the investment to the price growth. I mean, that would be a cool thing to do in some way.
Right, right. Any other comments on the real estate papers? If not, I want to ask if the authors any of the authors want to respond. We can do that.
Oh, I just very much want to thank Susan for her excellent comments. That's my only response.
Okay, that's good. Good response. Naomi or Kevin, do you have anything you want to say?
Sure. No, thank you. Thank you so much for those comments. I totally agree that looking at heterogeneity would be an excellent idea. This is sort of our first pass, is just really looking at aggregate investment. I think there's really a lot more work to do. The data is really cool, so we definitely want to dig in a little bit more, and it's a great suggestion. So thank you.
Kevin Corinth, if you want to, anything?
Nope, nothing else.
Good. Alan Sage, Mike Langen, or Alex Vandeman?
Oh, the same. I want to thank everyone for the very helpful comments. We'll see what we can do.
Great. Sean and company?
No, thank you so much for the great comments. I really found the breaking of the scenarios really helpful. So I really hope to be able to incorporate that into future analysis.
Good. And Kevin or Ed, do you want to, Kevin, John or Ed, do you want to add anything?
Kevin, do you want to add anything on?
No, I also want to thank the comments. They're very helpful.
Kevin, are you in San Francisco or in Boston? What, are you?
I'm in Boston.
Yeah. You're just trying to fool us, or take advantage of the canned Zoom screen? You know that Calvin Johnson, who's on the call, wanted to make a point. Calvin, if you're with us, are you with us? If so, the floor is yours. I saw him a minute ago, so I thought he was here. Okay.
There we go. Thank you. I'm now unmuted. Thank you, David. I would think that repeal of the ozones would be an extraordinarily good target in the coming years. We're having extraordinary spread in the holding of wealth, a lot more inequity than we've ever had historically. And at some point, we're going to have to do something about the deficits. It's extraordinarily hard to develop good ways to reach wealth, or at least reach rich people. They defend themselves very well. And one of the simplest ways to do it is simply repeal ozones. You can do that with a stroke of a pen and it's all gone, and you raise a lot of revenue. And you also get rid of a project that is doing a lot of harm. Everyone more or less is celebrating the increase in fair market value of residential real estate, or at least land. And that means increase in fair market value on the fundamentals means that the rents are going up. Cash flow is going up, either in the past or projected to go up. And these are rents being paid by the poorest of the poor. These ozones are identifying poor people paying rent. And the last thing in the world you want to do is increase your rent. If your results had been there was savage decreases in the fair market value because the rents had dropped so much, well, then there would be a time to celebrate ozones and say, you know, people are getting their returns from the tax benefits and not from the net present value. But that's not what you're finding. At very minimum, there's a weak effect of doing real harm to poor people. And if there is any group of people who these panelists need to serve, it is, in fact, the poorest of the poor. So that's right on the top of my list. There's some other things, but right on my top of my list of repeal.
Okay, thank you for that. Ed Glazer, I wonder if I could just ask you for a minute. If you look at all the work we have so far based on data available, I really have two questions. One is it too soon to draw any conclusions given the amount of time that opportunity zones have been around and of course the COVID thing? Or would you at something like this expect to see early signs of this in things like housing and commercial construction and costs and so forth? And secondly, if you were coming up with research questions for a bunch of talented people like we have on this call in the future, what would be one or two things on your list?
Both great questions. I think we do have at least, I mean, and it's been an amazing day, David, and thank you for organizing this. I think we have a fair amount of evidence that these things have relatively muted impacts, at least given what we've seen so far. I think if I were inclined to be a diehard opportunity zone defender, which I am not, but if I were, you could still claim that, you know, something will still happen for some reason or other. The home prices are not properly reflecting expectations, or they're muted because of expectations of future supply that will overwhelm things and actually achieve what Calvin is hoping to achieve, which is pushing down prices. But you know, it's a possible stance to take, but I think it's a hard one to really argue with a straight face. I think the more interesting question is, what have we learned from opportunity zones going forward? I mean, I would not be surprised to see this particular exercise into placemaking disappear in the Biden administration, but I am confident that there will be something else, right? That I am confident that whether or not it occurs through the tax code or through spending or for infrastructure, it's coming down the track. And so we need to understand what forms of these types of placemaking exercises are least likely to be harmful or most likely to be helpful, and to try and glean those lessons from the opportunity zones episode that actually helps us to understand that. At least that's at least would be my take on this, is focusing on this. Now, what does that actually mean? I've never been in the business of second guessing other people's research agendas, but I think the more that we can understand how this actually impacts life on the ground for people who are impacted by these things, the better off we are. And the more that we can actually understand, what happened to the people who lived in the area originally rather than people who moved in, that's also sort of a crucial thing. So things that involve panels that are based on where people live, I think that's incredibly helpful.
Great. I think that's a wonderful closing benediction. I don't want to cut off discussion, but it's been a very long day. So I feel like an auctioneer saying going, going, going. I really want to thank, first of all, I want to thank everybody who participated. People were extremely timely and efficient in their presentations and getting us the slides. I think we learned a lot, even if we don't come to any bottom lines. I'm pretty much convinced that bringing people together who are working on similar questions, maybe with different methods or different data, is the only way we can come to consensus on what we've actually learned so far. And as I've said repeatedly, I looked at all these papers as a template for drawing further conclusions when we get more data. I want to particularly thank my colleague, Stephanie Sensula. I don't know how many rings this circus had, but it was more than 3. And we're learning a lot about conferences on Zoom. One of them is that you can get a lot of people together who would never be able to get together in a physical space in Washington, D.C. And just as a personal note, there are a lot of people on this call who have taught me a lot about opportunity zones, and I look forward to learning more about them, and I appreciate them all. So with that, thank you, have a good day, and stay safe.